Chapter 845, Vast Chaos. Inside the territory of the Star Alliance. On a massive planet, the real bodies of the four divine kings, towering 1,000,000 miles high, sat quietly. Since the curtain fell on the two-dimensional world, white paper had escaped the cosmic starry skies. The four divine kings had been sitting here ever since. The Avatar's fall in the two-dimensional world dealt a heavy blow to the four divine kings. It was far more than just a permanent loss of a part of their spirit will. And the loss of a supremely powerful weapon suited for them. More importantly, the mental state of the four divine kings was severely stimulated. As a level 11 perfect legendary powerhouse, a unique life form in the cosmic starry skies. The four divine kings would not dare to claim they were the strongest among level 11, but they were certainly notable. Yet, in the two-dimensional world, being utterly crushed by the human civilization's shuayu was unbearable for the four divine kings. The evolvers of human civilization were inherently feeble. 99% of them could not even step into the first layer, starting who knows how much lower compared to special life forms. Yet, the four divine kings had been defeated by such a human evolver. If it was only a defeat, the four divine kings would not have been greatly shaken. Human civilization's evolvers might start low, but they possess a high potential, otherwise, how could they produce 9 level 12 evolvers? But the four divine kings faced a crushing defeat, or rather, it couldn't even be considered a defeat. In the eyes of that human shuayu, the four divine kings were not even considered an opponent. At that moment, a voice transmitted into the planet, resonating in this space-time. For divine kings, the past is the past, there's no need to dwell on it. The voice of the strongest being from the Star Alliance came. Strongest being, in our universe, does there really exist such a monstrous level 11 life? The four divine kings still found it hard to comprehend. Anything is possible. The strongest being from the Star Alliance was silent for a moment and then said, that two-dimensional world, it could only completely suppress the powers below level 12. Perhaps, that human shuayu had carried some artifact that allowed him to break free from the suppression of the two-dimensional world to some extent. The strongest being from the Star Alliance slowly said. This was also the conjecture of many pinnacle race powerhouses and ultimate beings during their reassessment after white paper escaped the universe, about why that human shuayu's strength was so exceptionally high. The capability of the human shuayu to make the four divine kings tremble with merely a glance, was not something a normal level 11 could demonstrate. Hearing this, the four divine kings felt slightly more relieved inside. If it's just as the strongest being speculated, then perhaps, their defeat wasn't too disgraceful. For divine kings, what you need to consider now is the upcoming massive battlefield. To open this massive battlefield, both the Star Alliance and other pinnacle races have paid a significant price. The strongest being from the Star Alliance looked down upon the four divine kings. As long as we can obtain the initial dominance of that massive battlefields of different races, I can make sure that the part of your spirit will that was lost will be compensated as much as possible. Any life that perishes in the two-dimensional world inside white paper will permanently lose a part of their spirit will. This part of spirit will cannot be recovered, but it can be compensated through certain means, it's just a matter of cost. Thank you, strongest being. In the forthcoming massive battlefield, I will give it my all. The four divine kings said solemnly. That's good. The strongest being from the Star Alliance nodded slightly. After this experience, once you have compensated, your foundation will be almost sufficient, you can attempt to break through to the ultimate level 12. Attempt to break through level 12. The eyes of the four divine kings slightly glimmered. For any level 11 life, the sole target is to achieve the ultimate level 12. Only by stepping into ultimate level 12, can one break free from the confines of the river of time, hoping to live through one cosmic era after another. No need to worry about that human shuayu, perhaps on the path of attempting the ultimate, he might not be as good as you. The strongest being from the Star Alliance said. Yes. The four divine kings nodded, their gaze regaining confidence. You. The strongest being from the Star Alliance was about to continue saying something. Suddenly, a mighty origin source aura swept across the entire universe. this? The expression of the strongest being from the Star Alliance turned grave, his gaze leisurely looking towards a certain direction. Is a life attempting the ultimate? The four divine kings also realized, this origin source aura was vast and boundless, even level 11 life could clearly feel it. Only the attempt at the ultimate could cause such an instantaneous arrival of the chaos void origin. Recently, a 10th rank evolver from human civilization comprehended the rule of time, attempted level 11, also inducing the chaos void origin infusion, but the disturbance was much smaller than now. Who is attempting the ultimate? The four divine kings looked towards the strongest being. They could only feel the vast and omnipresent chaos void origin aura, but as for the source, blocked by a gigantic spatial temporal maze, the four divine kings couldn't be sure. Within the territory of human civilization, the strongest being from the Star Alliance was silent for a moment, with the perception of level 12, barely penetrating the spatial temporal maze, managed to approximately locate the source of the chaos void origin near the human civilization's territory. Human civilization's territory? Is that Shuayu attempting the ultimate? The four divine kings paused, this thought unconsciously emerging in their minds. Mighty and overwhelming, the waves of chaos void origin fluctuations swept across, in an instant attracting the attention of all level 12 beings within the cosmic starry skies. Numerous level 11 powerhouses also abruptly realized. Chapter 846, 35 Majestic Chaos. Striving for the ultimate, life is striving for the ultimate. To strive for the ultimate, one must at least grasp the fifth realm of fusion of time and space. Striving for the ultimate. I wonder if I can reach the threshold of striving for the ultimate before my lifespan ends. Since the birth of the universe, every long period of time, there have been lives attempting to strive for the ultimate, but the vast majority have failed, making many 11th level perfected evolvers quite familiar with this fluctuation. Is the source within the human civilization's territory? In the heartland of the insect race, one queen after another opens their eyes, looking towards the origin of the chaos void origin. Is human civilization likely to give birth to the 10th ultimate being? The brows of many insect queens furrow deeply, human civilization is already strong enough. The birth of a 10th ultimate being now would likely leave the insect race struggling to breathe. Tianyu clan's territory. The ancestors all had serious expressions. Normally, 11th level perfected evolvers from human civilization, without certain assurance, would not be allowed to strive for the ultimate. After all, once failed, it means the complete loss of this 11th level perfected evolver. The death caused by failing to strive for the ultimate can't be reversed, as the life imprint would briefly shift out of the river of time. Success means completely freeing oneself from the binds of the river of time. In case of failure, all traces will be erased. Even the ultimate beings cannot be resurrected, lacking the life imprint as a marker. Ultimate beings can't find the target even if they go against the flow. So, for any peak racial power, striving for the ultimate is a matter taken with extreme caution. Unless absolutely necessary, they would rather slow down their own time flow and drag it out than rashly strive for the ultimate. Of course, those unique lives that are unaffiliated and unbound by clans are exceptions. Some special beings, having lived long enough, will still forcefully strive for the ultimate even without certainty. Milky Way star region. Deep within the multiple spatial layers, Lin Yuan sits cross-legged. After releasing the suppression on himself, he could clearly feel the universe momentarily plunging into a kind of silence. Following that, a terrifying cosmic spatial rift was torn open above his head. The aura of the chaos void origin descends, an invisible pressure begins to spread throughout the entire universe. Lin Yuan looks upwards, the terrifying cosmic spatial rift continues to expand, in just an instant it spans more than 10 light-years, the profound and mysterious aura of the chaos void rushes towards him. Is that the location of the chaos void origin? Lin Yuan looks at the space above, watching the rapidly inflating cosmic spatial rift that expanded to dozens of light-years outside, faintly revealing an enormous boundless space, carrying infinite might, supremely paramount. Chaos void origin infusion, the source naturally being the chaos void origin, during the crossing of major life realms, a temporary connection to the chaos void origin is formed to infuse the origin. The cosmic space continues to be torn apart, finally stopping slowly when reaching 100 light-years. 100 light-years? Lin Yuan immediately understands that this should be the limit of the chaos void origin infusion he can withstand this time. Compared to the 10 light-year rift when breaking through from 9th level to 10th level, the current 100 light-year rift seems only 10 times different, but the amount of the infused chaos void origin in the end is far more than 100 or 1,000 times more. The origin begins to infuse. The moment the cosmic space rift stops, Lin Yuan realizes that what he is about to face is the infusion of the chaos void origin. Whether it's the infusion of the cosmic origin or the chaos void origin, it is according to the life's own comprehensive conditions, such as physical strength, soul strength, internal world strength, and so forth. The higher the foundation, the larger the rift that can be opened, and the more origin it can withstand. Among them, striving for the ultimate at 11th level, life undergoing the ultimate transformation jump, the induced chaos void origin infusion, will far exceed the breakthrough from 10th level to 11th level. Only 333 seconds, during this period I must endure as much chaos void origin as possible. Lin Yuan thought to himself. This opportunity, for nearly all beings within the universe, only comes once, and that is the assault on the ultimate at level 11. Even if one smoothly transitions to level 12 afterward, transforming the internal world into an internal universe, one can only slowly absorb the chaos void origin. Like now, absorbing recklessly without limits within 333 seconds, this will never happen again. Splash! Across hundreds of light-years, within the cosmic rift, a profound and mysterious passageway to the lands of chaos void origin immediately begins to pour out torrential chaos void origin. Boom! Like the collapse of an ocean, the speed of the primordial pour is terrifyingly fast, filling the entire 100 light-years with pure chaos void origin power. Absorb it all. Lin Yuan's physical body wildly absorbs, his soul is also wildly absorbing, and his internal world is likewise wildly absorbing. The chaos void origin power is extremely pure, almost needless of any refinement. As long as it is absorbed into the body, it can quickly transform into one's own energy, and then push the foundation to increase. Just 20 seconds later, Lin Yuan feels a satiated sensation in his internal world. It's clear that it has devoured enough. Continue absorbing. Lin Yuan doesn't stop. At this moment his internal world gives him a certain critical sensation, as if stepping further will break some kind of shackles. Milky Way star region. Humanity's 9 ultimate beings are somewhat stunned as they watch the cosmic space rift spanning hundreds of light-years and the endless chaos void origin gushing into the depths of the spatial layers. 100 light-years of space rift, it's not much different from assaulting the ultimate at level 11, right? A void god ultimate being is somewhat dazed. Assaulting the ultimate at level 11 is not something unusual for the ultimate beings. But Lin Yuan is not assaulting the ultimate, he's assaulting level 11. Right now, the only difference between Lin Yuan and those assaulting the ultimate, is that he has not yet stepped out of the river of time, never undergoing the ultimate transformation. This Xia Qin ultimate being is also frightened. Before Lin Yuan's assault on level 11, he had predicted that the commotion would certainly not be small, especially since the scene during his previous level 10 assault was placed there. However, even so, Xia Qin ultimate being only dared to guess that Lin Yuan's final assault commotion would merely be close to assaulting the assault. Could it really be as thorough as it is now? Level 11 assault on the ultimate, life undergoing the ultimate transformation, can cause infusion of chaos void origin that surpasses one's own foundation. Lin Yuan hasn't undergone the ultimate transformation, yet he managed to evoke a disturbance no weaker than assaulting the ultimate. How is this possible? Humanity's 9 ultimate beings stand in the void, continuously observing that hundreds of light-years rift, constantly pouring out chaos void origin. All the origin is marked with the life imprint of Lin Yuan. Even if it couldn't be absorbed, it would rapidly disperse. Compared to the shock of humanity's 9 ultimate beings, the ultimate beings of the various peak clans within the cosmic starry skies, and ultimate existences, are somewhat uneasy. Especially the insect race, Jianyu clan and other forces completely hostile to human civilization, absolutely do not wish to see humanity's civilization gain a 10th ultimate being. If human civilization were to give birth to a 10th ultimate being, it would have profound impacts on the subsequent war situations, especially with the imminent opening of super-large battlefields. What do we do now? Stop him. During the period of assaulting the ultimate, although one needs to withstand the backlash of the River of Time, one is also under the protection of the River of Time, and we, even after freeing ourselves from the constraints of the River of Time, are far from being able to shake the River of Time. So what do we do? Just watch as humanity gains another ultimate being. Insect race, Jianyu clan, and many other ultimate beings quickly communicate. Head to the River of Time. Insect Queen speaks up. Yes, the River of Time. Hearing this, the other ultimate beings immediately nod. Heading to the River of Time, standing by the shore, although not able to observe the many details within the River of Time. But if there are beings successfully freeing themselves from the constraints of the River of Time, stepping into level 12, and emerging from the river onto the shore, they could still observe. Chapter 847, 36 Stepping into the 11th Order. The River of Time flows majestically from the ancient past towards the distant future. It seems eternally unchanging. Even the most extraordinary life forms, as long as they haven't made the ultimate leap, can only stir up a corner of the river's waves, ultimately perishing as the river runs dry. On the shore, one towering figure after another appears, carefully observing every detail around the River of Time. During the ultimate phase of level 11 beings' assault, external forces cannot stop them. But once the assault is complete, successfully stepping into level 12, they must come ashore. This is also the opportunity for the insect race and Jianyu clan's strongest beings. An ultimate being that has just entered level 12 is undoubtedly at its most vulnerable. Even with the protection of 9 supreme beings from human civilization, a sudden surprise attack by them can have a significant impact. The supreme beings of the insect race and Jianyu clan do not harbor illusions of killing that supreme being from human civilization, but at least they can inflict some damage. In this way, the pressure on them later on would be much lighter. Taking advantage of the moment a level 12 being comes ashore to launch a surprise attack is a grudge that warrants relentless pursuit. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no supreme being standing on the shore would easily do this. Mainly because even a being that has just stepped into level 12 isn't so easy to kill, as the essence of life has undergone the ultimate leap, it's very difficult to completely perish. And if the attack fails, it would create an irreconcilable formidable enemy for themselves and their affiliated forces. The potential risks involved are great, even related to the end of the cosmic era, when many level 12 beings struggle to cross over, to withstand the great destructive force. However, such influences are of no significance to the insect race and Jianyu clan. The civilization of humankind and theirs are already in a life-or-death feud. Even if they do not act, the hatred between them will not disappear. If a level 11 perfect being from the insect race or Jianyu clan manages to step into level 12 and come ashore, it's estimated that the 9 supreme beings from human civilization would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to strike. The conflict between clans has never been about the strong bullying the weak. The main reason why supreme beings of the starry sky races rarely enter the fray is that if everyone participates, it's equivalent to no one participating. And if the intensity of the war is too high, it can also affect the development of various peak clan forces. That's why the current balance is maintained. If there were an opportunity to completely eradicate the forces of other clans, it's estimated there would be no hesitation. Let's wait. We'll just watch from the shore. When that level 11 evolutionary from humanity begins to come ashore, you must not hold back. The supreme beings from the insect race, Jianyu clan, and many others exchange glances, also vigilant for traces of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. They can think of sniping at the riverbank of time. Surely, the supreme beings of human civilization have taken precautions. Now, the contest is about the foundation of their respective strengths. Milky Way star region. Deep within the spatial layers Lin Yuan tries to draw in the endless chaos void origin into his body as much as possible. His physical soul body and inner world are like having taken a tonic, starting to rapidly increase in strength. Especially his inner world, as it feels full upon receiving chaos void origin infusion for the 20th second. With the sense of fullness comes the feeling of breaking through limitations. That's why Lin Yuan doesn't stop absorbing the chaos void origin. The 30th second. The feeling of fullness intensifies. The 40th second. The fullness reaches a certain limit. The 50th second. The fullness vanishes with a bang. At the same time, his inner world, originally spanning 2.33 billion square miles, seems to have torn through a thin layer of paper, with its area going crazy expanding again. 23 billion miles. 33 billion miles. 43 billion miles. 110 billion miles. At the 300th second of chaos void origin infusion, Lin Yuan's inner world has already reached 6 trillion square miles in the area. The vast power of the world nourishes his physical soul body, and with the continuous absorption of chaos void origin, Lin Yuan's strength has increased countless times compared to before his breakthrough. Soon, the 333rd second ends. The crack in the sky, spanning hundreds of light years, quickly begins to heal. The aura of chaos void origin also rapidly dissipates. Under normal circumstances, a level 11 perfect being assaulting the ultimate would now make the ultimate leap, using the arrival of chaos void origin and the momentary stepping back of the cosmic rules to cross that critical step. Lin Yuan ponders in his heart. With the arrival of chaos void origin, numerous cosmic rule restrictions naturally disappear temporarily, making it the best time for a level 11 perfect being to assault the ultimate. Losing this opportunity, it's almost impossible to make another assault on the ultimate. Any life form assaulting the ultimate means completely breaking free from universal restrictions, and in such a case, the universe will naturally try its best to prevent it. Becoming a supreme being, breaking free from the shackles of the river of time, means potentially taking away everything absorbed from the universe. But I don't really need to do that. Lin Yuan shakes his head slightly. He still has another chance to trigger the chaos void origin infusion. Although with Lin Yuan's foundation, he can entirely surpass level 11 to assault the ultimate, the risk is still too great. Lin Yuan still has a lot of room for improvement, not to mention comprehending the legendary chaos rule. The deeper the foundation accumulated during the level 11 phase, the greater the advantage in assaulting level 12. My inner world has now reached 8 trillion square miles. Chapter 848, 36, Stepping into the 11th level. Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation was reflecting within his inner world. Compared to the modest expanse of barely over 200 million miles before the breakthrough, the current inner world had strengthened by an unknown multitude. 99% of the chaos void origin power, I haven't completely absorbed it, instead, I've accumulated it deep within my inner world. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Tearing through rifts spanning hundreds of light years to welcome the descent of the chaos void origin, Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 10th layer created a disturbance no less significant than the impact of striving for the ultimate level 11. The chaos void origin he ultimately withstood was no less than that of a level 11 making the ultimate breakthrough. Once successful, internally evolving their world to a universe, undergoing an ultimate metamorphosis of their life essence, the size of that inner universe would eventually stretch from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. But Lin Yuan's inner world came to a halt at a diameter of 600 billion miles, mainly because the vast majority of the chaos void origin power was not thoroughly absorbed. Due to not undergoing the metamorphosis, a level 11 aiming for the ultimate status would swiftly absorb the accumulated chaos void origin. But without the ultimate metamorphosis, those energies from the chaos void remain sunken deep within Lin Yuan's inner world. This is good too, all of it will become my foundation, so that when I truly make the push for the ultimate, my inner world's final size, I estimate, will surpass the range of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even more so, this accumulation of substantial chaos void origin has vastly elevated his base strength, that when he truly strives for the ultimate, the Chaos Void's assessment of him will heighten, the Fisher's Torn will be more vast, and the infusing Chaos Void origin will reach an inconceivable level. Does my inner world still deserve to be called a world? Lin Yuan looked down upon his 600 billion mile diameter inner world, with endless Chaos Void energy pouring in, continuously metamorphosing his inner world, further unfolding more spatial layers, and so on. It lies somewhere between an inner world and an inner universe. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. His current inner world far surpassed the regular notion of an inner world, yet it didn't quite reach the magnitude of a supreme being's inner universe. Strength after the breakthrough. Lin Yuan began to focus precisely on his sensations. His physical body and soul had improved more than 100-fold compared to before the breakthrough. But the most critical was his inner world, vast at 600 billion miles in diameter. You should know, the inner worlds of other level 11 beings, depending on the nobility of their racial bloodlines, range from tens of millions to a few tens of millions of miles in diameter. And Lin Yuan? A direct 600 billion miles in diameter. In front of Lin Yuan, ordinary level 11 beings are feeble like ants. According to Lin Yuan's previous standards of assessment, if a level 11 perfect combat strength is denoted as 10. Then, Lin Yuan before his breakthrough had a strength probably around 100. Now, having stepped into level 11, his strength has already surpassed 10,000. 10,100, at first glance, seem to be just a 100-fold increase, but in practice, it's not calculated like that. 100 warriors each with a strength of 100, when combined, would be crushed by a being of strength 10,000. Not to mention 100, even 1,000 or 10,000, faced with an entity of strength 10,000, the outcome would be the same, with no capacity to resist. Simply put, with Lin Yuan's current combat strength, he can completely be regarded as a unique existence between level 11 and level 12. The gap between level 11 and level 12 seems as vast as a chasm. But the gap between level 11 and Lin Yuan is almost as insurmountable. Even a level 11 perfect legend life form wielding a supreme weapon, in front of Lin Yuan, could, at best, barely cling on to life by the merit of the weapon itself. And if that supreme weapon were not of a defensive nature but offensive instead, survival would most likely be out of reach. Now, only level 12 could pose a real threat to me, I guess. Lin Yuan thought to himself while simultaneously looking up towards a certain region. All 9 supreme beings have come. Lin Yuan vaguely sensed 9 vast presences. Before the breakthrough, Lin Yuan simply could not detect the arrival of supreme beings. It was only after being informed by the supreme being Xia Qin that he commenced the breakthrough. But now, with advancement in realm and a grasp over space and time, Lin Yuan could vaguely lock onto the auras of the supreme beings. Of course, this was because the 9 supreme beings from human civilization were incarnations, and they did not specifically conceal their aura. It's time to meet the supreme beings. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, emerged from the depths of the spatial layers, and headed toward the 9 human civilization supreme beings. Without the presence of 9 supreme beings, Lin Yuan's breakthrough would have been known by the 10,000 universe races, and those alien supreme beings would definitely interfere. Since the birth of the universe, any level 11 perfect being before making a breakthrough to the ultimate would seek a supreme being as support. The first supreme being of human civilization came to be in this way, seeking an ultimate entity, paying many prices for its protection, and finally managing to step into level 12. The river of time flows on mightily. Supreme beings from the insect race, Jianyu clan, and many others patiently wait. In the distant horizon, other supreme beings loom, their towering figures vague yet discernible. Supreme beings from the insect race, Jianyu clan, and other level 12 powerhouses intend to snipe the newly risen supreme being from human civilization, while the other ultimate entities are happy to watch the excitement. It's been such a long time, why is there no fluctuation in the river of time? The supreme beings from the insect race and Jianyu clan frown slightly, realizing there can be only one reason for this. That is the human evolver attempting the ultimate has ultimately failed. A failure to reach the ultimate would erase all of oneself, naturally preventing the landing. Failed? That makes sense, achieving the ultimate is not so simple. We've all been too anxious. The ultimate existences from the insect race and Tianyu clan exchanged glances and let out a slight sigh of relief. If possible, they wouldn't want to snipe either, because it would mean engaging in a desperate fight with the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. The battles between supreme beings, skirmishes at the ultimate level, mostly result in significant self-harm while killing the enemy. There's little meaning to them, especially with a few crazed supreme beings from human civilization who, if really pushed, might resort to self-destructive measures. So, the current outcome is undoubtedly the best. The human evolver who attempted the ultimate has failed. For the insect race and Tianyu clan, this means one less enemy to worry about, and they also don't need to clash with the supreme beings of human civilization, making it perfect. The only thing that puzzles the supreme beings from the insect race and Tianyu clan is how easily the human evolver has failed. With the foundation of human civilization, since they dared to let their own make the ultimate attempt, they must have made many preparations, even in failure, certainly causing ripples or even waves in the river of time. However, just now, from beginning to end, no supreme being felt any surge on the river of time. This means that the human evolver barely started the ultimate challenge before they failed, leading to such tranquility in the river of time. Though puzzled, the supreme beings from the insect race and Tianyu clan don't dwell on it, for causing an infusion of origin power from the chaos void would inevitably lead to the ultimate leap. And if the ultimate leap were successful, it would lead to a landing. Now, without a landing, it means failure. Despite their doubts, the supreme beings from the insect race and Tianyu clan grasp the fundamental logic of cause and effect. That is, the human evolver attempting the ultimate did not ultimately step into level 12. Otherwise, there would have been a landing. Not stepping into level 12 means a complete downfall. Milky Way star region. The hearts of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization remain unsettled for a long time. They watch the cracks in the chaos void heal swiftly, at a loss for words for a moment. This kid, too frightening. An ancient power supreme being shakes their head slightly. It's not often that something can frighten supreme beings, but now it's clear that all 9 supreme beings of human civilization have been significantly alarmed. In fact, if other alien supreme beings knew that the commotion just now was caused merely by a level 10 challenging level 11, they would likely be appalled. My human civilization has given birth to a remarkable existence. This thought suddenly emerges in the hearts of the remaining supreme beings. Chapter 849, 1, Soaring Comprehension Speed. In the center of the twisted time-space. I have met the 9 supreme beings. Lin Yuan slightly bowed to show respect. After stepping into the 11th level, Lin Yuan immediately came to meet the supreme beings. After all, during the breakthrough, the 9 supreme beings had been shielding his aura. The 11th level's impact on the ultimate, with or without the protection of the supreme beings, was different. Especially since Lin Yuan did not impact the ultimate, he never attempted the ultimate leap, and there existed a possibility of interference during the breakthrough. No need for this. I believe it won't be long before our human civilization establishes the 10th evolution tower, the ancient power supreme being spoke. Human civilization currently had 9 evolution towers, corresponding to the 9 supreme beings. The 10th evolution tower signified the birth of the 10th supreme being in human civilization. Entering the 11th level and being evaluated by the ancient power supreme being in such a manner showed the importance placed on Lin Yuan. To a certain extent, the ancient power supreme being already regarded Lin Yuan as the future supreme being. Compared to the supreme beings, I still have a long way to go, Lin Yuan immediately said. The more he cultivated, the more Lin Yuan felt the gap between the 12th and 11th levels. The two were not on the same level of existence at all. Even if the 11th level was stronger, it could only live in the river of time. Even if it could briefly leap up, it would eventually fall back. And the 12th level? It completely broke free from the restraints of the river of time, standing on the bank overlooking countless river life struggles. The difference between the two was not just a chasm in realm and strength, but also entirely different mindsets. Do not belittle yourself. If even you cannot step into the 12th level, then neither our human civilization nor the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry skies will produce a 12th level. The ancient power supreme being said, walking the path of evolution requires appropriate humility, but also confidence. The other 8 supreme beings nodded slightly. Through the commotion of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 11th level, they vaguely speculated on how profound the foundation of this galaxy master was. Tearing open the cosmic space rift and welcoming the arrival of the chaos void origin was entirely based on one's circumstances. No one could fake this aspect. Lin Yuan, with his 10th level realm, tore open the cosmic space rift that was no smaller than those torn open by the 11th level perfect beings impacting the ultimate. Given his realm was not as high as the latter, the space rift he finally tore was the same, meaning Lin Yuan surpassed the 11th level perfect beings in other respects. This was what most shocked the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. The supreme being is correct, Lin Yuan immediately said. However, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, What he meant was that compared to the supreme beings, he was still far behind merely in terms of combat strength, Now, Lin Yuan's combat strength greatly exceeded the 11th level perfect. Even an 11th level perfect holding a supreme weapon could barely save their life in front of Lin Yuan, But compared to a true 12th level being, Lin Yuan lacked any confidence, Firstly, Lin Yuan's greatest advantage was the 6th realm space-time rules comprehension, and most 12th level beings basically had this comprehension, The 11th level perfect impacting the ultimate, as long as they succeeded in the end, would smoothly land and experience the short touch, mostly comprehending the 6th realm spacetime, This was also why the 6th realm spacetime was called the threshold of the 12th level, Having no advantage in spacetime fusion comprehension, and even a disadvantage, his physical body and soul also couldn't compare to the supreme beings. As for his inner world, the supreme being's inner world transformed into an inner universe, spanning tens of thousands to 100,000 light-years, still incomparable to Lin Yuan, The only aspect where Lin Yuan could surpass ordinary 12th levels was his mind and willpower, with a spiritual index as high as 33,330,000 points, it was estimated that most supreme beings in the universe hadn't reached this level, The mind and willpower were undoubtedly important. Paired with any trump card, it could exert tremendous effect, but if it were just mind and willpower, the effect would be very limited, What Lin Yuan meant by that sentence was simple: at the current stage, he couldn't defeat the supreme beings, But to the ancient power supreme being's ears, he mistakenly thought Lin Yuan lacked confidence in stepping into the 12th level, In fact, Lin Yuan was quite confident in impacting the ultimate. Polishing himself at the 11th level, elevating many pillar-level fusion rules to the height of the 12th level, Even if he didn't comprehend the chaos rule in the end, Lin Yuan still had a substantial hope of impacting the ultimate, This hope stemmed not only from his solid foundation, but also from many external factors, like that, heart of spacetime. The ability to extend his stay in the river of time's time had an against-the-odds effect, equivalent to forcibly elevating the possibility of stepping into the 12th level, Lin Yuan, your current strength? The Void God Ultimate Being looked at Lin Yuan and asked. With these words spoken, the other 8 supreme beings also looked at Lin Yuan. Probably stronger than the 11th level by some. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Some. How much stronger? The Void God Ultimate Being couldn't help but ask. There were 6 grades in the 11th level. Lin Yuan was stronger than which grade of the 11th level? Compared to me, 11th level perfect is like the 10th level compared to the 11th level, I suppose. Lin Yuan said, actually elevating the 11th level perfect as much as possible. In reality, the gap between 11th level perfect and Lin Yuan was only greater. Like the 10th level compared to the 11th level. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization fell into silence. Was this called only a bit stronger? The limit of a 10th rank evolver was to comprehend a certain pillar-level fusion rule at the second realm. But 11th level perfect space-time 5th realm, involving many pillar-level fusion rules. Chapter 850, 1, Soaring Comprehension Speed. Lin Yuan compared the gap between himself and a perfect level 11 to that between level 11 and level 10, almost making the 9 supreme beings of human civilization doubt whether Lin Yuan was actually at level 11 life form or not. From the beginning to the end of this universe, I reckon you're probably the strongest level 11 there's ever been, the feather butterfly supreme being said in a low voice. So far, the starry sky races hadn't set a definitive number for the strongest level 11. Because most perfect level 11s relied on the empowerment of ultimate weapons. Even so, there was constant debate about who was the strongest level 11. But now, there was probably no debate anymore. The strongest level 11 was Lin Yuan. And not just in this cosmic era. In the many cosmic eras of the past and many more in the future. The chances were slim that there would ever be a level 11 born stronger than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, with your strength, you could completely sweep through the upcoming grand-scale battlefields of different races, Xia Qin Supreme being thought and immediately spoke up. Grand-scale battlefields of different races? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He had already heard about the grand-scale battlefields of different races from Xia Qin Supreme Being. This was a massive battlefield that surpassed any previous ones, a place where all peak forces of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry skies contested for domination. That's right. The eyes of the ancient power supreme being slightly lit up. The grand-scale battlefields are the arenas agreed upon by all peak forces within this universe through negotiation. After the grand-scale battlefields are established, any force that obtains the right to lead the first war will gain 1/10,000th of the territory of all participating clan forces, the Void God Ultimate being added from the side. 1/10,000th of the territory? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. The myriad clans of the cosmic starry skies fought on the many battlefields they opened, and under established rules, the victorious side would take control of the territory or some resource secret realms of the defeated side. The Milky Way star region inhabited by Lin Yuan was, in the past, a territory ruled by the Shadow Tribe. However, in the battlefield, the Shadow Tribe lost to human civilization, which is why they had to hand over that region. However, on the battlefields of the past, even the large battlefields, the territories lost through defeat didn't reach the foundation of human civilization. But what about grand-scale battlefields? Using 1/10,000th of territory as the price? How many star domains, to be precise, how many star alliances, would 1/10,000th of human civilization's territory envelop? It should be noted that the size of the territory unequivocally includes more than just the number of lifeforms it can support, it also signifies countless resources. Many precious resource planets and numerous cosmic secret realms lie within certain territories, and once ceded, these too would be surrendered. That's right. That's why for this grand-scale battlefield of different races, those peak clan forces will spare no expense, they will even equip level 11 5th realm lifeforms with ultimate weapons, Xia Qin Supreme being said. According to the rules set by the starry sky races for opening grand-scale battlefields, beings of the 12th layer are forbidden from intervening. With 12th layer beings not entering the fray, the strongest combatants were naturally level 11. To increase their side's odds, outfitting perfect level 11 lifeforms with ultimate weapons is the foundation, and level 11 5th realm lifeforms will be granted ultimate weapons. To initially refine ultimate weapons, one needs at least the comprehension of the 5th realm of space and time, which means level 11 5th realm. But normally, level 11 5th realm beings being granted ultimate weapons were very few and far between. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. From becoming an evolver to now, he's been under the protection of human civilization. Lin Yuan now also planned to give back to human civilization. In fact, it wouldn't be purely giving back, as Lin Yuan wasn't obliged to go to the grand-scale battlefield. According to the 9 supreme beings, every level 11 who goes to the grand-scale battlefield would receive a large number of merit points as a reward from human civilization. The merits established on the grand-scale battlefield could also be exchanged for a large number of merit points, and all the obtained spoils of war would belong to oneself. With Lin Yuan's strength now surpassing level 11, even without an invitation from the Supreme Beings, he would plan to take a stroll on the grand-scale battlefield. After all, to secure the right to lead the first battle on the grand-scale battlefield, those peak clan level 11 lifeforms will likely arm themselves to the teeth. And for Lin Yuan, that's all moving riches and treasures. Heading to the grand-scale battlefield of different races basically carried no risk for Lin Yuan. Anyway, going there with just his primordial spirit, even if it were to fall, Lin Yuan could quickly recondense it. After stepping into the 11th level, even if a supreme being were to strike at Lin Yuan, at most they could only destroy his primordial spirit and not truly affect his actual body. With over 33 million points in mental willpower strength, it's enough for Lin Yuan to easily defend against any memory contamination at the 12th level tier. As for causal curse killing, with Lin Yuan's current level of life, even 12th level beings would have to pay a huge price and still be unable to curse kill him. Moreover, there's the isolation of causality in the Xianhuang's secret realm. Simply put, the current Lin Yuan may indeed be unable to defeat those on the 12th level, but for them to completely kill him? It is also very difficult to achieve. Or rather, it is impossible. By the way, are you planning to make public your breakthrough to the 11th level? The Supreme Being Xia Qin thought for a moment and asked. Up to now, the entry criteria for major battlefields have been the peak strength of the 11th level powerhouses. As for those below the 11th level, to those in possession of the ultimate weapons at level 11 perfect, the 10th level warriors don't mean much. Unless there is the Sea of Insects tactics, brought about by the insect race hives that have nurtured billions upon billions of insect race warriors, otherwise it basically has no effect. So, the threshold to enter the large-scale battlefields of different races is the 11th level. If Lin Yuan intends to enter the large-scale battlefields of different races, he must reveal the power of the 11th level. Make it public. Lin Yuan said calmly. Previously, when he made the breakthrough from the 5th to the 6th realm, in order to prevent being assassinated by different races, Lin Yuan needed to keep his identity secret. But now, there is no need for secrecy anymore. Because Lin Yuan has grown to such a height that those supreme beings from different races can no longer slay him. And entering the large-scale battlefields of different races, with 11 as the threshold, announcing his step into the 11th level is also to prepare for the large-scale battlefields of different races. Actually, even if it's made public, it doesn't matter much. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being said, given the potential shown by the Galaxy Master in the past, stepping into the 11th level now, although slightly quick, is completely understandable. From level 7 to level 8, from 8 to 9, from 9 to 10, hasn't the Galaxy Master surprised everyone every time? After chatting with the 9 Supreme Beings for a few more words, Lin Yuan smoothly returned to the Milky Way main star. My physical body, the realm of the Xianhuang physique has fallen to minor accomplishment. Lin Yuan felt it for a moment and thought silently to himself. To say that the realm of the Xianhuang physique has fallen is not accurate. More precisely, the upper limit of the Xianhuang physique has been raised. A level 10 perfect Xianhuang physique and one at level 11 perfect are completely different concepts. Lin Yuan, having stepped into the 11th level, entered the 11th chapter of the Xianhuang physique cultivation. The previous level 10 chapter's Xianhuang physique has not weakened in strength, but Lin Yuan has gained a greater space for improvement in this body refining secret technique. To cultivate the Xianhuang physique of the 11th level to perfection. Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. After the infusion of the Chaos Void origin, the strength of his physical body was too high, resulting in a very high starting point for the Xianhuang physique. To progress, the cost of resources required far exceeds that of a normal 11th level Xianhuang physique. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, with his current foundational bodily strength, once the Xianhuang physique is cultivated to the level 11 perfect, in terms of physical prowess, he will surpass the ordinary Supreme Being level, approaching the Xianhuang physique at level 12 perfect. After contemplating the resources needed for the further cultivation of the Xianhuang physique, Lin Yuan was quite startled. Moments later, Lin Yuan stopped focusing on his physical body and began to comprehend the vast universal law fluctuations. My current comprehension speed. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, only feeling as if the myriad rules and grand pathways of the universe were surging towards him. Chapter 851, The Tremor of Human Civilization. The transition from the 10th rank to the 11th rank is a leap in the essence of life. An 11th order life form stood at the pinnacle just beneath the strongest beings, capable of comprehending the rules of the universe far beyond what a 10th order being could. Asterisk standing high and looking far wasn't just about physical height, it was about the height of life's levels, asterisk. Why could the strongest beings easily reach the 6th realm of time and space? It was because they had completed the landing, seeing further down the riverbanks of time. Now Lin Yuan was the same. The elevation of his life level not only allowed Lin Yuan to sense the subtle fluctuations of many rules with ease, but it also enhanced his against heaven's understanding to a terrifying degree. Your understanding defies heaven, sensing the origin source of time and space, elevating your comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Your understanding defies heaven, comprehending the secret skill, Milky Way, elevating your comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. In just a few dozen breaths, Lin Yuan's insights into the spatio-temporal fusion rule surpassed the accumulation of 1 to 200 years. In the boundless void, after Lin Yuan comprehended the 6th realm of time and space, he still stayed in that world for over 100 years, yet the progress in the spatio-temporal fusion rule was minimal. But even minimal progress, accumulated over 100 or 200 years, was still considerable. Yet now, Lin Yuan, having initially stepped into the 11th order, quickly surpassed it. Asterisk, at this rate of understanding, perhaps before reaching the ultimate goal, I might elevate the spatio-temporal fusion rule to the 7th realm. Asterisk. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The 7th realm of spatio-temporal fusion. A realm most 12th order beings in the universe had never reached. The strongest beings, standing on the bank, could easily reach the 6th realm, but the 7th realm? According to the records within the Xianhuang secret realm, very few 12th order beings in the universe, who hadn't yet weathered the first cosmic cataclysm, reached the 7th realm of spatio-temporal fusion. Even those who did achieved it near the end of an almost complete cosmic era, just before the collapse of the universe. Normally, understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule at the 7th realm meant one could survive the annihilation of the universe's collapse with little problem. Such beings were rare even in the more vast and boundless chaos void. Take it slow. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. Though the journey from the 6th to the 7th realm of time and space seemed a single realm apart, it was immensely long. Lin Yuan merely felt that with his current 11th order comprehension speed, he stood a chance of grasping the 7th realm. As to whether he could actually comprehend it in the end, there was no certainty, there were too many variables in between. Just as when Lin Yuan was in the first or second layer, facing the question of becoming the strongest. The leap was too vast to estimate. The focus of 11th order cultivation should be on the physical body and rule comprehension. Lin Yuan assessed himself and thought silently. For the physical body, one should train the Xianhuang physique to level 11 perfect as much as possible. Thinking about the enormous resources required for the Xianhuang physique, Lin Yuan involuntarily felt a stronger urge to venture to super-large battlefields. Those resources were hard for human civilization to accumulate in a short period. But with the help of many 11th order beings among the starry sky races, there was hope. At least he could gather a significant portion of it. Physical training involved honing the Xianhuang physique. For rule comprehension, the focus was naturally on the spatio-temporal fusion rule, supplemented by other pillar-level fusion rules. If possible, Lin Yuan still wanted to see if he could comprehend the chaos rule. There was no precedent for the chaos rule, but as Lin Yuan estimated, the difficulty of comprehending the chaos rule at the 11th order was even greater than reaching the 7th realm of time and space. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a legendary feat for both Xianhuang and demonic Jade Tower Master to believe that achieving the ultimate by comprehending the chaos rule was the stuff of legends. Apart from the physical body and rule comprehension, Lin Yuan's internal world was also slowly transforming. When he reached the 11th order, the massive chaos void origin he swallowed mostly settled in the depths of his internal world. With Lin Yuan's current life level, he couldn't quickly convert all these chaos void origins into foundation, but he could slowly absorb and transform. When Lin Yuan aimed for the ultimate, all this transformation and accumulation would erupt, propelling him to an unprecedented peak. Just as Lin Yuan was getting accustomed to the immense benefits of the 11th order life level, an official announcement was made by human civilization. It stated that human civilization had given birth to another 11th order evolver. An 11th order evolver, ranked just below the strongest beings, was celebrated by this pinnacle race each time one emerged. Previously, when Nayland broke through to the 11th order, an 11th order gala was held, attracting many forces within human civilization to congratulate. Now, human civilization witnessed the birth of another new 11th order evolver. Initially, many forces within human civilization were curious about which ancient 10th order evolver ascended to this new 11th order. Only to discover that this new 11th order was actually the Galaxy Master. From reaching the 6th rank and becoming the peak master of the Red Kun lineage, to now stepping into the 11th rank. The Galaxy Master had taken merely a few hundred years, less than a millennium. Such astonishing speed of advancement left numerous citizens within human civilization bewildered. The Galaxy Master. He reached the 11th rank. The Black Star Lord was chatting idly with the lustrous Star Master and other 10th grade beings. Ever since comprehending the pillar-level fusion rule 2nd realm, the Black Star Lord had relaxed, as stepping into the 11th order was just a matter of time. He even often took the stance of a forerunner, encouraging his fellow evolvers of the same layer from before. Chapter 852, To the Tremor of Human Civilization. This includes both the good intentions of the Black Star Lord and reveals a certain self-satisfaction. But what the Black Star Lord never expected was that the Galaxy Master had actually stepped into level 11 before him. Galaxy Master. Level 11. So fast. Surely, he is the strongest genius in the history of human civilization. It's been only about 300 years since the Galaxy Master stepped into 10th rank. How did he cultivate? Many 10th rank evolvers of Class A immediately began to discuss animatedly. With the talent and aptitude that the Galaxy Master had shown, these many Class A 10th rankers had no doubt about his advancing into level 11. If the strongest genius in the history of human civilization couldn't step into level 11, then other evolvers might as well not bother. But wasn't this speed too fast? In less than 300 years, not only did he deduce a pillar-level fusion rule, but he also elevated it to the 2nd realm. All Class A 10th rankers were immensely shocked. What they didn't know was that the Galaxy Master didn't step into level 11 by deducing some pillar-level fusion rule to 2nd realm. Instead, it was through the unprecedented accumulation of the 6th realm of spacetime, as well as the many peak 6th realm pillar-level fusion rules, that he forcefully ascended to level 11. Just by initially stepping into level 11, Lin Yuan was above all others at level 11, even those at the perfect level 11 with the most powerful weapons could only hope to save their own lives in front of him. I even told the Galaxy Master to wait for me at level 11. The Black Star Lord, seeing the discussion among the many Class A 10th rankers, recalled what he once said to the Galaxy Master, and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. The Black Star Lord could assure himself that he had said so from the bottom of his heart, without any intention to show off. Who could have anticipated the Galaxy Master would cultivate so quickly? The Black Star Lord's original intention was to wait for the Galaxy Master at level 11. But now, it had turned into the Galaxy Master waiting for him at level 11. Central Star Field of Human Civilization. A gigantic planet. This planet belonged to the Xia family, a vital stronghold of humanity's Xia family, where many important members of the Xia family, as well as that level 11 elder of the Xia family, resided. Inside a certain manor. Xia Karen was spending time with Lin Yi. After their marriage, they had moved to live on this planet, which was also a symbol of core clan member status within the Xia family. The elder wants to see me. Xia Karen suddenly received the message and his heart tightened instantly. The level 11 elder of the human Xia family held a revered position, and direct descendants like Xia Karen, theoretically speaking, wouldn't have the chance to see the elder from birth until death. But because of his association with Lin Yi, Xia Karen had the fortune to be summoned by the elder twice on his own. Once, when it was known that he was involved with the sister of the Galaxy Master, and a second time, on the eve of his marriage to Lin Yi. These were the only 2 times Xia Karen had been summoned by the elder. And now, this was the 3rd time. What could the elder want to see me for? Xia Karen was quite nervous in his heart. Being summoned by the elder did not necessarily mean good news. It could be said that most of the Xia family members summoned by the elder were for bad reasons, having to face the elder's wrath and punishment. Don't worry. It shouldn't be anything major. Lin Yi reassured from beside him. Let's hope. Xia Karen's expression was somber as he stood up and headed toward the palace where the elder was in seclusion. Before long, Xia Karen walked out from the palace, his face full of bewilderment. This time the elder of the Xia family had summoned him. It wasn't for something bad. Rather, it was a good thing, a great good thing. Xia Karen had never seen the lofty elder of the Xia family show such a cordial side to himself. Before today, the elder's 2 summonses to him had only slightly expressed his concern, as well as the importance placed on that Galaxy Master. But just now, Xia Karen faintly sensed that the elder of the Xia family was relieved. And all of this was because the Galaxy Master has stepped into level 11. Xia Karen recalled the news he had received from the elder. Although it was almost inevitable for the Galaxy Master to step into level 11, the fact that he did so in less than 300 years meant that the potential capability and talent of the Galaxy Master were even above everyone's estimations. And the Galaxy Master, having stepped into level 11, has officially become part of the decision-making echelon just below the strongest of human civilization. In terms of status, not in the least bit inferior to the Xia family's old ancestor, and even the future of the Galaxy Master is expected to be much more dazzling and bright than that of the Xia family. My brother, he has become a level 11. Lin Yi received this news from Xia Karen's mouth and was somewhat stunned. For Lin Yi now, Lin Yuan has become a spiritual pillar, but stepping into level 11? Wasn't that too fast? Before she was engaged to marry Xia Karen, Lin Yi might not have been so shocked. But the more she interacted with him, the more she realized what this meant. The old ancestor personally told me, it can't be false. Xia Karen swallowed hard, and even at this moment, the shock in his heart had not yet subsided. My disciple has stepped into level 11. The Qikuan Star Lord was at the Qikuan main star, casually guiding the various peak masters. After stepping into the 9th realm, the Qikuan Star Lord's ability to teach disciples had improved a lot, and consequently, 2 peak masters stepped into the 7th realm. But now, having received news of Lin Yuan stepping into level 11, a look of emotion immediately surfaced on the Qikuan Star Lord's face. All of them were his disciples, yet these peak masters were still racking their brains on how to break through to the 7th realm, and Lin Yuan, the youngest 13th peak master, has already stepped into level 11. What? Little junior brother has stepped into level 11. Teacher, this is great news. Level 11. How long has it been? Our little junior brother's talent is too freakish. One after another, the peak masters couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. A 10th rank evolver. That was an existence so powerful they couldn't even look up to. A happy event. Indeed, a joyous occasion. The Qikuan Star Lord's face revealed a smile, while his heart was delighted. Thanks to the Galaxy Master, who was his disciple, the Qikuan Star Lord had no idea how much face he had gained in front of his friends. The 9th and 10th rank evolvers from every major star domain of human civilization were extremely envious and jealous of the Qikuan Star Lord. To this, the Qikuan Star Lord's explanation was, I couldn't help it, I just accepted the Galaxy Master, and when luck comes, you can't even block it. When the Galaxy Master was at the 10th rank, he had already made many 9th and 10th rank evolvers go green with envy, and now that the Galaxy Master had stepped into level 11, the Qikuan Star Lord could already predict that he would be subjected to his good friend's rebukes. Lin Yuan stepping into level 11 not only influenced the scope of human civilization. The peak powers of each major peak group in the cosmic starry skies also received the news at the first moment. In a desolate starry sky, several towering figures converged. The human civilization's galaxy master has stepped into level 11. How could this be such a coincidence? Just after that human evolver who failed in the ultimate challenge. All of these towering figures were from the insect race and the Jianyu clan's strongest members, who have gathered together at this moment, discussing this matter. Too coincidental. The timing of the Galaxy Master stepping into level 11 was too coincidental. So coincidental that these strongest beings couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the Galaxy Master is that evolver who failed in the ultimate challenge? A few of the strongest exchanged glances, the unthinkable idea crossing their minds. Impossible. The Galaxy Master has only just stepped into level 11. How could that cause the level of Chaos Void Origin infusion? Immediately, some of the strongest objected. Although the timing was close, it was just that, close, and upon closer thought, they realized how outrageous it actually was. The attempt to break into level 11 and the ultimate challenge were not the same thing. It's true. Maybe we are overthinking it. The rest of the strongest nodded slightly. Their speculation had no concrete evidence and was only based on conjecture. However, even if the Galaxy Master is not related to that evolver who failed in the ultimate challenge, the Galaxy Master who has stepped into level 11 will probably become quite a problem. The opening of an ultra-large-scale battlefield is imminent, and we must think of a way to deal with the Galaxy Master. These towering figures communicated with one another. The starry sky races, upon hearing the Galaxy Master's advancement to level 11, were all in shock and emotion. The level 11 rank already stands at the pinnacle of the universe, just below the strongest beings. The name of Lin Yuan also shook the starry heavens for the first time. Chapter 853, 3, Opening the Path, Dominating, Chaos. With my current physical body, soul, and the world within me, it is conceivable to barely bear the will of the mind. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, thinking to himself. At level 10, the will index of the mind reached more than 33.3 million points. Such a terrifying will of the mind, measured on a level 10 life, it's like pouring 100 or 1,000 cups of water into a single cup. The cup cannot bear so much water and will naturally overflow. This was also the reason why Xia Qin, a supreme fighter, recognized at first glance that Lin Yuan's mental will was excessive. Logically, the higher the mental will, the harder it should be for others to detect. After all, the power of such mental layers is best at concealing itself. But now, after stepping into level 11, Lin Yuan had undergone a transformation, significantly enhancing his physical body, soul, and inner world. Although still unable to match the mental will index of over 33 million points. It is much better than during level 10, at least under concealment, it can deceive the perception of level 12 supreme fighters. Between level 12 supreme fighters, they understand each other and disdain to conceal their mental will, but Lin Yuan is not level 12. It doesn't matter if his own human civilization supreme fighters see through him, but it is not good if those supreme fighters from other races notice Lin Yuan's strong mental will. After all, it's best to keep one's trump cards hidden. Lin Yuan's announcement of stepping into level 11 was also in preparation for entering the supersized battlefield. And merely announcing the entrance to level 11? That hardly counts as revealing his trump cards, for Lin Yuan's real strength is far beyond the perfect level 11. The supersized battlefield will be established within half a year. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the timing of the supersized battlefield's creation is scarcely known among human civilization's evolvers, but Lin Yuan got explicit information from the supreme fighters. 2 primordial spirits. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, his powerful mental will allowed one of his incarnations to defend itself on the large battlefields. Currently on the large battlefield to expedite the accumulation of world-breaking origin force is just one of Lin Yuan's incarnations, which frees up a primordial spirit indeed. It's a pity that the primordial spirit is ultimately a primordial spirit, the chaos void origin, all immersed in the depths of my true body's inner world. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Although the will of the true body's primordial spirit is shared, in the case of the Chaos Void Origin's arrival, there are some differences. At least the origin infusion onto the two primordial spirits isn't on the same level as the true body. Simply put, the Chaos Void Origin infused in the two primordial spirits is far less than that in the true self. But this is also good. Lin Yuan changed his thoughts, his eyes relaxed. If the two primordial spirits were like the true self, immersed with a large amount of Chaos Void Origin in their inner worlds, then Lin Yuan would really be reluctant to deploy the primordial spirits. Once a primordial spirit perishes, the immersed massive Chaos Void Origin would also dissipate. Now for Lin Yuan, to recondense two primordial spirits indeed requires some cost, but just a little, completely bearable. With my current level and realm, I can start cultivating the Martial Tao Level 11 chapter. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. Compared to Lin Yuan's own cultivation path, the Martial Tao Level 11 chapter is as smooth as can be. After all, many of Lin Yuan's conditions cannot be replicated, understanding rules in various other dimensional spaces. The against heavens understanding that leaps to conclusions. Nalan is looking for me. Lin Yuan's mind moved, his consciousness entered the virtual world. Congratulations Galaxy Master, Nalan appeared, his gaze towards Lin Yuan mixed with complex emotions. Compared to other evolvers who only heard about the feats of the Galaxy Master, over many years of breakthrough, Nalan witnessed the growth of Lin Yuan firsthand. Nalan remembered the first time he met the Galaxy Master was on the Chikuan main star, tasked by the Supreme Fighter Xia Qin to deliver the soul-settling pearl. Back then, how naive was Lin Yuan? Although showing remarkable talent and aptitude in the Chikuan star domain, viewed across the entire human civilization, still quite inconspicuous. Yet, when Nalan later paid attention to Lin Yuan, the latter was already level 9, and under the request of a supreme fighter, the two engaged in a sparring over the rule of time. Nalan lost miserably in that spar. There was absolutely no suspense in his defeat. Because of this crushing defeat, Nalan broke through his shackles and stepped into level 11. But now? How long has it passed? Lin Yuan had also stepped into level 11. Nalan's thoughts were myriad, not feeling any envy whatsoever, because he simply couldn't afford to feel envious. Other evolvers only learned from various reports about the growth rate of the Galaxy Master, while Nalan watched Lin Yuan grow with his own eyes. The shock brought to oneself by the two is entirely different. It's just luck, Lin Yuan waved his hand. You are being humble, Galaxy Master, Nalan sighed. This time, I came to invite the Galaxy Master to participate in a gathering, Nalan got to the point. This gathering, formed by many level 11 evolvers from human civilization, is specifically to celebrate Lin Yuan stepping into level 11. Even in a peak group like human civilization, level 11 evolvers are extremely rare, visibly totaling less than 1,000. Any time a level 11 evolver is born, there will be a meeting among other level 11 evolvers, especially for someone like Lin Yuan who ascended from the strongest level 10, the historically most genius evolver of human civilization. Chapter 854, 3, Opening the Path, Dominating, Chaos. No problem, Lin Yuan nodded. The gathering would surely be held in the virtual world, which wouldn't take much time. He could simply send a fragment of his spiritual will to participate. Good, then I invite you. Nalan, the Vice Tower Master, disappeared. At the same time, an invitation appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chose to accept. Immediately, he entered a manor. All around him, level 11 evolvers smiled at Lin Yuan. Among these level 11 evolvers, many were familiar faces to Lin Yuan. For instance, the president of the Biluo Association, patriarch of the Shenyuan family, and the patriarch of the human Xia family, and so on. Most of them he had seen at the level 11 celebration parties hosted by Nalan, the Vice Tower Master. However, Lin Yuan had only heard of most of the level 11 evolvers by name without having personally interacted with them. The Galaxy Master has arrived. The patriarch of the Shenyuan family stood up, smiling as he spoke. Following him, the other numerous level 11 evolvers also stood up and greeted Lin Yuan. Soon after, everyone casually sat back down in groups. Those evolvers who were capable of cultivating to the 11th tier were mostly from different eras, and a large part of them originated from the early years of the Starry Sea era, from the long slumber of human civilization. While these evolvers valued the Galaxy Master, they would not make a point of going up to flatter him. Lin Yuan also quietly sat down and started chatting casually with Lin, the Vice Tower Master. Everyone is discussing the super large-scale battlefields of different races. Lin Yuan observed the conversations of many level 11 evolvers around him, which were all related to the super large-scale battlefields. Such super large-scale wars can only be entered by level 11 evolvers. The battlefields are vast and far exceed any large battlefields opened in the past. Therefore, many level 11 evolvers are discussing how to cooperate with each other on the super large-scale battlefields of different races. Lin, the Vice Tower Master, said quietly. Although he was a newly promoted level 11 evolver, he had already integrated into the level 11 community and was quite clear about the issues they were concerned with. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. He had already learned about the significance of the super large-scale battlefields of different races from the strongest beings of human civilization. Galaxy Master. At this moment, a tall woman approached, looking at Lin Yuan with curiosity. Pavilion Master Shenyuan Duo, said Lin, the Vice Tower Master, immediately. Shenyuan Duo. Lin Yuan looked at the tall woman standing before him. He remembered Shenyuan Duo. When he had fallen into the two-dimensional world inside the white paper, Shenyuan Duo was the leader of the level 11 powerhouses of human civilization. At that time, as Shueyu, Lin Yuan had some contact with her. Shenyuan Duo came from the Shenyuan family, and as the strongest family in human civilization, naturally, the Shenyuan family had more than one level 11 evolver. The ancestor often mentions you in our presence, Shenyuan Duo said. The ancestor mentioned by Shenyuan Duo refers to the source of the Shenyuan family's bloodline, the first supreme being at the birth of human civilization. Even a supreme being, who usually wouldn't interfere after establishing a family, would definitely pay great attention to the level 11 descendants within the family. From time to time, a sliver of their spiritual will would descend to give guidance. With the talents and aptitude shown by Lin Yuan, it was no surprise for a supreme being to mention him while instructing descendants. Honored by the supreme being's regard, Lin Yuan said. The ancestor is the strongest among the 9 supreme beings of our human civilization. If he values you, there must be good reason for it, Shenyuan Duo continued to size up Lin Yuan. Shenyuan Supreme, an imposing, albeit hazy figure surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization that he had seen a few times, the Shenyuan Supreme was definitely the quietest and least talkative. He hardly ever spoke. But in terms of strength, there was no doubt about the Shenyuan Supreme's capabilities. If we're talking about the supreme being Xia Qin and the ancient power supreme being on the aggressive end among the 9 human civilization supreme beings. The void god ultimate being is known as the strongest in terms of spatial control. The feather butterfly supreme being has no match in the realm of illusions. Then, the Shenyuan Supreme, is the strongest in all areas, without any weaknesses. It was precisely the Shenyuan Supreme who supported human civilization during its most difficult times. It is said that the Shenyuan Supreme has nearly reached the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. Lin, the Vice Tower Master, couldn't help but say. The pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. The 9th order is divided into the 10 heavy realm, myriad heavy realm, 100,000 heavy realm, million heavy realm, and the 10 million heavy realm, making up 5 levels. The 10th order also has many levels of division, with the highest being the grade 8 10th order. Similarly, the 11th order is divided into 6 tiers, and those at the 6th tier of level 11 perfect can attack the ultimate level at any moment. The 12th order, the ultimate level and domain of the ultimate beings, can also be divided into 3 levels. These are Path-Splitting Realm, Tao Realm, Chaos Realm. Actually, before the Path-Splitting Realm, there is a transitional stage, where newly advanced 12-order beings will be. However, this stage is quickly passed. Soon after reaching the 12th order, a being will open up their own Tao. This is the origin of the Path-Splitting Realm. Opening up one's own Tao is what constitutes the path-splitting realm. After the path-splitting realm comes the Tao realm and Chaos realm. The Moyu Tower Master, His Majesty Xianhuang, and other such mighty beings belong to the peak of the Chaos realm, traversing the Chaos void and establishing a transcendent power. Reaching the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm is not that easy. Xianyuan Duo slightly shook his head. At the 11th order level, one can access a lot of information about the 12th order domain, including the end of the cosmic era and the calamity of everything collapsing. To survive the end of the universe's destruction, even ultimate beings of the 12th order would have to die in large numbers. To safely make it through, one would at least need the strength of the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. Below the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, it's all about luck. During the universe's destruction, each ultimate being faces different pressures, and with good luck, one might survive. As for after the path-splitting realm, in the Tao realm of the 12th order, even in the Chaos void, such beings are considered mighty, overlooking the void and dominating everything. It's very rare to see the birth of a 12th order being at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm in a complete cosmic era, added Pavilion Master Xianyuan Duo. If the Xianyuan clan leader could cultivate to the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, it would have an unprecedented impact on human civilization. The explosive increase in combat power goes without saying, and at least during the calamity at the end of the universe, this would preserve a large portion of human civilization's elite, smoothly entering the chaos void. Lin Yuan already knew much about the precise division of the 12th order levels, both from the Demon Jade Space and Xianhuang's secret realm have records of this aspect. So far, the universe I'm in is still extremely young, having only gone through 1/10 of a cosmic era. As long as nothing unexpected happens, there's still a long time before the end of destruction, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A complete cosmic era, if measured in years, would amount to an unknowable number of billions of years. For beings like the Moyu Tower Master and His Majesty Xianhuang at the peak of the Chaos realm, they had long abandoned measuring time in units within the universe but instead preferred to measure by cosmic eras. The scale of time is different in the eyes of life at different levels. Lin Yuan, along with Pavilion Master Xianyuan Duo and Vice Tower Master Nalin, discussed the intelligence concerning the 12th order levels for a while. They soon shifted the topic to the super-large-scale battlefields of different races. Galaxy Master, for this opening of the super-large-scale battlefield, will you be entering? Casually asked Xianyuan Duo. I should be going over, Lin Yuan nodded, as this was already discussed and agreed upon with the ultimate beings. Lin Yuan intended to assist human civilization in seizing the initial leadership of the super-large-scale battlefields of different races, in the guise of the sea-calming divine needle. Of course, this matter is top secret. Should different races become aware, they might develop some targeted measures. That's also true. Xianyuan Duo nodded and then seemed to think of something. Glancing around at other level 11 evolvers, he isolated their surroundings and whispered. Nevertheless, be at ease, for this opening of the super-large-scale battlefields of different races, our human civilization is not unprepared but has a key trump card. Chapter 855, 4, Lin Yuan in the River of Time. The key trump card. Nalin, the Vice Tower Master's eyes shone with excitement, immediately piqued with interest. He too would enter the super-large battlefield, and naturally, he was very curious about the methods on the side of human civilization. Xianyuan Duo, backed by a Xianyuan Supreme, might just be privy to many top-secret pieces of information. Key trump card. Lin Yuan's heart stirred as well. He had discussed many matters concerning the super-large battlefield with Xia Qin, a powerhouse of human civilization. Indeed, some trump cards were prepared, but something that could be called key. There wasn't any, right? Was it told to you by a Xianyuan Supreme? Nalin, the Vice Tower Master, looked at Xianyuan Duo with anticipation. No. Xianyuan Duo shook her head, it's my own guess. Nalin, the Vice Tower Master, was momentarily stunned and took a while to respond. Her own guess. Nalin, you've also experienced the two-dimensional world, you must remember that, Lord. Xianyuan Duo turned to look at Nalin, the Vice Tower Master. That Lord. That Lord, Nalin, the Vice Tower Master's face slightly changed, are you referring to Lord Xueyu? Any human evolutionary who fell into the two-dimensional world would not easily forget the emergence of Lord Shuyu. In fact, not only human evolutionaries, but many powerhouses from the starry sky races are deeply imprinted with the human Shuyu. Since the first opening of the celestial gate in the two-dimensional world, it marked the era of the human Shuyu. Even the most legendary lives at level 11 perfect, including the 4 divine kings who wielded their own ultimate weapons, were oppressed and crushed by Shuyu. After the end of the two-dimensional world, the white paper escaped into the universe, and not just the human civilization, but also races across the starry sky, were all inquiring about Lord Shuyu's whereabouts and information. Unfortunately, there were no clues. But undoubtedly, Shuyu certainly exists, and is suspected to have exited the two-dimensional world, becoming the only survivor among the myriad tribes' powerhouses. The powerhouses of the starry sky races speculated that Shuyu must belong to the group of hidden evolutionaries within human civilization, otherwise, there would not be a total lack of information. The number of level 11 evolutionaries openly known in human civilization does not exceed 1,000. The 1,000 level 11 evolutionaries mentioned here refers to those known publicly. In truth, human civilization is also cultivating a batch of evolutionaries in the shadows. This is the hidden strength of human civilization. This kind of preparation is not just present in human civilization, but other cosmic race powers also have the same preparations. Are you saying that Lord Shuyu will also enter the super-large battlefield? Naylan, the Vice Tower Master, immediately grasped this, looking at Xianyuan Dua with enthused eyes. Likely. Such an event that affects the entire universe, Lord Shuyu will surely participate. Xianyuan Dua said, which was also her conjecture. In fact, Xianyuan Dua had also asked the Xianyuan Supreme, but she got no responses. However, she firmly believed that Lord Shuyu was definitely going to take action in the upcoming super-large battlefield. If Lord Shuyu takes action, then there's nothing to worry about. Naylan, the Vice Tower Master, stated. Although the super-large battlefield of different races is not the same as the two-dimensional world, where the former allows the unrestrained use of ultimate weapons, even inviting the attention and possible interference of level 12. But given the dominance shown by Lord Shuyu in the two-dimensional world, even placed into the super-large battlefield of different races, he would undoubtedly belong to the strongest group. At least with Lord Shuyu present, the odds of human civilization gaining the upper hand would increase. Lin Yuan quietly listened to the exchange between Xianyuan Dua and Naylan, the Vice Tower Master. To a certain degree, Xianyuan Dua wasn't wrong, that a Shuyu from the two-dimensional world was indeed Lin Yuan himself, and he would also participate in the imminent opening of the super-large battlefield. Galaxy Master, in the two-dimensional world, you missed the opportunity to meet with Lord Shuyu, but during this super-large battlefield, there should still be a chance. Naylan, the Vice Tower Master, looked at Lin Yuan with a smile on his face. Having the chance to meet Lord Shuyu is not an opportunity every level 11 can have. Xianyuan Dua also chimed in from the side. Neither Xianyuan Dua nor Naylan, the Vice Tower Master, had any idea that the Lord Shuyu they were talking about was right in front of them. The gathering was only held for half a day. The level 11 evolutionaries briefly interacted and then dispersed one after another. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The path-splitting realm, thoughts about the level 12 path-splitting realm surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. The essence of the path-splitting realm is the need to pioneer one's own unique Tao. This is the only way to completely stabilize one's level 12 realm. I wonder, what kind of Tao will I pioneer? Lin Yuan was quite curious. Normally, the Tao established by level 12 would have been set during the successful push to the ultimate stage. And the rest would be a matter of progressing step by step. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan was about to commence his cultivation and Tao enlightenment. Suddenly. Just then. A profound and far-reaching fluctuation of space-time arrived from the depths of distant space. That place is. Lin Yuan looked up, the location where the super-large battlefield is being established. Lin Yuan quickly thought to himself. To ensure the just-opened super-large battlefield is sturdy enough to withstand unrestrained fighting from level 11 perfects wielding ultimate weapons. Several Supremes joined forces to drag out dozens of large cosmic secret realms from deeper layers of the void, merging them to make the foundation for the super-large battlefield. According to Xia Qin, the Supreme speculation, the final super-large battlefield established would be highly resilient to battle power, and could even accommodate brief exchanges of level 12 forces. Is this the work of level 12? Lin Yuan keenly felt that this space-time fluctuation, even for those at level 11 perfect of the fifth realm, could only grasp a vague sense. Chapter 856, 4, Lin Yuan in the River of Time. However, Lin Yuan possessed the comprehension of the sixth realm in time-space. Through the transferred time-space fluctuations, he could faintly reproduce the deep time-space of the distant past where several mighty beings controlled time-space to integrate and refine a vast secret realm. I also possess the comprehension of the sixth realm in time-space, but compared to the true level 12 ultimate, I still lack a lot. At this moment, Lin Yuan also realized this. Although his comprehension of time-space was the same as that of level 12 mighty beings, the foundation of his power was far too different. For blades of the same quality and standard, one wielded by 100 pounds of force and the other by 100 tons of force. The destructive power and potency caused, naturally, aren't of the same level. Take it slowly. How long have I been cultivating? Although Lin Yuan craved the path-splitting realm and level 12, he also knew that accumulation was the key for his current self. Even though Lin Yuan could already try to break through to ultimate anytime, and his hope of stepping into level 12 was much greater than any level 11 perfected evolver, and by a considerable margin at that. But Lin Yuan would still not rush into it recklessly. Once he began to break through to the ultimate, there would be absolutely no way back. He would either succeed in stepping into level 12 or be erased by the backlash in the River of Time. Lin Yuan didn't know if the Myriad Realms Gate could save his life, but he naturally had to prepare for the worst. The time for the level 11 celebration will be set in a month. Apart from cultivating and comprehending Tao, Lin Yuan also received numerous congratulatory messages, all celebrating his advancement to level 11. Every newly promoted level 11 has to hold a celebration to awe the foreign races. Nalen, when he stepped into level 11, did the same. As a member of human civilization, Lin Yuan naturally could not break this convention. After all, holding a celebration had substantial benefits for Lin Yuan, which were the numerous congratulatory gifts. Hundreds of years ago, when Lin Yuan held his level 10 celebration, he received several millions worth of cubic universe crystals from various forces. Millions of cubic universe crystals, for Lin Yuan now, naturally weren't significant, but keep in mind, this was only the gift money from the level 10 celebration. Compared to Lin Yuan who had just stepped into level 10, millions of cubic universe crystals were already a substantial amount. And now, Lin Yuan stepping into level 11, the celebration he would hold for level 11 would definitely surpass the scale, prestige, and number of congratulating forces and gift money of the level 10 celebration. These ceremonial gift monies, for Lin Yuan who was worried about the vast resources needed to cultivate the Xianhuang physique, were like timely help in the snow. Even if these still couldn't fill all the resources needed to cultivate the Xianhuang physique to level 11 perfect, they at least eased some of Lin Yuan's pressure. The level 11 celebration held by Lin Yuan, no matter from which aspect, far surpassed the one held by Nalan's deputy tower master. There was no alternative. Although both Lin Yuan and Nalan's deputy tower master held level 11 celebrations, the significance the two represented was completely different. The many forces of human civilization might be able to ignore Nalan's deputy tower master, but they dare not offend the galaxy master in the slightest. Nalan, stepping into level 11, his ultimate upper limit is merely level 11 perfect, with a very slight chance of stepping into level 12. But for the galaxy master, there is hope of stepping into level 12. Once the Galaxy Master becomes one of the 12 mighty beings of human civilization in the future, then those forces that didn't come to congratulate today, or say, those families who didn't send enough gift money, would probably regret it immensely. Instead of regretting it later, better to make things satisfactory now. This was the thought process of all the major forces of human civilization. Therefore leading to the total amount of gift money received by Lin Yuan for this level 11 celebration reached 3.2 billion cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan counted the total amount of gift money received, a smile appearing on his face. 3.2 billion cubic universe crystals, probably comparable to the entire net worth of many ordinary level 11 evolvers. Such a huge amount of universe crystals, exchanged for various resources, with the discounts enjoyed by Lin Yuan as a high-level citizen, could probably push the cultivation progress of the Xianhuang physique significantly forward. 3.2 billion universe crystals, plus the universe crystals I've saved up over the years, perhaps I can cultivate the Xianhuang physique to a significant completion at level 11. Lin Yuan estimated in his heart. The cultivation of the Xianhuang physique is mainly limited by two aspects. One is the availability of Xianhuang crystals, which Lin Yuan did not lack. The Xianhuang crystal accumulated over the years in the Xianhuang secret realm is completely sufficient, and there are so many Xianhuang beasts, continuously giving birth to new Xianhuang crystals. Thus, the main shackles restricting Lin Yuan's cultivation of the Xianhuang physique are resources. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the flashes of insight continuously emerging in his mind pushing the advancement of his rule realms. Great Destruction Rule, finally reached the 7th realm. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. The Great Destruction Rule, being a pillar-level fusion rule, the 7th realm is already at the 12th sphere. However, Lin Yuan had already comprehended this pillar-level fusion rule to the peak of the 6th realm at the 10th level. Now stepping into the 11th level, the rate of comprehension skyrocketed, reaching the 7th realm was to be expected. In fact, over the past 3 months, reaching the 7th realm in pillar-level fusion rules, the Great Destruction Rule was not the first. The first pillar-level fusion rule that Lin Yuan reached the 7th realm was the Life and Death Samsara rule. My internal world has expanded again. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, his consciousness descended into his internal world. Stepping into the 11th level caused the chaos void origin infusion, breaking the shackles limiting Lin Yuan's internal world. Although without the boost from the essence of a 12th level life, Lin Yuan's internal world cannot reach tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of light years. But with no more shackles, every time Lin Yuan improved a step in the rule realm, his internal world noticeably expanded. Furthermore, as time passed, the internal world continuously absorbed the immersed chaos void origin, also slowly expanding. However, the speed was too slow, far slower than the fierce expansion caused by the advancement of rule realms. When he first stepped into the 11th level, Lin Yuan's internal world reached 600 billion square miles. Now, with the comprehension of 2 7th realm pillar-level fusion rules, Lin Yuan's internal world has explosively grown to 650 billion square miles. An increase of a full 500 billion square miles in his internal world. With my current level of life essence, I wonder what it would appear like reflected in the river of time. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. A cosmic creature, located within the river of time. But one can only descend their consciousness into the river of time after fully comprehending the rule of time, briefly observing the surroundings. Any creature has a corresponding form reflected in the river of time. Normally, the stronger the essence of life, the more enormous the form reflected in the river of time. 10th level life forms in the river of time are already considered small fish. And 11th level life forms are regarded as big fish in the river of time. The stronger the life essence, the larger the body presented in the river of time, capable of venturing deeper into the river of time. With these thoughts, Lin Yuan's consciousness swiftly merged into the river of time. A suppressing, narrow breath rushed towards him. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking around. This is an unimaginable river, vast and boundless, with no end in sight. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan's enormous body filled the entire riverbed. Enormous amounts of river water surged forth, unable to shake Lin Yuan's body in the slightest. Too cramped. This thought emerged in Lin Yuan's mind, the previously vast and expansive river of time now seemed barely able to contain him. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's casually twisting body caused the river water to surge, sweeping towards the shore, causing many big fish to retreat in shock, frantically fleeing in other directions. Chapter 857, 5, Tuoba Ancient God's Confidence. This place should be considered the riverbed, right? Lin Yuan observed his surroundings. The more powerful the life essence of a being, the heavier its weight in the river of time. It would sink to the deep parts of the river of time. And now Lin Yuan was at the bottom of the river of time, that is, the riverbed position. This was already the deepest part of the river of time, where one could sink no further. Many lives. Lin Yuan looked around. Countless specks of light floated in the river of time, each representing a life. The vast expanse of life lights ebbed and flowed with the currents of the river of time. Almost all the life lights could not revive consciousness. To awaken in the river of time, becoming aware of one's presence within it, one must comprehend the rule of time. And comprehending the rule of time, essentially required reaching the 11th layer. Some small fish, and a few big fish, Lin Yuan continued to observe while flexing his muscles in the river. The larger the form, the clearer the sight in the river of time, seeing further. Those who had just comprehended the rule of time could only see a few tens of meters around them in the river of time, anything beyond that was a blur. I'll try going against the current. Lin Yuan thought to himself and began walking against the river of time, heading towards the past. After comprehending the rule of time, one gains the ability to travel against the current. But generally, no 11th layer being would do this, as there is no meaning to it. Indeed, comprehending the rule of time allows one to move against the current, but for an 11th layer being, such action is extremely strenuous. After all, it's going against the flow of the river of time. The supreme beings travel against the current specifically to revive past deceased beings. An 11th layer being going against the current. With the life essence of an 11th layer, they can't withstand the backlash of reviving deceased beings, even reviving a mere 6th layer being would instantly be crushed into nothingness by the mighty river of time. Lin Yuan, following the source of the river of time, gradually stopped. This life light, it's gray. Lin Yuan looked at a light in front of him. A gray light that no longer flows with the river of time indicates a life that has passed away. With my current life essence, I should be able to withstand fishing out this life light and placing it at the newest time node, enduring the backlash. Lin Yuan thought to himself. This is the method for revival. Lin Yuan's life essence is so strong that he has already been able to revive deceased 6th layer beings, which is considered utterly fantastical among the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky. Since ancient times, revival has been an exclusive method of the 12th layer ultimate. Besides, even the most monstrous 11th layer beings cannot withstand the backlash of revival. Reviving a 7th layer being, Lin Yuan looked towards a slightly larger gray light in the distance. Reviving this gray light, Lin Yuan felt some pressure. He could revive it but would be heavily injured under the backlash of the river of time. Continue going against the current. Lin Yuan interestingly attempted it. An 11th layer being going against the river of time in the river is extremely strenuous, but for Lin Yuan, it was relatively easy. The surging waters of the river of time were merely some resistance. Is this the river of time? A newly enlightened 11th layer being, full of excitement, surveyed his surroundings. To comprehend the rule of time, among the 11th layer, is to belong to the second rank, no longer a newly promoted 11th layer. It's so vast. How to break free from such a vast river of time? This 11th layer being felt both excitement and despair. To reach the 11th layer, one essentially harbors the extravagant hope of breaking into the ultimate 12th layer. But the vast river of time in sight made all 11th layer beings realize how slim their chances of eventually entering the 12th layer were. In the river of time, life essence is reflected, allowing one to clearly perceive the gap between oneself and the entire river of time. This 11th layer being, even slightly going against the river of time, found it very difficult, let alone breaking free from the river of time. Suddenly. At that moment. This newly promoted second-rank 11th layer being suddenly felt a terrifying undercurrent surging from the depths of the river of time. The 11th layer being was severely shaken by this undercurrent, taking a long time to recover. What exactly happened, that undercurrent? The 11th layer being, full of doubts, tried hard to look toward the riverbed. With his life essence, he could clearly see around him for a few tens of meters, but beyond that, it became incredibly blurry. What is that? The 11th layer being tried his best to look toward the depths of the riverbed, and vaguely saw a massive entity occupying the entire riverbed, going against the river of time towards the source. Compared to that vague massive entity, the 11th layer being seemed like an ant. Such a massive form, also going against the current, is it a supreme being? This 11th layer being felt a shock in his heart, sensing something was amiss. Wasn't it said that supreme beings have broken free from the binds of the river of time? Why are they still in the river of time? On the banks of the river of time. A towering figure faintly sensed something, looking down at the vast waters. This towering figure was naturally a 12th layer ultimate, slightly puzzled as he observed the river of time, feeling the surging waters were more tumultuous than usual. What could be the reason? The towering figure slightly furrowed his brow, but took no further action. Chapter 858, 5, The Confidence of Tuoba Ancient God. The 12th layer breaks free from the shackles of the time river, but that does not mean control over the time river. In fact, the 12th layer has a very low perception of the time river. Resurrecting past deceased beings requires using the imprint of life as a coordinate, which illustrates this point. The key here is that once the 12th layer escapes the time river, if they touch the river water again, it will bring a great hidden danger to their own foundational Tao, and there's even the possibility of becoming bound by the time river once more. Even the strongest beings are extremely cautious when resurrecting past lives, touching the water only to release it immediately. Is there a problem with the flow of time in a certain space? The towering figure speculated in his heart. A surplus of tumult in the time river is most likely due to a difference in the flow of time in a certain area of the main universe compared to the surrounding mainstream flow of time. Different time flows manifest in the time river like reefs. The larger the area affected by the different flow of time, and the greater its difference from the mainstream flow, the larger the reef will be, thereby affecting other areas of the time river and creating tumultuous undercurrents. Whose ultimate technique is this? The towering figure idly pondered. A deviation in time flow over such a wide area could only be the work of a peer at the 12th layer. In the time river. With my current essence of life, I can at most resurrect a life of the 7th layer. Resurrecting an 8th layer life, I wouldn't survive the time river's backlash. Lin Yuan concluded after many attempts. The backlash of the time river can only be countered by the essence of life itself. No external object would be useful. At least now, I also have certain traits of the strongest. Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face. Although he can't compare with those strong enough to easily resurrect level 11 lives, Lin Yuan has at least achieved what only the strongest can do. Let's go back. Lin Yuan began to follow the time river back to the current time node. Staying in the past time node for a long time means constant exposure to the time river's currents. Even though Lin Yuan could withstand this for a long time, being within his own time node is the most comfortable. At the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned. The numerous attempts within the time river gave Lin Yuan a more concrete grip on his own abilities. At the very least, up to this point, all lives within the time river are far inferior in essence to him. While moving against the current, Lin Yuan had also caught a distant glimpse of those legendary perfect level 11 beings, but compared to himself, they didn't even measure up to a toe. There is still a big gap with the strongest. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, ready to comprehend the rules. Lin Yuan's heart stirred, then a smile appeared. All three of the ultimate weapons have been successfully refined. In the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit sat cross-legged. In front of him, three weapons hovered slowly, a silver battle saber, a golden armor, and a deep aqua pearl. They are respectively the ultimate weapon for offense, the ultimate weapon for material defense, and the ultimate weapon for soul defense. In Lin Yuan's original plan, it would probably have taken years to successfully refine these three ultimate weapons. But stepping into the level 11 caused Lin Yuan's overall power to skyrocket, which resulted in the speed of refining the ultimate weapons soaring, and in the end, it took only a few months to refine these 3 ultimate weapons. With these 3 ultimate weapons, my strength will once again receive a substantial boost. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Reassessing him in terms of combat power. The combat power of a regular perfect level 11 is at 10. After Lin Yuan stepped into level 11, his combat power was 10,000. Now, with both pillar-level fusion rules reaching the 7th realm, plus the successful refinement of these 3 ultimate weapons, Lin Yuan's final combat power could potentially reach tens of thousands or even 100,000. It's worth noting that even the combat power threshold of the 12th layer strongest beings is only around 1 million. If I use the physical body divine ability world and directly explode my world, perhaps the short-term power could reach 200,000 to 300,000. Lin Yuan thought rapidly, the divine ability world being the 5th kind of his physical body divine abilities, a purely offensive skill. It is also one of Lin Yuan's most powerful trump cards. Not even the power of ultimate weapons can compare to the instant power unleashed by the divine ability world. It's not that the supreme weapon is ineffective, but that Lin Yuan cannot fully unleash the supreme weapon's upper limits. Normally, in the hands of a 12th layer wielder, a supreme weapon can burst forth with a might exceeding 1,000,000. Whoosh! Lin Yuan held the silver battle saber, gently slicing through space. A pitch-black rift appeared, faintly revealing layers upon layers of the outer void. Once the preliminary refinement of the supreme weapon was completed, Lin Yuan could, if he wished, easily tear open the Xianhuang's secret realm. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan had tested the might of the supreme weapon, especially the offensive weapon, the silver battle saber, and was quite satisfied in his heart. However, he immediately resumed his cultivation. Even though the supreme weapon greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's combat power, it was after all an external item. Lin Yuan wished to be strong in himself, to possess a might that rivaled the Supreme's with the help of the supreme weapon. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had gone by. The super-large battlefield has opened. Lin Yuan stopped his cultivation and looked at the source of the space-time fluctuations he had sensed. Ever since the super-large battlefield was established, Lin Yuan could constantly feel the space-time fluctuations emanating from there. And just now, these fluctuations suddenly stilled. This signified that the space-time of the super-large battlefield had become completely stable. Super-large battlefield. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered slightly, and his Taiyang divine spirit stepped forth, instantly heading towards the Xia Yu evolution tower. The super-large battlefield was the highest rule-based battlefield established so far by many pinnacle species. It could withstand the brief clashes of 12th layer beings, and it was more than capable of accommodating 11th layer powerhouses wielding supreme weapons to fight unrestrainedly. The super-large battlefield was complete. Human civilization began to signal 11th layer evolvers, gathering the vast majority of the evolutionists around the 9 major evolution towers as the core. Although the 9 supremes of human civilization were all aware of Lin Yuan's strength, that he could overwhelm a level 11 perfect, they had also made other preparations. On the face of it, the super-large battlefield appeared to be a slaughter among 11th layer powerhouses, but in the shadows, it was a collision between the ultimate existences of the 12th layer. Many supreme weapons, and even the ultimate existences, the contingencies left behind by the supremes. In theory, supremes were not allowed to enter the fray themselves. But in actuality, nobody knew for sure. The so-called rules of the super-large battlefield were all personally established by the Supremes. If things really escalated, the Supremes intervening was still a possibility. Of course, this possibility was slim, as most Supremes valued their reputation and would not break the rules they had set unless absolutely necessary. Within the insect race territory, Tuoba ancient god and a group of 11th layer ancients emerged from a space within the insect race. Tuoba, your avatar has yet to complete cultivation. Do you intend to enter the giant interracial battlefield with your true self? Another ancient god looked at Tuoba ancient god and couldn't help but speak. With the establishment of the super-large battlefield, the insect race alliance placed immense importance on it, not only commanding the Alliance's many 11th-layer powerhouses to participate but also paying a great price to invite solitary 11th-layer wanderers. Tuoba Ancient God was one of them. Tuoba Ancient God had no intention of dying for the insect race, but what the insect race offered was too much. So much so that Tuoba Ancient God couldn't resist using his true self. Ever since the two-dimensional world, where Tuoba Ancient God's avatar perished at Lin Yuan's hands. For hundreds of years, Tuoba Ancient God's avatar had not been fully cultivated. To be precise, although Tuoba Ancient God had already condensed an avatar, currently, there was a significant gap between the avatar's combat power and that of his true self. It is easy to condense an avatar, but to condense one that closely matches the strength of the true self requires a great deal of time, energy, and even resources. Moreover, because of the two-dimensional world, Tuoba Ancient God suffered permanent damage to his mental and spiritual will, and forcefully condensing an avatar further impacted his own strength. Don't worry, I have a clear plan. Tuoba Ancient God looked at the Ancient God who reminded him, responding with his reply. Since he dared to agree to the insect race, he certainly had full confidence in his heart. Chapter 859, 6 Domination. Tuoba Ancient God's confidence originated from a supreme weapon that the insect race had temporarily lent to him. Tuoba Ancient God was an 11th rank of the 5th tier, who had comprehended the 5th realm of space and time and possessed the initial ability to refine the supreme weapon. To strengthen the foundations in the Alliance's large-scale battlefields, the insect race started lending their treasure trove of supreme weapons as much as possible. But it was only a loan, they still needed to be returned afterward. And this supreme weapon was also Tuoba Ancient God's greatest source of confidence. Within the time chamber opened by the insect race, Tuoba Ancient God had spent thousands of years and successfully refined the supreme weapon initially. With the supreme weapon in hand, Tuoba Ancient God dared to send his true self, accepting the insect race's invitation. After all, armed with a supreme weapon, Tuoba Ancient God considered himself absolutely safe. Who could kill him, wielding such a weapon, if not a 12th rank? Even if faced with other 11th level perfect beings who also wielded supreme weapons, using the power of those weapons, they could at best suppress or expel him. As for utterly defeating him, ever since the birth of the universe countless eons ago, there had never been an instance of an 11th rank with a supreme weapon falling at the hands of another 11th rank. Do you understand the risks? The ancient god who reminded Tuoba fell silent for a while. Indeed, the supreme weapon is very strong, but your avatar in the two-dimensional world also wielded a supreme weapon, yet it still perished in the end. The two-dimensional world is not the same as the cosmic battlefields. Tuoba Ancient God frowned. In the two-dimensional world, the might of the supreme weapon could not be fully unleashed, otherwise, that human Shuayu could never have killed me. Having said that, the ancient god who had warned Tuoba chose to remain silent. He just offered his advice, whether Tuoba Ancient God listened or not was no longer his concern. The supreme weapon was indeed mighty, offering an ultimate ability to protect oneself, but nothing is absolute. Sending one's true self into a large-scale battlefield was indeed somewhat risky. Watching the ancient god leave, Tuoba Ancient God continued to commune with that supreme weapon within his body. As long as I help the insect race gain an advantage on the large-scale battlefield, I will obtain the treasure that I desire, which will not only compensate for the foundational loss of my spirit and will but also might enable me to advance further, to reach 11th level perfect. A hint of desire surfaced in Tuoba Ancient God's heart. Not every 11th rank could achieve perfection. Although reaching the 5th tier of the 11th rank could challenge the ultimate, the hope was slim, and certainly, reaching perfection was best. If it were not for the opening of this large-scale battlefield, the insect race would not have released that treasure. Tuoba Ancient God knew well that this opportunity might only come once for him. That's why Tuoba Ancient God risked sending his true self and accepted the insect race's invitation. Even without my help, the insect race is likely to gain an advantage on the battlefield, Tuoba Ancient God silently thought. As one of the peak races of the universe, there is no need to speak of the insect race's foundations. Previously, in the two-dimensional world, all extraordinary powers were suppressed, causing the insect race's ability to breed insect race warriors to suffer unprecedented weakening. Thus in the two-dimensional world, the presence of the insect race wasn't strong. But on the cosmic battlefields? That was the main battlefield of the insect race, where they could freely breed powerful insect race warriors. They could even breed billions upon billions of insect race warriors in advance and then take them into battle. Tuoba ancient god even felt that by just coasting in the battlefield, he could obtain the treasure he longed for. If I encounter that human Shuayu again on the battlefield, I'll just retreat. Tuoba ancient god had no thoughts of revenge. In his view, human Shuayu was very likely a human civilization's 11th level perfected evolver. In this large-scale battlefields of different races, human Shuayu would surely wield a supreme weapon, and there was no need for him to compete against such an adversary, even if he had the means to save himself. I heard that the Galaxy Master has also stepped into 11th rank. Thinking about human Shuayu, Tuoba ancient god then thought of the Galaxy Master, knowing that his current predicament was largely thanks to the Galaxy Master. If it weren't for the Galaxy Master's rapid progress, causing Tuoba ancient god to feel threatened, he wouldn't have agreed to join the large-scale battlefield, and thus wouldn't have been sucked into the two-dimensional world by white paper. To reach 11th rank in such a short time, Tuoba ancient god couldn't help feeling envious. As a special life form nurtured by the cosmic starry skies, Tuoba's talents and aptitude were beyond question. But compared with the Galaxy Master, he was undoubtedly outshone, as the Galaxy Master had only taken a few hundred years to reach the 10th rank, while he had spent tens of millions to billions of years to step into the 11th rank. Such rapid progress, the foundation must not be solid, and the hopes of reaching the ultimate are slim. Tuoba ancient god's eyes narrowed slightly. If I encounter him on the large-scale battlefield this time, I might give him a profound lesson. The Galaxy Master stepping into the 11th rank was not entirely bad news. At least Tuoba ancient god felt that the other party was very likely to join the large-scale battlefields of different races. If the Galaxy Master was only at rank 10, under the protection of human civilization, there would be no chance for him to make contact with him. But now, Tuoba ancient god had an opportunity. Jianyu clan territory. At the highest point, the towering ancestral figures of the Jianyu feathered race looked down below. One after another, Jianyu clan's 11th rank godlords stood tall, desiring to gain control of the large-scale battlefield, representing many benefits to be reaped. Russell. A heavenly lord with 20 pairs of wings on her back appeared, a woman of perfect appearance with a holy aura, wearing a saintly crown on her head. This large-scale battlefield, our Jianyu clan will surely not disappoint the ancestors. The perfectly comely woman was named Jianyu Meng, being able to have Jianyu as a surname indicated the most noble bloodline, carrying the blood of the very first ancestor. Be wary of the Yu clan, the first ancestor from the highest point spoke, his voice a thunderous roar. Yes. Jianyu Meng nodded. She was the most promising member of the Jianyu clan to strive for the ultimate existence. Her bloodline originated from the very first ancestor, and this time she carried with her the tribal guardian weapon of the Jianyu clan. The angelic crown. Jianyu Meng had already planned to make her mark in the grand-scale battlefields of different races. Even among the most powerful weapons, the angelic crown was considered top-notch. It was forged from a treasure that fell into the cosmos shortly after the first ancestor of the Jianyu clan was born. Only someone like Jianyu Meng, with the blood of the first ancestor flowing in her veins, could refine such a formidable weapon. No one else, not even a level 11 perfect, could achieve such a feat. Consequently, the might of the angelic crown was immense, surpassing that of the other powerful weapons. The power Jianyu Meng could unleash with it was also higher than other 11th level perfect wielders of such weapons. The insect race and the Jianyu clan made many arrangements and strategic plans for the grand-scale battlefield. The Yu clan, the Star Alliance, and other peak forces did the same, as the outcome of the grand-scale battlefield would determine the division of resource enclaves within the universe for the next several million years. Every clan and force attached great importance to it. Xia Yu Evolution Tower. Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit hurried over. At this moment, the place was already filled with numerous 11th level evolvers, all under the command of Xia Qin, the supreme powerhouse. The 9 evolution towers of human civilization each control a portion of the evolvers, making them factions of sorts. Of course, within human civilization, due to the constraints set by the three goddesses and the guidance of the 9 powerhouses, there were hardly any significant struggles. All contradictions and conflicts were resolved at the very beginning. Who is that? It's the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master has come too. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, he drew the attention of many 11th level evolvers, most of whom had seen him at a gathering not long before. Galaxy Master. Naylan, the deputy master of the tower, flew over and greeted Lin Yuan. Are there many level 11s you don't recognize? Naylan asked in a low voice, pulling Lin Yuan aside. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Anyone who reached the status of an 11th level evolver was essentially a highly influential figure within human civilization and would have celebrated an 11th level ceremony. Even if Lin Yuan had not taken part, he had at least heard of them. These 11th level evolvers have been secretly trained by the supreme powerhouses, Naylan said, having only found out himself not long ago. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. His gaze swept over the many 11th level evolvers, and he could faintly sense the presence of powerful weapons surging within some of them. Once an evolver reached the 5th category of level 11, human civilization would typically equip them with a powerful weapon. Of course, it was alone, and upon returning from the grand-scale battlefield, they would need to return it to human civilization. Xia Qin, the supreme powerhouse, had once asked Lin Yuan if he needed a powerful weapon, but Lin Yuan declined. The so-called powerful weapons, Lin Yuan already had quite a few. Refining a few more would not significantly enhance his strength. Rather than wasting them on Lin Yuan, it would be better to equip another 11th level 5th category evolver with one. Next. One after another, 11th level evolvers came up to greet Lin Yuan. Everyone was an evolver from the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, and it was natural for them to be close to one another. Time passed. Another month flew by in the blink of an eye. A majestic figure condensed, and the oppressive presence of a supreme powerhouse spread out. Supreme Powerhouse. All 11th level evolvers in the area stood up and looked towards the newly appeared Xia Qin, the supreme powerhouse. The time is nearly upon us. Xia Qin, the supreme powerhouse, looked around and said, I don't need to elaborate on the importance of the grand-scale battlefield. Now, I will make some assignments. After saying this, Xia Qin paused for a moment before continuing, all 11th level evolvers of Xiaoyu Evolution Tower will follow the command of one person in the battlefield. In wars between clans, except for the formidable level 12s, everyone else must obey commands and only through such organization can they exert their greatest strength. Galaxy Master. Xia Qin's tone was calm, and his gaze fell on Lin Yuan, who was standing in a corner. As soon as these words were spoken, many 11th level evolvers on the scene were shocked, turning their gaze to Lin Yuan, the recently advanced level 11 Galaxy Master. Chapter 867, The 12 Great Cosmic Powers. Galaxy Master. Do we all follow the orders of the Galaxy Master? Several 11th level perfected evolvers exchanged glances. The strongest among these evolvers showed a look of surprise. Whether in the Human Civilization Alliance or among the Starry Sky races, power dictates rank. To have these 11th level evolvers, all obeying the Galaxy Master. The most fundamental premise is that the Galaxy Master himself cannot be weak. Yes. Obey the command of the Supreme. The evolvers immediately nodded in response. Even though Xia Qin's command puzzled all 11th level evolvers. There must be a reason since the Supreme said so. This newly promoted 11th level Galaxy Master's strength must far exceed everyone's imagination. Galaxy Master. Naylan, the Vice Tower Lord, blinked, looking with a slightly unfamiliar expression at Lin Yuan sitting beside him. To think that the Galaxy Master he has watched from level 6 or 7, now commanded such attention from Xia Qin, and ruled over all 11th level of Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. Such a status, placed in Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, is second only to the Supreme. Even within the Human Civilization Alliance, it would securely rank in the top 20. There are 9 evolution towers within human civilization, each with a Vice Lord. But Vice Lords, typically at level 10, handle trivial matters and have no authority to command 11th level evolvers. Let's go. Xia Qin swept his gaze over everyone, and spacetime began to shift. Moments later, Xia Qin, along with all the evolvers, arrived at the edge of a vast continent. This vast continent, containing extreme spatial temporal suppression, spans over 1,000 light-years in diameter, like a colossal entity stretching out under the cosmic skies. Is that the super-large battlefield? The spatial temporal suppression is terrifying. I can feel that spatial shifting there will be greatly restricted. No wonder it's the ultimate rule battlefield jointly constructed by several supremes. The 11th level evolvers of Xia Yu Evolution Tower couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Previously, 11th level evolvers rarely had a chance to act even in large battlefields, and now in the super-large battlefield of different races, being 11th level is just the threshold. The spatial temporal maze. Compared to other 11th level evolvers, the super-large battlefield looked to Lin Yuan like an unprecedented spatial temporal maze. The spatio-temporal fusion rule operated, rendering the battlefield in an incredibly stable state. Truly marvelous, admired Lin Yuan inwardly, though his comprehension of spacetime also reached the 6th realm, he was far from being able to create such an immense spatial temporal maze. This required an immense foundation. Even combined efforts of peak forces supreme beings took almost half a year to complete. In reality, the creation of this super-large battlefield took more than just half a year. Long ago, major forces had plans to develop such a battlefield. Since then, they'd been preparing for this. Swish swish swish. Xia Qin, along with many 11th level evolvers, appeared, and soon dozens of distinctly different presences approached. Greetings to Supreme Xia Qin. These dozens of presences, profound and spanning a depth, were 11th level beings, not human evolvers, but those from different races serving under human civilization and independent 11th level entities from starry sky races, and so on. As a peak race, human civilization, sprawling across the cosmic starry skies, naturally attracts a large number of strong beings, hence human civilization is also known as the Human Civilization Alliance. Upon entering the battlefield, everyone follows the orders of the Galaxy Master. Xia Qin, with a calm tone, gave a casual command. Yes. Dozens of 11th level from different races were inwardly startled. They had of course heard of the renown of the Galaxy Master, but they didn't expect Xia Qin to entrust him with such a heavy responsibility. And it seemed, not only those different 11th level races but all evolvers of 11th level from Xia Yu Evolution Tower were to obey the Galaxy Master. Could Xia Qin be overly favoring this newly promoted 11th level? Many 11th level different races evolvers were wavering in thought, but they didn't dare to defy the command of the Supreme. 52 11th level from different races in total. Lin Yuan glanced at them and took note. Originally, Xia Yu Evolution Tower's 11th level evolvers numbered 143, including these 52 from different races. The total count of 11th level strong beings affiliated with Xia Yu Evolution Tower nears 200. Lin Yuan looked up and saw the other 8 evolution towers of human civilization nearby. The 9 evolution towers of human civilization had similar strength. Xia Yu Evolution Tower gathered nearly 200 11th level strong beings, so the other 8 towers were probably of similar count. All 11th level strong beings from the 9 evolution towers together would likely reach 1,800. Human civilization has openly less than 1,000 11th level evolvers. Now, with these 1,800, almost half are from different races. Some are 11th levels secretly fostered by human civilization. 1,800 11th levels. Lin Yuan gazed further into the distance. Just from the human civilization side, the deployment reached this number. Then, combining all 11th levels from all peak forces, wouldn't there be tens of thousands? Tens of thousands of 11th levels. This probably occupies a significant proportion of all 11th level beings across the entire universe. For the dominance of this super-large battlefield, the major peak forces certainly valued it highly. Among these tens of thousands of 11th levels, those reaching the 5th tier likely number hundreds to thousands, each equipped with a supreme weapon, lent from their respective peak race behind them. Chapter 861, 7, The 12 Great Peak Powers of the Universe. The previous large-scale battlefield was reduced by the two-dimensional world within white paper, with fewer than 300 level 11 beings. Now, the number of 11s in this super-large battlefield of different races has reached tens of thousands. Lin Yuan pondered silently. However, with my strength, once I enter, taking advantage of the fact that the supreme beings of different races have not reacted, could I potentially take down these tens of thousands of 11s in one go? Lin Yuan thought secretly. The reason it was only potential was that he couldn't be sure how many trump cards were hidden among these tens of thousands of 11s by the supreme beings of different races. The backhands of supreme beings were hard to gauge. At least the one Xia Qin's supreme being gave Lin Yuan could deliver a strike with the power of tens of thousands, or even 100,000. If Xia Qin's supreme being was like this, then surely the other supreme beings of different races have their arrangements as well. But even if he couldn't take them all in one sweep, Lin Yuan could still wantonly slaughter a significant number of 11s and acquire numerous supreme weapons. No one would ever have too many supreme weapons, especially since Lin Yuan was cultivating the Xianhuang physique, which had a high demand for resources. To cultivate the Xianhuang physique to the level 11 perfect state, even draining all the resources of the entire human civilization wouldn't suffice, and he could only hope for the myriad clans on the battlefield. This was just the level 11 perfect state of the Xianhuang physique. If it were the level 12 perfect state, it would probably consume even the entire universe's resources and still not be enough. This time entering the battlefield, beware of that Tianyu Meng from the Tianyu clan. While Lin Yuan was contemplating, the voice of Xia Qin's supreme being reached him. Tianyu Meng. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, as he had also heard of this Tianyu clan member most likely to cross into the 12th layer, the Heavenly Lord. Bearing the bloodline of the first ancestor of the Tianyu clan heavily valued bloodline inheritance, and many divine skills and talents were inherited through the bloodline. The first ancestor's bloodline. That meant Tianyu Meng's talents were likely terrifying. Tianyu Meng is just that to you, but the key is that angel crown, which is one of the clan suppression weapons of the Tianyu clan, and shockingly, the first ancestor has even used this foundation, Xia Qin's supreme being continued, with a hint of surprise in his tone. The human civilization also bestowed numerous supreme weapons, but there was no intention to bestow clan suppression weapons, as the risk was too great. If an extreme situation occurred and a regular supreme weapon was lost, it was just lost. But if a clan suppression weapon was lost, the impact on the ethnic group's power would be unprecedented. Clan suppression weapon. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly solemn. Renowned as a clan suppression weapon, it was stronger than ordinary supreme weapons. So far, the only clan suppression weapon of human civilization Lin Yuan had encountered was the Void Realm world. On the ancestral star of human civilization, there was also a clan suppression weapon, but Lin Yuan didn't know which one it was. There are also powerful figures from the Universe clan and Zhou clan. Xia Qin's supreme being began to introduce Lin Yuan further. Human civilization was one of the 12 peak ethnic group powers, and the Universe clan and Zhou clan were also 2 peak ethnic groups among them. In fact, at the dawn of the universe, there were no Universe clan or Zhou clan, only one Universe clan. The Universe clan was then the most powerful force, ruling vast millions of years from the birth of the universe. However, something unknown ultimately caused a split within the Universe clan, forming the Universe clan and Zhou clan. Both the Universe clan and Zhou clan inherited part of the heritage of the original Universe clan. Although not as formidable as the former Universe clan, they were still inscrutable and occupied a transcendent status among the 12 peak powers. Even human civilization was not keen to fully antagonize the Universe clan or Zhou clan, as who could tell if the 2 peak ethnic groups would merge back into one and revive the glory of the Universe clan. And there's the Robber clan. You need to be cautious. This ethnic group is even more mysterious than any special life form. Xia Qin's supreme being's tone grew grave, a seriousness not apparent even when discussing the Universe clan and Zhou clan. If the Universe clan and Zhou clan originated from the dawn of the universe, then the Robber clan supposedly hailed from a previous cosmic era. At the end of a cosmic era, the universe would naturally collapse and be destroyed, the river of time would dry up, only supreme beings had a chance of surviving and entering the chaos void. Yet the Robber clan was an exception. this ethnic group somehow avoided the ultimate destruction and collapse of the last cosmic era, successfully entering this cosmic era. Therefore, the robber clan suffered malice from the entire cosmic starry skies origin rules grand path. The robber clan got the name robber because the members of this ethnic group, from birth, had to face many calamities invisibly imposed by the universe's origin rules. Among the 12 peak ethnic groups, the robber clan had the fewest members, far fewer than the special lives within the Star Alliance. However, the ones who survived from the robber clan were undoubtedly powerful. Surviving under the targeting of the universe's origin rules and growing, how terrifying is that? Currently, the robber clan had only 2 12th layer ultimates, the fewest among the 12 peak ethnic groups, yet there was no ethnic group power willing to provoke the robber clan. Robber clan. Lin Yuan's thoughts expanded. Surviving from the last cosmic era to this one. Even for 12th layer ultimates, it was impossible. The universe collapses and is destroyed, and supreme beings barely have time to escape towards the chaos void as best they can. Remaining in the universe to face endless destructive power. The only existence Lin Yuan knew of that could survive one cosmic era after another was the Xianhuang secret realm. The Xianhuang secret realm was thoroughly integrated into the universe's origin, and its collapse would not affect the realm. But the Xianhuang secret realm was the handiwork of the chaos realm Xianhuang. And the Xianhuang beast within it couldn't enter the cosmic starry skies, yet the robber clan could roam the universe. Time slowly passed. Days went by. Outside the super-large battlefield, towering presences appeared one after another, the 12th layer ultimates from other peak ethnic powers arriving. Almost time to enter the battlefield. Xia Qin's supreme being looked towards the many level 11 strong ones. You all should be clear about the rules within the battlefield by now, right? Regarding the rules inside the super-large battlefield, Xia Qin's supreme being had explained in detail before they arrived. Any level 11 strong ones entering the super-large battlefield would arrive at the fringe areas of the battlefield. The fringe area consisted of 333 regions, and in some part of each area, there was a space-time path. Once entering this space-time path, one could proceed to the core area of the battlefield. Outside this space-time path, there was a spatial temporal maze, and only by passing through this maze could one reach the space-time path. The space-time path in each region had a limit on the number of entries. It would close upon admitting 100 level 11s. In other words, to enter the space-time path and reach the core area of the battlefield, one had to compete with other 11s within the same area. Only the first 100 could proceed to the battlefield's core area. Ordinarily, the level 11 strong ones arriving in the fringe areas were randomly placed, thus introducing an element of luck. If some 11s from the same clan or alliance landed in the same fringe area, they could work together to enter the space-time path securely. Alternatively, if many with supreme weapons landed in a particular area, then some spots for entering the space-time path would be internally decided. For the remaining 11s to get in, they would face escalating fierce competition. To the peak ethnic groups, the real battles on the super-large battlefield were in the core area. As for the fringe areas, they were just appetizers before the real fight. Of the 333 fringe areas, in the area where the Galaxy Master is present, all level 11s from the Human Civilization Alliance follow the Galaxy Master's orders. Xia Qin's supreme being reiterated one last time. All level 11s from the Human Civilization Alliance. Among the different races 11s, some strong characters took note of the prefix Xia Qin's supreme being mentioned. It referred to level 11s from the Human Civilization Alliance and not those from the Xia Yu Evolution Tower. Chapter 862, 8, One man blocks the way, myriad clans halt. Splash. Xia Qin, the supreme being, looked towards the super battlefield. With a wave of his right hand, nearly 200 level 11 powerhouses plunged into the edge region of the battlefield like falling stars. The other 8 human supreme beings did the same, with a large number of level 11 powerhouses from the Human Civilization Alliance rapidly falling into the edge of the super battlefield. Following that, the peak tribes began sending their own level 11 warriors into the edge of the super battlefield. Xia Qin, did that human Shueyu also go in? A supreme being from the Star Alliance transmitted a message to inquire. Not long ago, space-time fluctuations that indicated an assault on the ultimate level emanated from the human civilization's territory, leading many foreign supreme beings to speculate that the perpetrator might be the human known as Shuayu. Judging from the performance of human Shuayu within the two-dimensional world, even if it was through the use of some treasure to exhibit such exceptional combat power, his own level must be at least level 11 perfect. It is estimated to be closer to level 12 than the four divine kings. Therefore, such speculation by the foreign supreme beings arose. But it is just speculation after all, and no one can say for sure whether it is indeed the human Shuayu. Why don't you find out for yourself later? Xia Qin, the supreme being, replied nonchalantly, not intending to disclose any information about Lin Yuan. He. The supreme being from the Star Alliance stopped talking. The Human Civilization Alliance has Shuayu, but wouldn't their Star Alliance have beings of similar caliber? The four divine kings were overwhelmed by the human Shuayu in the two-dimensional world, but the environment of the two-dimensional world is special. This super battlefield isn't like that. It's not easy to defeat the warriors of the Star Alliance on this super battlefield. Several supreme beings from the Star Alliance, in order to redeem their previous humiliation, have already prepared multiple backup plans. Super battlefield. Edge region. Lin Yuan quickly broke free from the falling momentum and gently landed on the ground. This is the edge region of the super battlefield. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, seeing ancient trees that reached the sky in every direction, lush and endless. These ancient trees, each one radiating powerful vitality, would potentially transform into real-life forms in the main universe if not for the space-time suppression of the battlefield. Are there only 3 level 11 from the Human Civilization Alliance that have fallen into this area? Following the causal sensing, Lin Yuan determined the number of level 11 of the human civilization in this area. The edge region of the super battlefield encompasses 333 zones, with each zone containing only 4 level 11 warriors from the Human Civilization Alliance. It's considered quite unlucky. With so few level 11 warriors from the Human Civilization Alliance, they are bound to face targeted oppression and competition when attempting to secure the space-time path that leads to the core area. Of course. All of these are based on the premise that there is no Lin Yuan. Where is the space-time path? There. Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while. Among the 333 edge regions, each one has a space-time path in a certain location. And this space-time path is easy to find, as long as one slightly senses the space-time fluctuations. The space-time suppression is formidable, long-distance spatial transposition is very difficult. Lin Yuan thought to himself. That is the reason why the 333 edge regions have only left one space-time path. Without the ability to use spatial transposition, even level 11 perfect powerhouses would take too long flying from the edge region to the central area, likely the war of the super battlefield would be over by then. Only through the space-time path can one reach the central area at the fastest speed and then participate in the struggle for dominance among the 12 peak tribes. However, with my 6th realm comprehension of space-time, I can still perform spatial transposition, but not as extreme as billions of light-years in one step like in the outside world. Lin Yuan tried a little and came to a conclusion. If this is the situation even for him, then those level 11 powerhouses could probably only fly slowly. First, let's reach that space-time path. Lin Yuan took a step and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, in the edge region where Lin Yuan had arrived, one after another, level 11 warriors from different clans began observing their surroundings. This area, we have 53 level 11 from my Star Alliance, we've got this. A huge rocky life form followed the causal sensing with a smile on its face. Tens of thousands of level 11 strong beings have descended to the 333 edge regions, averaging to about 200 level 11 per region. With 200 level 11 from the alliance of the 12 peak tribes, the Star Alliance's 23 level 11, exceeding the average number, is more likely to take advantage. 53 level 11 from the Star Alliance joining hands could probably all enter the space-time path and reach the central area. Once there, the influence of the Star Alliance in the central area will strengthen, which might impact the final outcome of the battle. In another desolate plain, a figure clad in pitch-black armor stood silently. In this area, my prison tribe only has 12 level 11. The figure clad in black armor, who was from the prison tribe, grinned and said, "But with me here, among the 100 spots on the space-time path, my prison tribe will secure 12. This prison tribe warrior, at the 5th tier of level 11, wielded a supreme weapon. Among the tens of thousands of level 11 from the 12 peak tribes, only several hundred to 1,000 qualified to wield supreme weapons. Distributed across the 330 edge regions, there may only be 1 or 2 warriors of this level in each region. Therefore, the prison tribe warrior was very confident that with a supreme weapon, he believed himself to stand at the pinnacle of the tens of thousands of level 11, with only those level 11 who also held supreme weapons posing a threat to him. Chapter 863, 8, One man blocks the way, myriad clans halt, seeking. The space-time path, it's there. The prison tribe powerhouse felt for a moment, confirmed the location of the space-time path, and shot straight into the sky, flying towards a certain direction. On the super-large battlefield, the suppression of space-time is heavy. Even level 11 perfect of the 5th realm cannot rely on their own strength to achieve spatial transposition. Thus, the only method to reach the space-time path is by flying. Atop another hill, a massive brood nest descended. This border region. The brood nest belonged to the insect race. She observed her surroundings and quickly started mobilizing insect race warriors. Within her brood nest, numerous insect race warriors had already been bred. In less than a moment, tens of thousands of level 11 insect race warriors appeared, swarming around the brood nest. These level 11 insect race warriors had merely reached the threshold of level 11. In a one-on-one battle, they wouldn't be able to defeat even the weakest of level 11 warriors. But their strength lies in their numbers. Tens of thousands of level 11 insect race warriors charging together would give even the 4th layer or 5th layer level 11 warriors a hard time. And these tens of thousands of level 11 threshold insect race warriors were just the initial breed of this brood nest. As time passed, she could breed even stronger insect race warriors that would not be limited to the level 11 threshold. In front of a massive spatial temporal maze, Lin Yuan came to a stop. It seems I'm the first one to arrive. Lin Yuan glanced around, thinking to himself. In reality, the arrival points of all level 11 powerhouses in each border region are around the space-time path, forming a circular range. This means the distance of every level 11 powerhouse from the space-time path is roughly the same. The purpose of this design is to prevent certain level 11 powerhouses from being too close to the space-time path, arriving early, and then entering without any hindrance. Lin Yuan's understanding of space-time has reached the 6th realm. Even on a super-large battlefield, he can still perform spatial transposition, which naturally allows him to be the first to arrive. This spatial temporal maze. Lin Yuan observed it briefly. In front of every space-time path, there stands a spatial temporal maze. Only by getting through the spatial temporal maze can one truly reach the front of the space-time path. Too simple. Lin Yuan took a step forward and passed through the spatial temporal maze, appearing in front of the space-time path. Outside the super-large battlefield, many level 12 powerhouses were also observing each one of the border regions. The Galaxy Master of Human Civilization can perform spatial transposition within the battlefield. It wasn't long before the Supreme Beings noticed this, showing a hint of surprise on their faces. According to the standards they set for this super-large battlefield, it's basically impossible for any level 11 life form to achieve spatial transposition on their own. It seems human civilization has put in a lot of effort for this Galaxy Master, granting him an artifact that can force a transposition. One of the insect queens scoffed coldly, glancing at the supreme beings of the human civilization. Inside the super-large battlefield, any level 11 powerhouse, even a level 11 perfect, cannot perform spatial transposition on their own. But with the aid of a certain spatial artifact, this restriction can be broken. However, such spatial artifacts are very rare. Especially for newly advanced level 11 individuals like the Galaxy Master to be able to use them. Which is even rarer. Any artifact, when reaching a certain level, requires one to meet a standard for use. For instance, to refine a supreme weapon, at the very least, there needs to be the understanding of the fifth realm. The same goes for using an artifact that can force a transposition. To use it without meeting the standard or to lower the requirements, the artifact itself must be exceedingly precious. What business do you insect race have with human affairs? Xia Qin, one of the supreme beings, glanced at the insect queen dismissively in response. In reality, Xia Qin was quite puzzled in his heart. He remembered not having granted Lin Yuan an artifact that could force a transposition. Xia Qin had had the idea to grant such an artifact, but it was refused by Lin Yuan. Could it be that in the two-dimensional world, he obtained some special spatial marvel? Xia Qin speculated in his heart. He was aware of Lin Yuan achieving many marvels in the two-dimensional world but didn't ask in detail, as after all, they were Lin Yuan's own gains. Super-large battlefield worlds, where many spacetimes are isolated, make it difficult for even level 12 mightiest ones to see through all spatial fluctuations. Thus, many ultimate level 12 beings are unable to judge whether Lin Yuan's spatial transposition ability originates from himself or from some spatial treasure. But based on Lin Yuan's initial entrance into level 11, the subconscious inference was that it was with the help of a special spatial treasure that he managed to accomplish all this. Even Xia Qin, the mightiest one, thinks so. Although he had personally witnessed the commotion when Lin Yuan advanced to level 11, Xia Qin, the mightiest one, had never considered that this galaxy master's comprehension of spacetime had reached the sixth realm, which could compete with the mightiest. This kind of spatial treasure, bestowed upon a mere newly promoted level 11, be careful not to end up empty-handed like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The insect queen said coldly. In the super-large battlefield, it's very difficult for those at the 5th and 6th tiers of level 11 to die, since they wield the mightiest weapons. But Lin Yuan is just a newly promoted level 11, no matter how monstrously talented, without refining a mightiest weapon, there is a possibility of death. Once dead, even if it's just the death of an avatar, that special spatial treasure would be lost. Falling into the hands of peak power wielders from other races, it would be difficult for the Human Civilization Alliance to claim it back. The Spacetime Path. Lin Yuan stood before the Spacetime Path. Now he could enter the Spacetime Path and head to the core area whenever he wished. Only. Lin Yuan glanced back. Heading directly to the core area was too wasteful. And there were still a few level 11 powerhouses from the Human Civilization Alliance behind him. If Lin Yuan went to the core area now, those level 11 powerhouses from the Human Civilization Alliance would probably stop at the border region. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately sat cross-legged, blocking the spacetime path, quietly waiting for other alien level 11s to arrive. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, half a day went by. Before the spacetime path, the spatial temporal maze began to churn continuously, as if many powerful beings were fighting within. Ha 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 ha. Ming Che, what does it matter if you have a mightiest weapon? With your strength, how many times can you trigger the mightiest weapon? A massive rock life form laughed heartily, striding through the spatial temporal maze with a look of triumph. Ming Che, the U-race Ming Che, who is a 5th tier level 11 mighty one, wielding a mightiest weapon. Swoosh. The next moment. Ming Che, clad in pitch-black armor, also burst out of the spatial temporal maze, casting a cold glance at the giant rock life form without saying a word. There were too many level 11s from the Star Alliance in this region, over 50, no need to clash with them to the death. After all, there are 100 spots for entering the spacetime path, which is more than enough. Huh. After bursting out of the spatial temporal maze, the massive rock life form immediately noticed Lin Yuan, seated cross-legged before the spacetime path. The Galaxy Master. The massive rock life form recognized him immediately. It's unavoidable, the Galaxy Master was too famous, especially after stepping into level 11, making the Starry Sky races all aware of this unparalleled genius. Galaxy Master. U-race Ming Che also looked towards Lin Yuan, with a somewhat puzzled expression. They didn't delay in their rush to reach the spacetime path, especially the battle within the spatial temporal maze. Yet they had never seen the Galaxy Master from beginning to end. And now, the Galaxy Master was sitting here. Doesn't it mean that the Galaxy Master had already arrived before they began challenging the spatial temporal maze? Otherwise, how could it be that they hadn't seen even a glimpse of the Galaxy Master? This puzzled Ming-Che. With the Galaxy Master's initial level 11 strength, why would he have arrived here so much earlier than them? And after arriving, why didn't the Galaxy Master enter the space-time path but instead sat before it? To be able to cultivate to level 11, how fast is their thinking speed? They immediately realized something was wrong, and did not act rashly. Just as the massive rock life form and U-race Ming-Che were filled with amazement and uncertainty. Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes, looked towards the many different level 11 alien races who had just burst out of the spatial temporal maze, and said with a smile. You guys have finally arrived. Chapter 864-9, Sweeping. The Galaxy Master is waiting for us. The enormous rock life entity carefully observed Lin Yuan. Had it been any other 11-rank being, daring to stand in the way at the entrance of the space-time path, it would have long since struck to kill. But the Galaxy Master. The rock life entity was not frightened of the Galaxy Master. It was just a newcomer to the 11th rank. What the rock life entity truly feared was the civilization behind the Galaxy Master, human civilization. And those 9 supreme beings high above all others. Given the Galaxy Master's status within human civilization, since he dares to enter this extra-large battlefield, even if it's just an avatar descending, he must possess the trump cards and backup plans bestowed by the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. Almost there. Lin Yuan glanced at the spatial temporal maze. More and more 11-rank beings were now making it past the spatial temporal maze, stopping to look at him. The maze's obstructive effect was substantial for those 11-rank beings who first entered. As for the 11-rank beings entering the maze later, those who came before had already damaged the maze greatly, and the successors could quickly make it through, approaching the space-time path. This action was also to lower the chance of the faster 11-rank beings arriving at the space-time path first, thus entering the core area of the battlefield without any skirmish. The purpose of opening up such a large battlefield is to let the strong from all species fight and settle the score. Of course, as for someone like Lin Yuan who forcefully travels through space and time, arriving at the space-time path half a day early is completely beyond what the spatial temporal maze can prevent. A dozen breaths later, all the 11-rank beings in this region had gathered in front of the space-time path, focusing intently on Lin Yuan, who sat cross-legged. The Galaxy Master. Among the many 11-rank beings, several from the Human Civilization Alliance felt their scalps tingle. They felt the Galaxy Master's behavior was far too arrogant. Originally, as the greatest prodigy in the history of human civilization, the Galaxy Master would undoubtedly be targeted in this extra-large battlefield. Logically, the Galaxy Master should keep as low a profile as possible. But now, blocking the path in public, isn't this giving 4 and 11-rank beings the opportunity to join forces against him? Galaxy Master, what exactly? U-race Ming-Che's expression changed uncertainly, just about to speak. Just then, Lin Yuan, who had been sitting at the entrance of the space-time path, began to gather a faint Xian-Huan-colored glow around his body. A heavy, oppressive aura began to spread, enveloping all the 4 and 11-rank beings in an instant. The only reason Lin Yuan waited until now to make a move was simply out of laziness to chase and kill. Rather than any of those 11-rank foreign beings with the thought of entering the core area of the battlefield would necessarily come here. Galaxy Master, you're courting death. The enormous rock-life entity roared with rage. It was wary of the human civilization behind the Galaxy Master but not intimidated. Even facing U-race Ming-Che, who held an ultimate weapon, the enormous rock-life entity dared to clash a few times. The Galaxy Master. Even if he truly possessed a trump card bestowed by a supreme being, how much of it could be utilized? With his own strength, lacking the enlightenment of the 5th realm, he cannot even achieve preliminary refinement of an ultimate weapon. Boom! The enormous rock-life entity immediately took a step forward, extending its right hand which began to grow insanely large, reaching hundreds of thousands of feet in a blink, and slammed it towards Lin Yuan. The next moment, The right arm that the enormous rock-life entity reached out abruptly turned into nothingness, followed by its own solid rock body, which began to crumble and disintegrate. What? The other 11 rank foreign beings around had their expressions changed drastically. The strength of the enormous rock-life entity was nearly on par with Yu Race Ming-che. If not for slightly lesser comprehension of space-time, it would definitely have been bestowed with an ultimate weapon. But now, to disintegrate directly in front of the Galaxy Master. Join forces. Together. Otherwise, we all die. Including Yu Race Ming-che, all the foreign 11 rank beings had this thought simultaneously in their hearts. In a flash, they had no time to contemplate the multitude of questions like why the Galaxy Master has such formidable strength. Rumbling. A terrifying aura boiled among the numerous foreign 11 rank beings. Yu Race Ming-che suddenly produced a black axe in his hand, emitting a deep luster and a breath that surpassed the 11th rank. Although Yu Race Ming-che had initially refined an ultimate weapon, he wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. There's no helping it, activating an ultimate weapon's power is extremely draining, so much so that Yu Race Ming-che, even burning his flesh and soul, couldn't sustain many strikes. That was also the reason why the enormous rock-life entity and other special beings from the Star Alliance were able to hold him back in the spatial-temporal maze just now. Of course, even without actively utilizing an ultimate weapon, simply passively employing its power also allowed Yu Race Ming-che's strength to climb significantly. Not bad, truly the elite from the peak powers of various species. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm, his mind idly contemplating. With his strength, if he went all out, these foreign 11 rank beings wouldn't stand a chance at all. But doing so, revealing too much strength, risks frightening the true powerhouses of the various peak species forces in the core area of the battlefield. As a result, those true powerhouses, avoiding Lin Yuan in the core area of the battlefield, might even choose to withdraw from this extra-large battlefield's contention. Fine, I'll play along with you. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, and the Xianhuang force field engulfing all directions began to slowly contract. Chapter 865, 9 Sweep. Xianhuang force field, an innate ability of the Xianhuang physique, is used for defense against attacks. But that doesn't mean the Xianhuang force field can't attack proactively, it's just that its attacking power is relatively weak. However, the weakness here is only in relation to Lin Yuan. For those alien 11th order beings present, it is undoubtedly a disaster. Swoosh swoosh. Xuanhuan-colored light erupted, sending heart-shaking waves through the battlefield. Countless 11th order aliens fell one by one, collapsing into a massive rocky existence. My insect race warriors. The Hive Mother race watched in horror as her nurtured insect race warriors vanished into ash under the Xianhuang force field. In no time, the Hive Mother race's own form began to crumble as well. In a corner of the Xianhuang force field, several 11th order powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance stared dumbfounded at the one-sided massacre unfolding before them. In their eyes, the novice 11th order Galaxy Master, with every move he made, allowed nearly 200 alien 11th order beings to fall without a fight, including the Yu Race Ming-che clad in supreme weaponry, barely clinging to life. Is the Galaxy Master's strength this terrifying? Several 11th order human powerhouses exchanged looks with each other, their minds trembling with fear. They had thought earlier that the Galaxy Master was too arrogant, having already reached the space-time path, and wondered why he didn't just enter sooner. Instead, he chose to wait there for the 11th order aliens to arrive. Now, it seemed the Galaxy Master simply wanted to slaughter the 11th order aliens for sport. Before long, inside the Xianhuang force field, all the alien 11th order beings had turned to dust and smoke. Only the Yu Race Ming-che remained, desperately defending himself with the supreme black axe in his hand. Though the supreme black axe was not a defensive supreme weapon, its black luster provided a strong defense. In fact, every supreme weapon has its myriad uses. An offensive supreme weapon can defend, and a defensive supreme weapon can attack, each differing only in the level of power they exhibit. Supreme weapons. Lin Yuan gazed at the black axe in the hand of Yu Race Ming-che with a slightly somber expression. Compared to the trivial transcendental power demonstrated by the peculiar objects within the two-dimensional world, the formidable power of the supreme weapons in the main universe was truly frightening. If Lin Yuan had not yet stepped into the 11th order, he might indeed have had no way to contend with the opponent. Galaxy Master, spare me this one time. Name your conditions. Race Ming-Che was genuinely scared and hurriedly spoke up. Although he could temporarily hold his ground, he sensed that the mysterious force field around him was becoming heavier and more oppressive. Most importantly, Ming-Che could no longer bear the energy expenditure of activating the Supreme Black Axe. On the contrary, Lin Yuan seemed to be handling it with ease. Once Ming-Che could no longer wield the Supreme Black Axe, he would inevitably be crushed by the omnipresent mysterious force field surrounding him. Without the Supreme Black Axe, Ming-Che would be no different from the massive rocky existences. Conditions, you're asking me to provide? Lin Yuan looked at him with a calm gaze, and smiled, surrender the Supreme Black Axe. Give up the Supreme Black Axe. Race Ming-Che's face soured, as the axe was loaned to him by his own prison tribe. How would he explain this to the prison tribe if he handed it over to the Galaxy Master? Compared to this Supreme Black Axe, what did his avatar amount to? Galaxy Master, please make another demand. Race Ming-Che said in a low voice. If he had to choose between surrendering the Supreme Black Axe and continuing the standoff with the Galaxy Master, he would prefer the latter. Perhaps before he ran out of energy, the Galaxy Master would give up. Race Ming-Che didn't believe that the Galaxy Master could suppress a supreme weapon without any expenditure. Then I shall take it myself. Lin Yuan said indifferently. Boom boom boom. The Xuanhuan-colored light around became increasingly intense. After nearly half an hour, Race Ming-Che could no longer hold on and, in a final act of desperation, activated the Supreme Black Axe aiming for a mutual destruction with Lin Yuan. Unfortunately for him, the pitch-black, profound light from the axe was all blocked by Lin Yuan, and in the end, Race Ming-Che perished, with the Supreme Black Axe quietly floating in the air. Even without its master, the supreme weapon still emitted an ultimate tearing aura. The ultimate weapon. Lin Yuan's mind willed it, and the black axe flew toward him, landing in his hand. It still has a master. Lin Yuan attempted to intrude the black axe with his mind will, but encountered resistance and immediately understood. The prison tribe Ming-Che had only lost an avatar, not truly perished, hence the ultimate weapon wasn't without an owner. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan did not care. Once he brought the ultimate weapon back, naturally, there would be plenty of time to erode the internal resistance. My ultimate weapon. Within the prison tribe territory, Ming-Che's true self bellowed in madness. For a powerhouse like him, at the 11th tier, 5th category, an ultimate weapon was once in a lifetime. If not for this massive battlefield's creation, and the prison tribe's urgent need for a significant number of powerhouses, he would have never had the chance to refine the ultimate weapon. But now, everything was gone. He not only failed to enter the core area of the battlefield, achieving nothing, but also lost the ultimate weapon. Why is that Galaxy Master's strength so terrifying? After a fit of rage, Ming-Che felt a chill in his heart. Lin Yuan's strength was too horrifying, and even if he had also relied on external forces, forcing him to exhaust his ultimate weapon to its last, was beyond anyone's imagination. The Galaxy Master is definitely not a novice at the 11th tier, he must have reached at least the 5th realm in his comprehension of spacetime, otherwise it would not be possible to impose such a suppression on spacetime that even I am unable to escape. Ming-Che took a deep breath. Too terrifying. Ming-Che felt a bit stifled, knowing earlier that the Galaxy Master had such power, he would have fled at the first opportunity. In front of the spacetime path. Lin Yuan glanced at the spoils of war. The bodies of many alien 11th-tiered beings were all turned into the most primal force by Lin Yuan's primal force, then used as nourishment for cultivating his Xianhuang physique. The bodies of those at the 11th tier contained unimaginable amounts of energy, even for Lin Yuan, they were quite a boost. Besides, Lin Yuan also gained an ultimate weapon, that black axe, as well as hundreds of various treasures. Waiting for half a day and this is the income, it's quite worthwhile. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Aside from the ultimate weapon and many treasures, just the essence energy contained within the 1 or 200 alien 11th tier bodies, if converted into cosmic rare resources, would be measured in tens and hundreds of billions of cosmic crystals. Not to mention an ultimate weapon of incalculable value. Although Lin Yuan already had tens of ultimate weapons, nearly 100-odd items garnered from the two-dimensional world were mostly made of 12-star rare materials. But that certainly does not mean that the ultimate weapons are worthless. What are you all dawdling for? Lin Yuan glanced at the few 11th tier powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance standing in a corner, trembling with fear, afraid to speak. From the beginning till now, Lin Yuan was using the Xianhuang force field, secretly protecting these 11th tier powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance, to prevent them from being killed by the aftermath of the force field. Although Lin Yuan was decisively lethal against 11th tier aliens, he was quite amiable towards his own people. Galaxy. Galaxy Master, what should we do now, what should we do now? The several 11th tier powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance finally mustered the courage to ask from the corner. Enter the space-time path. Leaving this message behind, Lin Yuan stepped into the space-time path's entrance, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Let's also go in. After a while, the 11th tier powerhouses managed to come to their senses, approaching the space-time path and looking towards the empty and desolate battlefield, couldn't help but feel profound emotions. No wonder the Supremes instructed us to follow the Galaxy Master's lead upon entering the battlefield. At this moment, these 11th tier powerhouses seemed to have an epiphany. Originally, they were quite puzzled by this order, and even though they dared not contradict the Supremes, they could not help but speculate in their minds. But now, they finally understood. At the same time, within this border region, the battle that took place. To be precise, the massacre, the matter of numerous alien 11th tier beings being slaughtered by the Galaxy Master, swiftly spread among the top pinnacle race powers. Chapter 866, 10 Accidental Encounter. Outside the mega battlefield. One by one, the 12th layer ultimate beings are also paying attention to every little thing that happens on the battlefield. The first powerhouse to reach the core area battlefield is from our Tianyu clan. Being the first to arrive doesn't mean having the advantage. The core area battlefield is vast, there is no significant difference between the first arrival and the last. The many 12th layer ultimate beings discussed and talked among themselves. The core area battlefield is the true stage of this mega battlefield, and only the 11th layer powerhouses who enter the core area battlefield are genuinely participating in the clash of cosmic pinnacle ethnic power. The Galaxy Master from the Human Civilization Alliance. He didn't enter the space-time passage but sat down there instead. No, how is the Galaxy Master this powerful? As Lin Yuan began to slaughter many alien 11th layers, the expressions of the 12th layer ultimate beings gradually changed. It's not that the 11th layers of various races killed by Lin Yuan were that important, but the newly advanced 11th layer Galaxy Master having such power. You humans, the price you paid to nurture this Galaxy Master was not small. It must have consumed quite a bit of the origin of the Void Realm world, right? Otherwise, how could the Galaxy Master have such a high understanding of space-time within such a short time? The replication of space-time origin fluctuations by the Void Realm world is after all different from the natural space-time origin fluctuations formed by the universe. Aren't you afraid that such forced growth will lead to an unstable foundation? The various 12th layer ultimate beings sneered repeatedly. The whole mega battlefield is essentially a colossal 12th layer weapon, capable of blocking the senses of supreme beings. After all, at the level of life of supreme beings, even just a hint of malice or killing intent could affect the 11th layer powerhouses. To ensure relative fairness in the mega battlefield, supreme beings cannot directly project their senses into the battlefield. But even without probing with their senses, just by watching from a distance, the 12th layer ultimates could somewhat gauge the level of the Galaxy Master's space-time comprehension. All the major pinnacle ethnic forces had carefully collected much information about the Galaxy Master. Stepping into the 11th layer did not take much time, yet he possessed such terrifying space-time comprehension. There can only be one explanation. That is, the Human Civilization Alliance specially created an outer realm for the Galaxy Master, replicated the cosmic starry skies laws with the Void Realm world, and then slowed down the flow of time, allowing the Galaxy Master to spend long years in that outer realm. Is that so? The ancient power supreme being snorted coldly, and secretly transmitted to the feather butterfly supreme being, Yudi, did you really do this? Experiencing the fluctuations of space-time is best done comprehensively within the universe. Using the Void Realm world's replication, for a genius like the Galaxy Master, might be a bit counterproductive. The ancient power supreme being also felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. With the talents and capabilities displayed by Lin Yuan, there was no need to rush like this. I have never used the Void Realm world for the Galaxy Master, Feather Butterfly Supreme being immediately denied through transmission. The Void Realm world is a clan suppression weapon, although I refine and keep it, every usage is known to you all, right? Not used it. The ancient power supreme being and the other few supreme beings looked at each other. Without using the Void Realm world to replicate and comprehend spacetime origin, how was the Galaxy Master able to achieve such a level of spacetime comprehension? Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan sat in an armchair, savoring the fine wine in front of him. In between training, Lin Yuan often came to the virtual world to relax. With Lin Yuan's vast mental will, it was altogether too simple for him to multitask millions of tasks, dedicating a sliver of his mental will to enjoy the virtual world. Abnormal, too abnormal. Opposite, Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, couldn't help but show a color of amazement. The numerous information from the mega battlefield were constantly communicated among the many 11th-layer powerhouses, Lin Yuan slaughters, including the prison tribe Ming-Che and massive rock life forms. As his original body was still alive, naturally, there was no need to particularly hide his encounters. Especially the prison tribe Ming-Che, in order to make losing a supreme weapon somewhat more reasonable, not only did he not belittle the Galaxy Master, but he even greatly exaggerated him. Because the Galaxy Master is strong enough, losing a supreme weapon seems somewhat reasonable. Did you enter the core area battlefield? Lin Yuan asked casually. I was lucky, the fringe area I descended in had more than 30 11th-layer powerhouses from the Human Civilization Alliance, Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, said. The 30-plus 11th-layer powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance, united together, could completely monopolize some of the quotas of the space-time path. All the 11th-layer powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance in that area could safely enter the core area battlefield. That is the advantage of unity. In fact, the area where Lin Yuan was located, including the massive rock life forms and several dozen special beings, also planned to do the same, even temporarily repelling the prison tribe Ming-Che who wielded a supreme weapon. But unfortunately, they encountered Lin Yuan. The numerical advantage can indeed offer significant benefits at times. Like the sea of bugs tactics of the insect race is based on this principle. But when the disparity in strength is too great, the advantage of numbers is not that significant. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. By the way, I heard something. Naylan seemed to think of something, whispering, the insect race, Jianyu clan, and other strongest from the 11th layer, planned to join forces to besiege you. The combat power displayed by Lin Yuan made the 11th layers from the insect race, Jianyu clan, and others feel like thorns in their side, hence the idea of besieging him emerged. Besiege me? Lin Yuan immediately became interested. This was exactly what he desired. During the slaughter of the massive rock lifeforms and the prison tribe Ming-Che from other alien 11th layers, Lin Yuan had intentionally suppressed his own power, all for this moment. If at that time, Lin Yuan had overwhelmed all the 11th layers from different races, even Ming-Che with the supreme being weapon couldn't last a few breaths. How could the strongest 11th layers from the insect race and Jianyu clan muster the courage to besiege him? They wouldn't even have time to run. Yes. You must be careful. Naylan spoke earnestly. Even knowing the formidable combat achievements displayed by Lin Yuan, facing the strongest 11th layers from all the major peak clans, Naylan still hoped that Lin Yuan would be as cautious as possible. Those strongest 11th layers not only relied on themselves but were likely carrying backups from their ultimate beings, with Jianyu Meng from the Jianyu clan even bringing the clan suppression weapon into the fray. Clan suppression weapons. The might of clan suppression weapons surpassed that of supreme being weapons, a major peak clan group that for billions of years, has collected and forged supreme being weapons possibly reaching dozens or even hundreds. For instance, the aurora from outside the universe a few hundred years ago was the main material for forging supreme being weapons. A complete aurora from outside the universe could probably forge 7 or 8 supreme being weapons. But clan suppression weapons? Even if one acquired that once-in-a-universe opportunity, the Human Civilization Alliance could call no more than 10 items clan suppression weapons. Other peak clan forces would have even fewer. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Although Lin Yuan was very confident, he was no fool and knew the terror of the clan suppression weapon. Megascale battlefield. Core area battlefield. Arriving here through the space-time path, Lin Yuan observed. Space-time suppression has surged significantly once again. Lin Yuan looked around, the boundless world unfolding before him. With my current space-time comprehension, the maximum distance of transposition could reach several light-years, but it consumes a great deal. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Moving several light-years in one step was considered very slow, but this was a mega-scale battlefield meticulously crafted by supreme beings. Under the space-time suppression, even those 11th layers could only travel by flying. Although Lin Yuan could continue spatial transposition, his own consumption began to increase significantly. Sixth realm space-time comprehension could forcibly manipulate the space rules on the mega-scale battlefield, but Lin Yuan, not being a supreme being, lacked the ancestral force necessary for manipulation. I might as well fly slowly. Lin Yuan ceased his idea of continuing to advance by transposition. There's no need for excessive consumption on this. Once he encountered the enemy, it would be more cost-effective to perform spatial travel and pursue. Currently, the position selected by the 11th layer powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance to establish the war base is in that direction. As the supreme commander of the Human Civilization Alliance on this battlefield, Lin Yuan knew many top-secret pieces of intelligence, including the location of the war base. The war base, a stronghold established by a major peak clan group in this battlefield. The war base was not only crucial for this war but also served as a foundation for expanding in subsequent wars. Head to the war base first. Lin Yuan changed direction and flew towards a certain location. Time passed. In a matter of days. Lin Yuan flew swiftly, his vast sensory range spreading out millions and tens of millions of miles from himself as the center. In the megascale battlefield with heavy space-time suppression, not only was spatial transposition restricted, but even the range of his sensory perception was severely limited. In the cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan's perception could cover hundreds of light-years instantly, but in this megascale battlefield, it could only cover millions of miles incrementally. Is there a skirmish occurring tens of millions of miles away? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, his gaze turning towards the right front. Though vast, the core area battlefield occasionally witnessed encounters between powerhouses from different clans. Once these powerhouses met, if their respective clans were hostile, a clash was inevitable. Let's go have a look. Stirred by curiosity, Lin Yuan headed towards the source of the skirmish. Soon. Lin Yuan clearly sensed the parties involved in the skirmish. 9 11th layers, 5 against 4. Lin Yuan suddenly raised an eyebrow, and there's a familiar face. Chapter 867, 11, Within a Turn of the Hand. As the greatest genius in the history of human civilization, Lin Yuan knew many powerful individuals. Many alien strong ones longed to establish connections with the Galaxy Master. Not only because of the human civilization but also because of Lin Yuan's own potential. With the cultivation speed demonstrated by Lin Yuan, he was the life form in this era with the most hope of reaching the ultimate peak, advancing to level 11. The Galaxy Master was certainly among them. Who wouldn't want to establish a good relationship with a future level 12 ultimate being? Why does Sejong Ancient God hold a transcendent status in the cosmic starry skies? Why even peak groups are reluctant to pressure too much? Isn't it because this ancient god sponsored, at one time, those who had not yet reached level 12 ultimate? But knowing is just knowing, the ones that can be called acquaintances, especially alien strong ones, are not many. Lin Yuan looked at the powerful fighters thousands of miles away who were engaged in a fierce battle. One side was from the insect race, and the other was from the prison tribe. Both were forces of peak groups, although there were only 4 from the insect race side. Still, 3 of them were from the insect race hive, summoning a large number of level 11 insect race warriors, binding the 5 strong prison tribe fighters without regard to their own lives. From the momentum, even though the numbers of the insect race were fewer than the prison tribe, they were still suppressing the latter. Tuoba Ancient God. Lin Yuan watched one of the figures. This figure belonged to the insect race side, mingled among many insect race warriors, pressuring the 5 besieged prison tribe. It was indeed Tuoba Ancient God. Lin Yuan had quite an impression of this ancient starry sky deity. Initially, he had taken away his friend Fang Qing's mind will, using it to blackmail Lin Yuan in hopes of obtaining resources to reach the ultimate level. Later, in the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to kill Tuoba Ancient God once, but it was only an avatar that died. Now, having just entered the core battlefield area, he has encountered this ancient starry sky deity again. It's quite coincidental, then another death it shall be. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Although there was no way Lin Yuan could have been blackmailed successfully by Tuoba Ancient God. But this feeling of being threatened made him very uncomfortable, and now that he had met him again, he naturally wouldn't let him go. Not to mention, Tuoba Ancient God's allegiance to the Insect Race Alliance, which is an enemy of the Human Civilization Alliance. Even without Tuoba Ancient God, Lin Yuan would crush him conveniently. Over a vast mountain range, the space-time rule fluctuations surged. 5 level 11 prison tribe powerful beings furrowed their brows, killing large amounts of successive insect race warriors while also fending off the soul attacks from the 3 insect race hives. And Tuoba Ancient God's ambush. These bugs are really annoying. Big brother, let's use the ultimate weapon. A prison tribe strong one with horns on his head communicated telepathically. Use the ultimate weapon. The leader of the prison tribe hesitated for a moment. Ultimate weapons are mass destruction weapons, a trump card. It shouldn't be used lightly. The energy required to activate ultimate weapons is considerable. But considering the current situation, if they continue to be deadlocked, there is no meaning. They can only use ultimate weapons to break out of the encirclement of insect race warriors. Tuoba, they are going to activate their ultimate weapons. On the insect race side, one of the insect race hive seemed to sense something and immediately communicated telepathically with Tuoba Ancient God. I know. Tuoba Ancient God's expression was solemn, always ready to use the ultimate weapon he possessed. While waiting for the right moment, Tuoba Ancient God swiftly thought, how is that Galaxy Master so strong? To be able to kill Ming Che. Tuoba Ancient God felt regret at this moment. Originally, he thought that with his own strength, coupled with the ultimate weapon bestowed by the insect race, he would not have any problem surviving on the battlefield. But he did not expect that many peak group powers, for the control over this massive battle arena, basically used all their trump cards. The Insect Race Alliance, situated as the ruler on the battlefield, absolutely possessed the power to suppress the usual holders of ultimate weapons at level 11. This is something the queen of the insect race did not tell him before entering the battlefield. Compared to insect race members, Tuoba Ancient God, as a special life form, belongs to outsiders. Many intelligence secrets are not known. Actually, hiding some battlefield secrets, for Tuoba Ancient God, isn't really a big deal. Given the intensity of a massive battlefield war can be unimaginably high. With Tuoba Ancient God's own strength, plus the ultimate weapon, there is still a great chance of surviving. Although Tuoba Ancient God is only level 11 5th tier, he came personally with true form, which is much stronger than an avatar, especially some of his trump cards, which probably could compare to a level 11 perfect. But the strength of the Galaxy Master was too terrifying. Tuoba Ancient God had no doubt that if the Galaxy Master encountered him on the battlefield, he certainly would not hesitate to strike. I'm here in person this time, I cannot take any risks. Once I reach the war base of the Insect Race Alliance, I'll just hide inside and not come out. Tuoba Ancient God has already made up his mind, even if this would cost him a lot of merit, but life is the most important. In fact, when he learned about the strength of the Galaxy Master, Tuoba Ancient God thought of withdrawing from the massive battlefield. But once you enter the battlefield, there's no turning back unless you endure until the different phases of the war progress. There is absolutely no possibility of leaving halfway. Buzz. On the prison tribe side, a terrifying fluctuation emerged. The leading prison tribe strong being's hand produced an artifact, tower weapon. A golden aura began to spread in all directions. Rise. Tuoba Ancient God also swiftly activated a gray bell, a defensive ultimate weapon, but also possessing the power to suppress. Just as the auras of the ultimate weapons from both sides were about to collide. Chapter 868:11, Within a turn of the hand. The disturbance in time and space suddenly vanished. A young man's figure emerged amongst the high-altitude congregation of powerful beings on either side. The young man's sleeves fluttered as the Xuanhuang-colored force field descended. In just a mere moment, it suppressed the ultimate weapons of both the prison tribe and the Tuoba Ancient God. Who is that? The 5 powerful beings of the prison tribe instantly looked up at the young man. It's the Galaxy Master. We're in trouble. The 5 members of the prison tribe became tense. Naturally, they were well aware of the Galaxy Master's battle records, killing the bearer of the ultimate weapon, Ming Che, and thereby positioning the Galaxy Master at the very pinnacle among the tens of thousands of 11th-rank battlers. Galaxy Master. The 4 insect race hives grimaced, as the human civilization was inherently hostile to the insect race, and the sudden arrival of the Galaxy Master was clearly indicative of his intent. Let's go. Without hesitation, 3 of the insect race hives abandoned a huge number of insect race warriors, transforming into streaks of light, fleeing into the distance. In the eyes of the many 11th-rank powerful beings of the Insect Race Alliance, unless it was one of the very strongest, no one else should entertain the thought of resisting upon encountering the Galaxy Master alone. Galaxy Master. Tuoba Ancient God, who was in the process of activating the bell-shaped, ultimate weapon, was in a state of utter chaos. The core battlefield was vast and boundless, and even with knowledge of the Galaxy Master's strength, Tuoba Ancient God believed that as long as he could hide within the war base, he could preserve his life. But now, he hadn't even reached the war base when he ran into the Galaxy Master. Can you escape? Lin Yuan glanced at the 3 frantically fleeing insect race hives, his thought flickered, and the Xianhuang force field crushed down. 2 of the insect race hives exploded immediately, while the remaining one had a faint glimmer of light emerging on its surface. An ultimate weapon. Lin Yuan took another look. With his current strength, even the Xianhuang force field, which was a passive defense, could resist very few 11th-rank lifeforms. Boom! Like an ocean, the Xianhuang force field once again enveloped the similarly escaping Tuoba Ancient God. The bell-shaped ultimate weapon spread its aura, briefly resisting the Xianhuang force field, but Tuoba Ancient God felt a chill in his heart. From the insect race warrior's judgment of the Galaxy Master's killing of Ming Che, as long as one was enveloped by the Xianhuang force field released by the Galaxy Master's ultimate weapon, it was very difficult to escape. Galaxy Master, the feud between you and the insect race has nothing to do with us, the prison tribe. If you want to deal with the insect race, go ahead, we'll be leaving. The 5 powerful beings of the prison tribe seized the opportunity to also start escaping into the distance. You'll stay too. Lin Yuan glanced at them, with no intention of letting the prison tribe go. After all, it was an ultimate weapon, it couldn't simply be let go. The Xianhuang force field seemed tangible, suppressing and fixing the 3 ultimate weapons in place. Galaxy Master, do you really think you can outlast the 3 of us? The 5 powerful beings from the prison tribe were furious and shocked. Inside the Xianhuang force field, they struggled to move, as though they were in a bog. Ultimate weapons cannot be destroyed, the only way to kill a holder of an 11th-rank ultimate weapon was to exhaust them. To outright deplete the holder of the ultimate weapon until they could no longer activate it. Let's try. If Lin Yuan used his full strength, the mighty beings from both the insect race and the prison tribe wouldn't last long. But there was no need. Already trapped in the pot, life and death were in Lin Yuan's hands, there was no need to expose more. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Tuoba Ancient God was starting to falter. Galaxy Master, as long as you can spare me, any condition can be arranged, Tuoba Ancient God communicated through transmission. He still wanted to attempt reaching the ultimate, even if the chances weren't high, but he had to try. What if he succeeded? Stepping into the 12th layer, his might would shake the cosmic starry skies, and he might even become one of the rulers of a peak power. But now, all of this was impossibly distant from the Tuoba Ancient God. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. With his current strength, Tuoba Ancient God was of no use to him, even taking him as a servant was considered bothersome. Half an hour later. A resolute expression appeared on the face of Tuoba Ancient God. He began to burn everything he could, desperately trying to activate his most powerful weapon to break free from the Xianhuang force field's bindings. But alas, it was all in vain. In the end, the aura of that bell-shaped supreme weapon rapidly depleted, and Tuoba Ancient God, under the omnipresent cover of Xianhuang force field, perished into dust. The vastness of blood essence and soul power, under the refinement of the primal force, transformed into the purest origin power and was absorbed by Lin Yuan into his inner world. Dead? Lin Yuan put away the bell-shaped supreme weapon, glanced at it casually, and then put it into his inner world. Lin Yuan's eyebrows suddenly shot up. In the instant that Tuoba Ancient God perished within the Xianhuang force field, Lin Yuan clearly felt that the karmic connection between himself and Tuoba Ancient God had unexpectedly disappeared. Such a situation only posed two possibilities. One was that Tuoba Ancient God's comprehension of the laws of causality far surpassed Lin Yuan's, allowing him to easily conceal his own causal thread. But this possibility was practically zero. Comprehending the laws wasn't something achieved overnight. A second ago Lin Yuan could still easily perceive Tuoba Ancient God's causal thread, and the next second he could no longer feel it. Tuoba Ancient God's understanding of the laws of causality surpassed Lin Yuan's in just an instant. Too unrealistic. The second possibility was that Tuoba Ancient God had thoroughly perished. The dead Tuoba Ancient God naturally had all causality cease, and for Lin Yuan to not feel the connection to the other party was quite normal. So Tuoba Ancient God actually entered the battlefield with his true body? Lin Yuan felt slightly surprised in his heart. Only when the true body perished, all avatars would also perish, and the causal threads would disappear directly. That's right, the two-dimensional world just ended not long ago, Tuoba Ancient God didn't have the time to condense new avatars. Moreover, protected by a supreme weapon, sending out his true body into battle was entirely possible. Lin Yuan quickly understood in an instant. Although sending out the true body into battle was a great risk. But risk also signified opportunity. The strength of the true body was stronger than that of the avatars, with many hidden trump cards at hand, its final explosive power also greatly surpassed that of the avatars. If the true body entered the battlefield, coupled with a supreme weapon, Tuoba Ancient God's ability to preserve his life went without saying. Indeed, it's the true body, carrying many treasures. Lin Yuan casually checked Tuoba Ancient God's spatial bracelet. There, he found a huge amount of resources and treasures. Since Tuoba Ancient God had decided to join the battle with his true body, he naturally brought all the accumulated treasures with him. After all, if the true body perished, these resources and treasures would lose all significance. Tuoba Ancient God, being a uniquely solitary life form without the encumbrance of a race, did not have the notion of leaving the resources and treasures outside to pass on to descendants. This makes for a tidy profit. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Not to mention the gains from killing Tuoba Ancient God, completely slaying a level 11, 5th-tier mighty being, in human civilization, meant a large number of merit points. After the death of Tuoba Ancient God, that insect race hive and the 5 mighty beings from the prison tribe, also could not hold on and died within Lin Yuan's Xianhuang force field. Everything transformed into the most refined origin power, becoming the sustenance for the cultivation of Lin Yuan's Xianhuang physique. He put away 2 supreme weapons, and took the time to tally up the other gains. A sense of emotion welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. Initially facing Tuoba Ancient God, I could only rely on the deterrent power of human civilization to oppress him, but in truth, Tuoba Ancient God never took me seriously, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the opportunity to extort. Tuoba Ancient God, as an 11th layer Ancient God, at that time I was only at the 9th layer. If it weren't for human civilization, Tuoba Ancient God wouldn't even spare me a second glance. But now, even with a supreme weapon in hand, Tuoba Ancient God died at my hands, and killing him was no different from stepping on an ant. Lin Yuan thought to himself, strength, this is absolute strength. A strong desire to become stronger emerged in Lin Yuan's heart. He was now able to kill Tuoba Ancient God, but 12th layer supreme beings might also be able to kill him. In front of supreme beings, there was no way he could contend, and he could only hide within the Xianhuang secret realm and barely protect himself. I must become a supreme being. Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute. Only by becoming a supreme being would he truly have the capital to roam across this universe, not being seen as an insignificant ant by ultimate existences. Chapter 869, 12 Me Against the Galaxy Master. Several days later. Lin Yuan was about to arrive at the Human Civilization Alliance war base. Actually, if it weren't for intentionally to see if he could find traces of other 10th rankings from different races, and possibly harvest a few more ultimate weapons. Lin Yuan estimated that he would have already reached the war base. Those 10th ranking from different races have also learned to be smart. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Ever since he killed 9 11th ranks of the prison tribe and insect race, among whom 3 carried ultimate weapons. In the core zone battlefield, the 11th ranks of the major different races had become much more low-key, not only staying away from the area where Lin Yuan was last seen, but also avoiding as much as possible any battles with other races. Without the space-time fluctuations from battles, Lin Yuan could only detect the traces of different races within tens of millions of miles at most, which is a drop in the ocean compared to the vast core zone battlefield. Next, I need to find an opportunity and wait until those 10th rankings of different races are all gathered together before making a move. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Only by doing so could he reap the maximum reward. If Lin Yuan revealed his true strength too early, those 10th rankings from different races would probably not dare to gather together, but would be dispersed in corners of the core zone battlefield, engaging in guerrilla warfare. After all, Lin Yuan's outward strength wasn't unbeatable at the moment, at least a few of the strongest 11th ranks from various peak powers were confident they could handle him. This was also the illusion Lin Yuan had created by taking action several times. Outside the Human Civilization Alliance war base, dozens of figures were already waiting. All of them were 11th rank evolvers from the 9 evolution towers. A few days ago, the Galaxy Master struck again, killing 9 11th ranks of the insect race and prison tribe. How terrifying! How many years has the Galaxy Master been cultivating? The strongest genius in the history of our human civilization. I guess in the history of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, there has never been a genius comparable to the Galaxy Master. The dozens of 11th rank evolvers were quietly discussing this as they received news that the Galaxy Master was about to arrive and had been waiting here early on. Those who could stand here, the 11th rank evolvers, were basically all 11th level perfected evolvers, hardly lacking in pride. Yet facing the Galaxy Master's fierce achievements, all they felt was admiration. Killing 11th ranks holding ultimate weapons was an entirely different concept from defeating 11th ranks holding ultimate weapons. Even though there were a few 11th level perfected evolvers on the field who, by relying on treasures bestowed by the supreme powerhouses, could forcefully kill 11th ranks holding ultimate weapons. How many years had the Galaxy Master been cultivating? When they were at the age of the Galaxy Master, they were still playing around at the 5th or 6th rank. Meanwhile, the Galaxy Master was already wreaking havoc in this super-large war base in space of intense warfare. Just as the numerous 11th level perfected evolvers were rapidly exchanging information, a figure emerged silently in front of everyone. Galaxy Master. Greetings to the Galaxy Master. One after another, the 11th level perfected evolvers immediately looked at Lin Yuan with ardent eyes. Is the warbase all set up? Lin Yuan glanced down. The arrangement of the warbase hadn't been done by Lin Yuan, but by the 11th level perfected evolvers from various evolution towers. Of course, as the Supreme Commander of the Human Civilization Alliance in this battlefield, Lin Yuan had the ultimate control over the super-large battlefield. Yes. It's almost ready. The leading 11th level perfected evolver spoke with a smile. His name was Xianyuan Yu, from the Xianyuan Evolution Tower. If not for Lin Yuan, he would likely be the Supreme Commander of this battlefield. Lin Yuan looked at the 11th level perfected evolvers and said, I haven't been involved in many wars against different races, the main problems on the battlefield still rely on all of you. The Galaxy Master is being modest. Xianyuan Yu was slightly stunned and couldn't help but speak, with the strength of the Galaxy Master, having the confidence to influence the outcome of the entire war, it is us who rely on the Galaxy Master. What's the current situation? Lin Yuan inquired. The current state of the super-large battlefield rarely sees local conflicts, everyone is preparing for a full-scale war. Xianyuan Yu's face showed a trace of amusement, this should be due to the deterrence of the Galaxy Master. Normally, the strongest 11th ranks from various peak clans, although capable of suppressing ordinary 11th ranks with ultimate weapons, generally wouldn't make a move. But due to Lin Yuan's influence, those strongest 11th ranks began to take action successively, causing most 11th ranks to dare not fight outside, and instead hide in the warbases, waiting for the full-scale war to come. The full-scale war refers to the decisive battle where the 12 peak clan forces converge the vast majority of their power. Within the full-scale war, the strongest 11th ranks generally face counterparts of the same level. Ordinary 11th ranks face ordinary 11th ranks, and there won't be scenes of the strongest 11th ranks picking on ordinary 11th ranks. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, no wonder he hardly felt any battle fluctuations along the way. Not only was he making moves, but the strongest 11th ranks from other peak clan forces were also taking action. All right. I won't intervene with the specific arrangements of the war. When the full-scale war begins, just call me. Lin Yuan said. Intervene with war arrangements. It requires a great deal of immersion in war experience, and even if Lin Yuan had the ability, he didn't want to waste the time. Sure. Xianyuan Yu and the other 11th level perfected ones were slightly relieved. Although Lin Yuan was extremely dazzling, in terms of war preparations, it was not just about having strong cultivation talent that counted, but also relied on a keen grasp of the battle situation. They were truly worried that Lin Yuan, being overly confident, would misjudge the war situation, leading to a scenario where the Human Civilization Alliance suffered a crushing defeat. Swoosh! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again. He appeared at the most central location of the battlefield base. This place was also the control center of the entire war base. Lin Yuan could freely control every detail of the war base from here. Did the Galaxy Master leave just like that? Not discussing with us how to deal with the 11th ranks of the other peak clans? Dozens of 11th level perfected evolvers looked at each other, this was the first time they had seen such a nonchalant commander of the battlefield. Alright. Since the Galaxy Master does not wish to get involved with the war arrangements, then let me take charge. Once we've discussed the results, we'll present them to the Galaxy Master for a decision. Xianyuan Yu glanced around, he held great prestige within the Human Civilization 11th rank circle and was very persuasive. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's deliberate delegation of authority made him feel quite relaxed. Sometimes, whether the opponent is strong or not is not the key factor. What's crucial is whether the commander can clearly judge the situation. As a commander, although Lin Yuan did not make any arrangements, he also did not meddle at will, which put Xianyuan Yu at ease. War Base Control Room. Rather than calling it a control room, it would be better to say it was a vast world. This war base is fundamentally a large-scale 12th rank fortress, much more important than ordinary supreme weapons. Lin Yuan, controlling the entire war base, pondered deeply. Even with the foundation of human civilization, there's only such a base, one can imagine how terrifying this war base is. The war bases of the other 10 peak clan forces are probably similar. Lin Yuan thought to himself, to break through such a terrifying war fortress, even if he exerted all his strength, would be difficult to achieve in a short amount of time. Nevertheless, if they're all hiding in their war bases, then wait until full-scale war breaks out before taking action. Lin Yuan thought silently. Once full-scale war commenced, the vast majority of 11th rank beings from different clans would appear on the battlefield. That would be the best opportunity for Lin Yuan to capture them all at once. For now, continue cultivating. Lin Yuan gazed through the control room at the vast and colossal battlefields of different races. The essence of this colossal battlefield of different races is a stable world created by many supreme beings, converging the vast origins of space-time rule. Observing this colossal battlefield was equivalent to observing the insights of various supreme beings regarding space-time, combined with the secret skill, Milky Way. For Lin Yuan's understanding of space and stepping into the pinnacle of sixth realm, this could be of great benefit. Your perceptiveness defies the heavens. Observing the colossal battlefield enhances your understanding of space-time. For a moment, numerous insights on space-time flooded his mind. Space-time, originally one entity, why speak of fusion at all? To perceive space-time, one shouldn't approach it from the perspective of fusing them, but from the depths of one's heart, seeing them as originating from the same source. The more Lin Yuan observed the colossal battlefield, the more bursts of inspiration surged within him. The spatio-temporal fusion rule attracts most strong beings' attention to fusion, but in reality, space-time does not need to fuse, they are inherently unified. Milky Way. With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, the surface of his body started to ripple with a space-time Milky Way. This secret technique, in the most straightforward and understandable manner, articulated the essence of the sixth realm and even the seventh realm of space-time. Lin Yuan's realization of the sixth realm of space-time in the boundless void owed a great deal to the secret skill, Milky Way. Tianyu Clan War Base. Tianyu Meng sat high on his throne, wearing a halo of sanctity, and looked down upon the numerous 11th rank godlords below him. On both sides of Tianyu Meng were two slightly smaller thrones, occupied by the other two strongest 11th rank members of the Tianyu clan. Next, let's discuss how to deal with the Human Civilization Alliance. Tianyu Meng looked around slowly, speaking at a measured pace. The Human Civilization Alliance's evolvers who can be called the strongest 11th ranks, Xianyuan you should be counted as one, and that Galaxy Master probably two. The one with a head full of golden hair on Tianyu Meng's left was also a strongest 11th rank of the Tianyu clan. His name was Chu Li Shao, a direct descendant of the Tianyu clan's second progenitor. Amongst the many 11th rank strong beings of the Tianyu Grand Alliance, Chu Li Shao was definitely the strongest, second only to Tianyu Meng. The artifact he carried, even though not as formidable as Tianyu Meng's halo of sanctity, was not to be overlooked, its lethality surpassed that of supreme weapons. Xianyuan Yu was the disciple of the Xianyuan Supreme of human civilization. Xianyuan Supreme had not yet struck at the ultimate when he became his disciple. This time, Xianyuan Supreme should have bestowed a treasure, likely very powerful. When Tianyu Meng reached this point, he paused for a moment and continued, in that case, I will handle Xianyuan Yu. As for the Galaxy Master, I'll leave it to you, Chu Li Shao. Tianyu Meng looked at Chu Li Shao, and said. Me dealing with the Galaxy Master? A smile appeared on Chu Li Shao's face as he confidently said, no problem. Chapter 870, 13 Real Myriad Realms Gate. Don't underestimate the Galaxy Master. Tianyu Meng glanced at Chu Li Shao, reminding him, human civilization actually dares to let such a genius enter the battlefield, they must be prepared. After Tianyu Meng spoke, scenes of battle images appeared in front of him. It was Lin Yuan entering the super-large battlefield and taking action multiple times. Although Lin Yuan did not leave any survivors every time he made a move. Other than Tuoba Ancient God, the rest of the alien strong ones were just avatars. The original body shared memories with the avatars, and could restore the entire battle process through the memories of the original body. The main method of the Galaxy Master should be the Xian Huang Color Domain ability. This kind of ability is so powerful that it can suppress ordinary supreme weapons. As long as it drags on, holders of supreme weapons at level 11 perfect won't be able to outlast it. Tianyu Meng watched the battle images, and as the battlefield commander of the Tianyu Grand Alliance, she always needed to pay attention to the intelligence information of strong figures from other peak power camps. To make adjustments to the battle situation. Aiming to use our strengths to attack their weaknesses. What the Galaxy Master is best at is suppression and endurance battles. Although it is unknown why the Galaxy Master can maintain such a level of Xian Huang domain for a long time. The ability mastered by Chu Li Xiao can precisely counter such tactics. Therefore, Tianyu Meng ultimately chose to let Chu Li Xiao confront the Galaxy Master. The Xian Huang domain is just one of the methods the Galaxy Master has shown. It doesn't mean that the Galaxy Master only has this one method, understand? Tianyu Meng looked at Chu Li Xiao. She knew of Chu Li Xiao's pride, hence her admonition. In fact, like Tianyu Meng and Chu Li Xiao, such strongest level 11 perfect individuals are the prepared candidates for their great peak clans to breach the ultimate. Usually, they wouldn't show themselves, all immersed in contemplating the breakthrough to the ultimate. If it wasn't for the super-large battlefield being so crucial, they wouldn't have possibly spared the effort to enter the battlefield. I understand. Chu Li Xiao thought for a while and nodded. Even if I can't defeat the Galaxy Master, I can still hold them off. I don't care about the other strong humans, but I can ensure that the Galaxy Master won't be able to assist. Just holding them off is enough. Tianyu Meng nodded in satisfaction. She viewed the Galaxy Master very highly. If it wasn't for Xianyuan Yu being the direct disciple of a Xianyuan Supreme, based on current intelligence, who poses a greater threat than the Galaxy Master. She would definitely like to try challenging the Galaxy Master herself, and see what it feels like to face this unrivaled genius known across all great peak clans. Next. Tianyu Meng analyzed other evolved beings of the Human Civilization Alliance and accordingly arranged members of the Tianyu Grand Alliance to counter them. The Human Civilization Alliance is almost dealt with, it's time for the robber clan. Tianyu Meng looked visibly more serious, and so did the other strong members of the Tianyu Grand Alliance. While human civilization is powerful, the robber clan is even more unfathomable. Being a suspected lineage from the previous cosmic era, the robber clan has the smallest number of members among the 12 peak clans. The two level 12 ultimate members of the robber clan are the most powerful among all the level 12 members in the universe, and they've probably reached the pinnacle of the path-creating realm. The level 12 ultimate of the robber clan is incredibly powerful, and their warriors below level 12 can also sweep those of the same level. In this super-large battlefield, the 12 peak clans have close to 2,000 level 11 evolved human members, which is considered above average. The number of level 11 robber clan powerhouses is the least, less than 100. Even so, Tianyu Meng felt as if facing a great adversary, arranging herself and two other strongest level 11 members, along with dozens of level 11 perfect, to jointly hold off the strongest level 11 of the robber clan. Luckily the robber clan members are few in number, otherwise even if we join hands with the other 10 great peak forces, we might not be able to handle them. Tianyu Meng thought to herself, comparing to the special life forms nurtured by the universe, the robber clan members are much more difficult to deal with. Every member of the robber clan has grown through endless calamities, their combat experience almost perfected, and the legacy of their secret techniques are also extremely strong. Due to many factors. The robber clan holds a unique position among the 12 great peak clans. Least in number, yet the most threatening. Insect race battlefield base. One by one, huge insect race hives were floating in space, and one after another, ferocious insect race warriors were quickly bred. At the same time, the wills of the insect race hives were interweaving, communicating efficiently. Bing 387, you specifically breed insect race warriors who have reached level 11 perfect in defense. Bing 778, you specifically breed insect race warriors who have reached level 11 perfect in attacking. Bing 1923, you specifically breed insect race warriors who have reached level 11 perfect in soul illusion. Streams of enormous mental wills were continuously transmitted between the major hives. Compared to other peak clans' combat styles, the insect race has only one. That is the sea of bugs. Continuously breeding insect race warriors with different focal points, and under the control of the insect race hive, perfectly combining and cooperating. An insect race warrior who has reached level 11 perfect in defense, in front of other level 11 perfect, might just be a live target, posing no threat. But if you add an insect race warrior who has reached level 11 perfect in attack, along with another who has reached level 11 perfect in soul illusion, and so on. Under the control of the insect race hive, perfectly cooperating. Even if they are not as good as level 11 perfect, they are probably not far off. If this number is multiplied by 10,000, 100,000, a million, even level 11 perfect would feel terrified. Chapter 871, 13 Real Myriad Realms Gate. Of course, even for the insect race hive, breeding an insect race warrior that has achieved level 11 perfection in a certain aspect is a massive consumption. This kind of consumption is not only tremendous in terms of resources but also an undeniably heavy burden mentally. Robber Clan War Base. Compared to the war bases of other peak power clans, the Robber Clan's war base is much smaller. However, the oppressive aura emanating from the entire war base is by no means inferior to the others, and might even be somewhat stronger. At the deepest part of the war base, about 100 Robber Clan strong ones are either standing or sitting in small groups. The Robber Clan is different from other peak clan powers. The Robber Clan is just that, with no such thing as a Robber Clan Great Alliance. There are no other alien species in the entire Robber Clan's war base. According to the Robber Clan, it is the weak who need alliances, the strong do not. In reality, the Robber Clan is targeted by the cosmic will, so any species that gets close to the Robber Clan will also be suppressed by the cosmic will, therefore, no other species dares to join the Robber Clan. Even for the powerful Robber Clan, under the targeting of the cosmic will, the probability of growing up is 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million. As for other ordinary species, those who dare to approach the Robber Clan probably face the risk of extinction. This time, the right to lead the battlefield belongs to our Robber Clan for the first time. The Robber Clan strong one sitting at the highest point spoke, his tone filled with a sense of rightful confidence. Are there any strong ones worth paying attention to in the universe lately? It's said that the Human Civilization Alliance has given birth to an extraordinary genius who has stepped into level 11 in 5 to 600 years and whose mastery over time and space has also reached the 5th realm. Universe talents, blessed by the cosmos, having a smooth journey of cultivation. Not like us from the Robber Clan, where every step forward is taken with immense risk, constantly walking on the verge of the evolutionary path's collapse. The Robber Clan strong ones exchanged conversations, showing some interest in the Galaxy Master but no more than that, not taking this human prodigy seriously. Every step the Robber Clan takes costs 1,000, 10,000 times more effort than strong ones of other clans, and the death rate is even higher, 100,000, a million times. Similarly, those Robber Clan strong ones who can advance further and survive have far superior power compared to strong ones of the same level. A normal level 11 perfected member of the Robber Clan is comparable to the strongest level 11 of major powers, and the strongest level 11 of the Robber Clan. It requires the combined efforts of all the strongest level 11 from other peak clans to barely hold them back. It's barely, and if the strongest level 11 of the Robber Clan gets bored and is willing to pay a small price, they truly cannot be held back by the strongest level 11 of other species. Human Civilization Alliance War Base. Lin Yuan is sitting cross-legged in the control room, carefully observing the structure of the entire ultra-large battlefield. How marvelous, so this is how space-time can be utilized. The more Lin Yuan watched, the more he was immersed, although he and the level 12 ultimate beings all have a comprehension of the 6th realm of space-time. But due to the gap in the level of life, it is difficult for Lin Yuan to feel the most essential aspects of the spatiotemporal fusion rule. However, through this ultra-large battlefield, he has managed to get a glimpse into it. The establishment of the ultra-large battlefield is the collective work of several level 12 ultimate beings, and it helps Lin Yuan far more than the guidance from any single level 12 ultimate being. Alas! Lin Yuan pondered, shaking his head slightly. The ultra-large battlefield is all good, surpassing the large battlefield by far. The only downside is the absence of any significant eternal spatial rifts. This is because the ultra-large battlefield has not yet experienced any high-intensity wars among the major species. It is foreseeable that after a few large-scale, comprehensive wars, when the major peak powers really clash and their level 12 strategies are revealed, creating permanent spatial rifts will be a matter of time. Thinking of the permanent spatial rifts, Lin Yuan thought of the world-breaking origin force. The total amount of world-breaking origin force Lin Yuan has gathered is now close to 1,100 strands. After the 10th traversal ended, the world-breaking origin force that Lin Yuan had accumulated approached 1,000 strands. During this time, the avatar left in the large battlefield has been collecting world-breaking origin force for Lin Yuan at the rate of 1 strand every 90 days. Myriad Realms Gate. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, gazing at the towering and majestic Myriad Realms Gate. After stepping into level 11, Lin Yuan could easily feel that the Myriad Realms Gate had solidified a great deal, almost becoming tangible. When Lin Yuan first saw the Myriad Realms Gate, it was incredibly illusory, but as he continued to leap through the layers of life, the Myriad Realms Gate gradually became real. It carried a hint of the secret technique created by the Moyu Tower Master, the illusory reality. No, the reality of the Myriad Realms Gate was even more authentic than all other realities. Compared to it, Lin Yuan himself felt like an illusion. Perhaps when I step into level 12 and become the ultimate existence, will the Myriad Realms Gate fully coalesce into reality? Lin Yuan pondered to himself, the Myriad Realms Gate now, although nearly real, was ultimately not reality but still a projection of the true Myriad Realms Gate. Based on the constant changes in the Myriad Realms Gate over the years, from illusory to real, Lin Yuan came up with such a thought. Without any accidents, once Lin Yuan becomes a Supreme One and his life level leaps significantly, the Myriad Realms Gate will similarly draw near to reality. I wonder what changes will occur once the Myriad Realms Gate completely becomes real. Lin Yuan was quite curious in his heart. His trip to the two-dimensional world had led him to speculate whether the Myriad Realms Gate was an artifact of the perfect time being level. Perfect time being. That was the realm and domain that His Majesty Xian Huang and the Moyu Tower Master had been pursuing all their lives. It is said that perfect time beings do not exist in the present or the past but in the future, or perhaps other timelines. Lin Yuan's heart suddenly stirred, looking towards the control room's exterior. Xianyuan Yu and a group of Human Civilization Alliance Level 11 evolvers were waiting there, wanting to meet with him. Come in. Lin Yuan opened the entrance to the control room, moving everyone in. Greetings, Galaxy Master. Xianyuan Yu bowed slightly, without a hint of arrogance. As the direct disciple of the first Supreme One of human civilization, Xianyuan Yu's status in human civilization was absolutely the highest beneath the 9 Supreme Ones. But facing the Galaxy Master, Xianyuan Yu showed ample respect. From the occasional hints revealed by the Xianyuan Supreme, Xianyuan Yu knew the Galaxy Master was the most hopeful existence to become the strongest in the history of Human Civilization Alliance. What concept was that? Xianyuan Yu dared not ponder too deeply. But he knew that one must absolutely not offend the Galaxy Master by even a fraction. Even the Supremes believed the Galaxy Master had the greatest chance of stepping into level 12, offending the Galaxy Master now would be equivalent to offending the future Supreme One. Therefore, even with the protection of the Xianyuan Supreme, Xianyuan Yu could not bear the consequences of that outcome. Xianyuan Yu felt this way, and naturally, other level 11 perfected evolvers felt the same. They followed and bowed to Lin Yuan. Greetings, Galaxy Master. Lin Yuan glanced at the group of people and nodded slightly. What's the matter? Lin Yuan asked directly. This is the plan we've devised to deal with other alien strong ones, please have a look, Galaxy Master. Xianyuan Yu sent an email to Lin Yuan, which detailed how to deal with each alien strong one. Especially regarding the peak forces among the strongest level 11, there were very specific and detailed countermeasures. These were all based on the intelligence collected by the Human Civilization Alliance and then arranged according to the strength of each level 11 evolver from his faction. The considerations were indeed comprehensive. Coming to see Lin Yuan this time, they sought the approval of the overseer of the Human Civilization Alliance war base. Without Lin Yuan's nod, the plan devised by Xianyuan Yu and the many level 11 powerhouses could not be executed. If the Galaxy Master has any opinions, please share them, and I will add them, Xianyuan Yu added before sending the email. Let me have a look. Lin Yuan opened the email, casually browsing through it. Chapter 872:14, You are all surrounded by me. Xianyuan Yu's war plan was quite comprehensive, but what Lin Yuan was primarily interested in was not the plan itself, but the peak powers and individual strong beings of other pinnacle races, as adversaries of the Human Civilization Alliance. Every member of the robber clan requires 20 of our same-level evolvers just to restrain them. Lin Yuan saw the battle plan against the robber clan. Even though Lin Yuan had heard of the fearsomeness of this race, he was still somewhat astonished. From Xianyuan Yu's war plan, Lin Yuan saw no intention of wanting to defeat the opponent. The entire purpose was to hold back the robber clan powerhouses. The robber clan is terrifying. Xianyuan Yu sighed. Had their challenge to ultimate not been so astoundingly difficult, this universe might well have been under the robber clan's control. To strike at the ultimate from the 11th level, one must break free from the bonds of the River of Time. For a normal 11th level to escape the River of Time, the difficulty is 10, then for the robber clan it is 100, 1,000. The moment a robber clan member challenges the ultimate, backlash from the entire universe descends without giving them any chance to adapt or react. This is also why there are currently only 2 ultimate beings at the 12th level among the robber clan. Aside from their sparse population, their success rate of reaching the ultimate is pitifully low. There's nothing wrong with the war plan. Lin Yuan looked toward Xianyuan Yu and spoke, however, there's no need to arrange for me. In Xianyuan Yu's war plan, there were also arrangements for Lin Yuan, such as dealing with the strongest 11th level of some pinnacle race powers. Not arrange for the Galaxy Master. Xianyuan Yu was somewhat puzzled in his heart but proceeded anyway, all right. Even though this would greatly increase the pressure on other 11th level evolvers from human civilization. But Xianyuan Yu had no intention of questioning Lin Yuan's orders. All right. Once the full-scale war begins, just contact me directly. Handle other matters on your own. Lin Yuan gestured, moving all the 11th level perfected evolvers outside the control room like Xianyuan Yu. Chaos Rule. While comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule and many other rules, Lin Yuan was also contemplating how to derive the Chaos Rule. After stepping into the 11th level, Lin Yuan's clarity of rule comprehension as well as his against heaven's understanding had both significantly improved. But regarding the Chaos Rule, he still found no direction. All things in the world originate from chaos, but what exactly is chaos, and how can one comprehend the Chaos Rule? Lin Yuan felt bewildered. Xianyuan and the Moyu Tower Master had both derived the Chaos Rule, and their explanation for deriving the Chaos Rule was that they had accumulated enough foundation, and then it came naturally. However, it's unclear just how much foundation must be accumulated for it to be enough. Both Xianyuan and the Moyu Tower Master are Chaos Realm powerhouses. If the required foundation here pertains to the bounds of the Chaos Realm, then Lin Yuan is destined not to comprehend the Chaos Rule at the 11th level. Even as strong as Xianyuan and the Moyu Tower Master, neither had the experience of deriving the Chaos Rule at the 11th level. Take it slow. I'm not in a hurry. Worst case, I'll spend more time at the 11th level. Without certainty, I definitely won't challenge the ultimate. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and with his current strength of mind and will, he could easily live until the end of the cosmic era. Mere centuries, even counting all the time traveling through worlds, meant Lin Yuan had only lived through a few thousand years, an insignificant speck compared to a complete cosmic era. Therefore, Lin Yuan still had plenty of time to slowly contemplate. Martial Tao 11th Tier. Lin Yuan devoted a part of his mind, attempting to create a complete first-tier chapter of the Martial Tao. This was also a review and summary of his own path. Creating the Martial Tao 11th Tier chapter wasn't just about advancing the evolution pathway of Martial Tao to the 11th tier. It's about reflecting on the journey thus far. Only by doing so could he grasp the present to better foresee his future. Beyond the superlarge battlefield. Numerous ultimate beings at the 12th level observe casually. Xia Qin, tell me the truth, is that Galaxy Master the same as the human Xueyu? A supreme being from the Star Alliance asked the supreme being Xia Qin through telepathy. Although this guess was incredible. For example, when that white paper descended into this universe, the Galaxy Master was only at the 10th layer. Inside the two-dimensional world, all extraordinary powers were suppressed, and theoretically, the 10th layer and 11th layer started from the same point. But it was only the same starting point. As time went on, the one with the higher life level grew at a much faster pace than those at lower levels. The Galaxy Master was merely at the 10th layer, and even if he possessed treasures from human civilization that could break free from the suppression of the two-dimensional world. But the realm and life level of the Galaxy Master were set, and no matter how powerful the treasures, one needed sufficient strength to activate them. The Galaxy Master initially was but at the 10th layer. How could he possibly overpower the 4 divine kings and other legends of the 11th layer perfected being? Furthermore, the 4 divine kings also brought their strongest weapons suited for themselves. However, based on the current strength displayed by the Galaxy Master, he equaled the strongest 11th layer of the major peak races upon first entering the 11th layer. Additionally, when that white paper descended, the Galaxy Master also fell into it. And Xueyu and the Galaxy Master had never appeared at the same time and place. As well as, after white paper exited the universe, the Galaxy Master quickly ascended to the 11th layer and so on. Logically, after the fundamental loss from the two-dimensional world, the Galaxy Master should have been affected even with human civilization's compensation, so how could he easily step into the 11th layer? Chapter 873:14, You are all surrounded by me. The only explanation is that the Galaxy Master was not affected by the two-dimensional world. This is consistent with Xueyu surviving and leaving the two-dimensional world. Numerous clues all point to one possibility. That is, the human Xueyu, who massacred in the two-dimensional world, is actually the Galaxy Master. If it were just one similar clue, it might have been a coincidence, but with all clues being so similar, even without concrete evidence, the supreme beings of the Star Alliance are mostly convinced. And then? Xia Qin, the supreme being, said indifferently. When Lin Yuan entered the battlefield and revealed some of his power. Xia Qin, the supreme being, foresaw that the identity of human Xueyu might be exposed. But so what? If it's exposed, then it's exposed. What can the myriad tribes' powerhouses, who died at the hands of human Xueyu in the two-dimensional world, do? Very good. The supreme being of the Star Alliance was silent for a while, feeling a strong shock in his heart. Even when he saw human Xueyu crushing the 4 divine kings in the two-dimensional world initially, he wasn't much shocked, especially after speculating that this human Xueyu might possess treasures granted by the Human Civilization Alliance. But when human Xueyu overlapped with the Galaxy Master, this supreme being of the Star Alliance became somewhat restless. Monster. The monstrous degree of the Galaxy Master exceeded the expectations of all supreme beings. Human Xueyu is the Galaxy Master. How is that possible? Wasn't the Galaxy Master a level 10 at that time? A level 10 can sweep a level 11 perfect. The many supreme beings, quick in their thoughts, also associated the Galaxy Master with human Xueyu. Sweeping a level 11 perfect wouldn't surprise the supreme beings, but a level 10 sweeping a level 11 perfect, even in an environment like the two-dimensional world, is utterly ridiculous. Even the robber clan couldn't possibly do it, right? Indeed, the robber clan is known to be invincible among their peers, but fighting across levels. From level 1 to 12, perhaps below level 6, it's possible to fight across levels as the gaps are not large. But the higher the level, the more difficult it becomes to fight across levels. A level 10 fighting across to a level 11 perfect. The fact that human Xueyu is the Galaxy Master spread among the supreme beings, and soon those strongest level 11 beings below them also learned about it. Especially inside the massive battlefield, many alien strong ones need to treat the Galaxy Master as their opponent. The more they know about him, the more confident they are. The Galaxy Master is that human Xueyu? Really? The Supreme Being told me personally, what do you think? The level 11 elites of the major peak powers could hardly believe it, many of whom had experienced the journey to the two-dimensional world and still linger under the shadow of human Shueyu. Now they are told that the human Shueyu back then was merely level 10, and just a few hundred years old. Galaxy Master. Inside the war base of the Star Alliance, the four divine kings sat cross-legged, their faces falling into silence once again. The impact that human Shueyu initially had on them was already great, but now, knowing the true identity of human Shueyu, the four divine kings found themselves momentarily blank. War base of the Human Civilization Alliance. Lin Yuan and a group of level 11 evolutionists were also having a lively discussion. The Galaxy Master is level 11. So that's why the Galaxy Master became the dominator of this war. With such strength at level 10, I feel I've wasted millions of years. The level 11 evolutionists excitedly discussed. Compared to other alien strong ones, the evolutionists of human civilization felt not just shock, but also a sense of pride upon learning that human Shueyu is the Galaxy Master. After all, this is a peerless genius from their human civilization. Although human Shueyu is originally a human evolver, human Shueyu and the Galaxy Master are not the same thing at all. Human Shueyu, no matter how strong, is still within reason, as it's unknown how many years human Shueyu practiced. But the Galaxy Master? The growth trajectory of the Galaxy Master is no secret, easily traceable with a bit of investigation. The overlap of the two creates a shock effect far surpassing any individual one. Galaxy Master, is it the human Shueyu? In the corner, Nalan was somewhat stunned, only now remembering how he had repeatedly invited Lin Yuan to meet the human Shueyu in the two-dimensional world, but it had never been realized. Now it seems. The human Shueyu is the Galaxy Master. Why bother meeting, then not meeting? Alright. Whether the Galaxy Master is the human Shueyu or not, we cannot afford to lose in the upcoming war. Lin Yuan was equally shocked, but his face showed no expression. Instead, he calmly spoke. No wonder the Supreme Being said that the Galaxy Master has the most hope of stepping into level 12. With such capability at level 10, the foundation is indeed a great deal stronger than mine. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Time slowly passed. The fact that the human Shueyu was the Galaxy Master stirred quite a ripple among the level 11 circles but was soon suppressed by the looming large-scale war. The core area of the mega-sized battlefield. The 12 Pinnacle clan forces began to converge continuously at the center of the battlefield. One by one, the level 11 powerhouses stood in the void, their terrifying aura permeating and the power of level 12 supreme weapons expanding and colliding. Human. Several insect race hives hovered in midair, and a massive army of insect race warriors surged out. During the massive war, various Pinnacle clan forces clashed in turn. The Human Civilization Alliance and the Insect Race Alliance were opponents. Moreover, the other 10 Pinnacle clans were also engaged in slaughter. In the vast center of the battlefield, the fluctuations of space-time boiled, and frightful aura burst forth unchecked. Watch out for soul attacks. Lin Yuan took the lead and charged towards the largest hive. Buzzing. Space twisted, and terrifying soul attacks descended, numerous level 11 perfect insect race warriors launching attacks simultaneously. Although the insect race hive was not adept at direct combat, it did not mean it lacked any self-preservation abilities. The soul attacks from the insect race hive were unique among the 11 Pinnacle clan forces. Insect race hives needed to control a large number of insect race warriors simultaneously, which required a vast amount of mental will. The higher the mental will, the stronger the mastery in soul aspects. Not good. Lin Yuan only felt his vision blur before he recovered, a golden gem subtly appearing on his forehead to suppress the soul and resist any attacks. Unexpectedly, insect race's queen brought that treasure along. Lin Yuan's face became solemn, staring directly at the distant huge insect race hive, waves of illusory fluctuation spreading from the hive center to all directions, impacting all level 11 powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance. Nightmare Realm. Lin Yuan stared at the tiny palace-shaped weapon atop the huge insect race hive. The Nightmare Realm was the insect race's clan suppression weapon, extremely potent in area soul attacks. This weapon had troubled the feather butterfly supreme being of human civilization many times. On another side of the battlefield, a terrifying figure casually exerted force. Around him, 7 to 8 figures were struggling hard, each of these figures emitting an aura not inferior to Shen Yuan Yu's, yet they were being overpowered by the onslaught of a single powerful being and were at a disadvantage. Human civilization is struggling. Where did that Galaxy Master go? This terrifying figure was the strongest level 11 of the robber clan, his gaze glancing at the battlefield between humans and the insect race. The matter of the Galaxy Master and human Shueyu also piqued his curiosity. He had seen the battle images from the two-dimensional world, and the power of the human Shueyu had even put some pressure on him. The insect race actually brought the Nightmare Realm. Human civilization is in danger. Without a same-level clan suppression weapon, defeat might be inevitable. Where is the Galaxy Master then? Is he too scared to even appear? Other Pinnacle clan forces engaged in battle also observed, noting the dire situation human civilization was falling into. Soul annihilation. In the battlefield between the insect race and human civilization, the largest insect race hive was fully activating the clan suppression weapon, Nightmare Realm. The void power of the nightmare began sweeping, many human civilizations' evolvers felt their consciousness drift towards unconsciousness, faces showing signs of despair. Just then, a diminutive young man suddenly arrived at the center of the battlefield, raising his right foot and gently stomping down, space-time faintly turning into a swirling millstone, crushing numerous powerful insect race warriors. The largest insect race hive was forced to retreat a great distance, the Nightmare Realm atop it spinning rapidly. The young man looked around, his gaze crossing the battlefield between the insect race and human civilization, looking towards other Pinnacle clan forces engaged in battle, a smile appearing on his face. You are all surrounded by me. Chapter 874-15 The Might of the World. The first large-scale war after the super-scale battlefield was established, similarly received the utmost attention from all 12-step ultimate beings. Insect race's Nightmare Realm was refined from the 12-step soul treasure, the Nightmare Heart. The Nightmare Heart originally drifted from the chaos void into the universe, falling into the hands of the insect race's myriad transformation queen. With the Nightmare Heart as the main material, the refined Nightmare Realm has an inconceivable suppressive effect on the soul. The 12-step ultimate beings watched the core battlefield and exchanged their thoughts. The Nightmare Heart is fundamentally not a treasure that the universe can nurture, it comes from the even more vast chaos void, innately suppressing any soul power. The insect race's myriad transformation queen, with tremendous effort and the assistance of many auxiliary materials, was able to forge the Nightmare Realm. This clan suppression weapon in the hands of the insect queen can unleash power that doesn't fall short of the void realm world of human civilization. Nightmare Realm. Xia Qin, among the 9 human civilization supremes, glanced at the insect race alliance. No worries. The 11th level cannot manifest much of the Nightmare Realm's power. The hitherto silent Shen Yuan Supreme spoke. The more powerful the supreme weapon, the higher the requirements for the user. Like the Nightmare Realm and the Angel Crown, such clan suppression weapons, if controlled by level 11 beings by some shortcut, can display power just a bit stronger than ordinary supreme weapons. Among the various treasures bestowed by Shen Yuan Supreme to Shen Yuan Yu, if not to crush the Nightmare Realm, at least resisting it wouldn't be a problem. Long before the superscale battlefield was established, human civilization had already made many simulation predictions. They anticipated the tactics of the other 11 peak race forces. The Nightmare Realm of the insect race was completely within expectations. But Galaxy Master. Shen Yuan Supreme felt a bit puzzled. However, the next moment, a figure plummeted into the center of the battlefield where humans and the insect race were slaughtering each other. This figure was none other than the Galaxy Master, who with just a light stomp, terrifying spacetime fluctuations turned into millstones, ripping apart and grinding many insect race warriors to dust. The level 11 insect race hives, like boats adrift on the sea, were teetering on the edge. The insect race hive that activated the Nightmare Realm deep within the Insect Race Alliance recoiled a great distance. The palace overhead that was continuously emitting null fluctuations also began to spin unexpectedly, as if it had been subjected to some severe impact. For a moment, all the gazes of the 12-step ultimate beings converged on the battlefield between human civilization and the insect race. One should know, most 12-step ultimate beings were focusing on the battlefields of the robber clan, the universe, and other races. After all, those were the battlefields where the fighting was most fierce. Especially the robber clan, whose strongest level 11 alone was suppressing other peak group strongest level 11s, leaving them with barely any power to retaliate. Many 12-step ultimate beings intended to glimpse some tactics of the robber clan's two 12-step ultimate beings from their strongest level 11. But now, Galaxy Master. Just a stomp, and almost swept through the Insect Race Alliance. Even the Nightmare Realm was impacted, interrupting the soul suppression. What treasure did this Galaxy Master use? Could it be that true heritage of human civilization was brought into the battle? The 12-step ultimate beings looked at each other in disbelief. At least the power shown by the Galaxy Master was definitely at the level of the robber clan's strongest level 11. The various races' strongest level 11s, wielding clan suppression weapons, would need nearly 10 of them just to barely hold off the robber clan's strongest level 11. In the center of the battlefield between human civilization and the insect race, Lin Yuan looked around. The reason he waited until now to appear was precisely because the grand battlefield had just begun, with many level 11s not yet entering Lin Yuan's killing range. Here, the killing range meant a radius of 700 billion li centered around Lin Yuan. This is also the limit of the world's size within Lin Yuan's body. Upon activating physical body divine ability world, within 700 billion li, everything is transformed into Lin Yuan's world. This isn't to say Lin Yuan's attack range is limited to 700 billion li. But beyond this range, there is no certainty of a kill. After all, a significant number of level 11 powerhouses entering the battlefield possess supreme weapons for protection. Lin Yuan, facing tens of thousands alone, with scattered power, and also separated by a distance of 700 billion li. Indeed is unsure of killing a level 11 perfect who is desperately fleeing and protected by a supreme weapon. But within 700 billion li, it's different. Within the range of divine ability world, Lin Yuan's strength will be deployed to its greatest extent. It's about time. Lin Yuan's mind remained calm, and he also noticed the gaze from tens of thousands of level 11 powerhouses. When he descended just now, merely stomping his foot caused an uproar within the entire Insect Race Alliance, and this scene was also witnessed by other peak races. Such an overwhelming display of strength left all level 11 powerhouses bewildered. Divine Ability World. With a slight fluctuation of thought, the imprint of the world divine ability deep within Lin Yuan's body suddenly began to vibrate and spread. Strands of world power centered around Lin Yuan instantaneously permeated a range of 700 billion li. Ever since entering the super-scale battlefield, Lin Yuan had been restraining his strength, all for this moment. If his true strength were exposed too early, how could these powerhouses from all the peak races gather here obediently for Lin Yuan to slaughter? Although with Lin Yuan present, they would ultimately be able to control the war in the super-scale battlefield. Chapter 875-15 The Might of the World. But how could Lin Yuan collect resources to cultivate the Xianhuang physique if he couldn't kill those 11th rank strong ones of the alien races? Boom! An oppressive and heavy aura enveloped an area of 700 billion li in an instant, causing tens of thousands of 11th rank strong ones to feel their bodies and souls completely suppressed. It wasn't an ordinary suppression, but a total suppression, with only 1% of their original strength remaining. Under Lin Yuan's divine ability world, the ordinary 11th rank strong ones could be crushed instantly. Even those 11th rank perfect strong ones, protected by supreme weapons, could only hold on for a few breaths, and that was all. What's happening? My strength has been suppressed by 99%. It's the Galaxy Master. The source of suppression comes from the Galaxy Master. The thought processes of the 11th rank strong ones were incredibly fast, and they immediately realized something was wrong. From the arrival of the Galaxy Master on the battlefield to now, only an instant had passed. Just a moment ago, they were shocked by the sound of the Galaxy Master stomping, and the next moment, they all became trapped fishes within the divine ability world. Go, immediately get away from the Galaxy Master. Get away from the Galaxy Master, see if we can escape this suppression. Numerous 11th rank strong ones, almost at the same time, abandoned their battles and turned to flee farther away. As an instinct of the strong, they knew that hesitating further could result in life or death danger. In such circumstances, the top-tier ethnic group powers remarkably had the same goal and fled in panic. Escape? Can they even escape? Lin Yuan stood at the center of the coverage of the divine ability world. As the caster of the divine ability, he had complete control over everything within 700 billion li. The changes in the expressions of those 11th rank strong ones and the turmoil of their inner chi, as they desperately tried different methods, all fell into Lin Yuan's eyes. Die. Lin Yuan activated the divine ability world and used the world power of the 700 billion li area to crush all the strong ones from the alien races except those from the Human Civilization Alliance. The duration of the divine ability world was only 6 seconds. From activation of the world divine ability to covering an area of 700 billion li, only 1/10,000th of a second had passed. Whoosh! The majestic world power poured down mercilessly. In just 1 second, the first round of crushing was completed. In an area of 700 billion li, all 11th rank strong ones from the first to the 4th tier without supreme weapons were obliterated. It is worth noting that among the 11th rank strong ones from various top-tier ethnic groups who entered the battlefield, although their number reached tens of thousands, those below the 5th tier made up 90%. And now, just the first round of crushing by the divine ability world, and 90% of the tens of thousands of 11th rank strong ones were annihilated, leaving only a few thousand 11th rank 5th tier and above strong ones alive. These strong ones survived not because their own strength was great. To the current Lin Yuan, the difference between the 1st and the 5th tier of the 11th rank wasn't that significant. The reason they could withstand the first round of crushing by divine ability world was because of the supreme weapons they carried. The power of the 12th tier protected them. Of course, even if they survived by relying on the power of the supreme weapons, most of the 11th rank 5th tier strong ones were white-faced. Under the relentless crushing of the vast world power, even if protected by supreme weapons capable of blocking 99.9999% of the force. The residual chi that seeped in, having just 0.0001% strength left, still heavily injured these 11th rank 5th tier strong ones. I'm protected by the supreme armor, and I still can't completely block it. The face of the 11th rank godlord from the Jianyu clan showed terror. What kind of technique is this? This 11th rank godlord looked around and discovered that 90% of the 11th rank godlords from the Jianyu clan had turned to ashes, leaving only those few with supreme weapons. Run! We can't stay here any longer. The 11th rank godlord was immediately panicked, having never felt such despair except when facing the supreme beings. Even the strongest 11th rank Jianyu Meng from his own clan could not impact him so greatly. So many Jianyu clan 11th rank godlords, all dead. This 11th rank godlord wanted to escape at all costs. But under the oppression of the external world, his speed was as slow as a turtle's. Before they could get far, the crushing force of the magnificent second wave of the world's power suddenly descended. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, the external world that lasted for 6 seconds could complete 5 rounds of crushing in 5 seconds. As for the last second, it was used to detonate the entire external world, which was also the most powerful burst method. What kind of power would it produce once self-destructed within the internal world spanning 700 billion miles? Ah! The second wave of crushing descended, and even with the strongest weapon protecting him, that 11th rank Jianyu clan member couldn't hold on. The residual force that penetrated obliterated his physical body and soul. The second passed. The external world completed the second round of crushing. Under the second round of crushing, 1/5 of the 11th rank, 5th tier strong ones who possessed the strongest weapon protection perished. As for the 11th rank, 6th tier, that is, the level 11 perfect strong ones, they were barely hanging on with the power of the strongest weapon. Don't underestimate these 11th rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself, as the external world reached the third second and the third wave of world crushing began. Boom boom boom. One by one, the 11th rank, 5th tier strong ones quickly perished, while the remaining 11th rank, 6th tier strong ones' souls were trembling. They had originally planned to wait and see, but they didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. Run quickly. What exactly is going on? Is it the Galaxy Master who's making a move? How can the Galaxy Master have such terrifying power? It must be the strongest one, it must be the strongest one making a move. There's a strongest one breaking the agreement and attacking us. The cries of many 11th rank strong ones along with the fluctuations of time and space, echoed continuously within 700 billion miles, filled with intense unwillingness and fear. In the eyes of all 11th rank strong ones, no one else could unleash such powerful attacks except for the strongest ones. The third second passed. There were hardly any 11th rank, 5th tier strong ones left, and casualties began to appear among the 11th rank, 6th tier strong ones. The strongest weapons are of different types, some are for attack, and some for defense. Some 11th rank, 6th tier strong ones, holding attacking type strongest weapons, perhaps are not as good in defense as the 5th tier 11th ranks holding defensive type strongest weapons. The fourth second arrived. Am I going to die? The four divine kings looked desperate. After 4 consecutive rounds of world's power crushing, this legendary life of a perfect 11th rank was on the verge of death. In fact, if not for the strongest weapon protecting him, with the strength of the 4 divine kings, he most likely wouldn't have survived past the first second. Galaxy Master. Before his physical and soul completely collapsed, the 4 divine kings actually stopped fleeing, turned around, and looked towards the Galaxy Master standing at the center of the battlefield. Not long ago, when he learned that the Galaxy Master was human Shueyu, aside from being inconceivable, he also felt a gap between himself and the Galaxy Master, probably not as vast as a two-dimensional world. But now, tens of thousands of 11th rank strong ones, including those holding the strongest weapons, couldn't even last a few seconds in front of the Galaxy Master. The thoughts of the 4 divine kings suddenly halted, because the embodiment he had on the battlefield had completely died. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The moment the divine ability world was condensed, the tens of thousands of 11th rank caused a great disturbance, trying to break free from the suppression. But after the first second passed, 90% of the 11th rank had died, and the range covered by the external world quieted down a lot, but still filled with some piercing screams and resentful roars. But the second, third second, and fourth second passed. The range of the external world finally quieted down completely. For rounds of magnificent world's power crushing, even the strong ones of level 11 perfect, all perished, leaving only a few dozen of the strongest 11th rank from various peak clans, barely struggling. Chapter 876, 16, The Perplexed Human Supreme. 4 seconds ago. Tens of thousands of level 11 fighters were locked in fierce combat. 4 seconds later. Only fewer than 100 of the strongest level 11 fighters were struggling to resist. Wish. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan gathered a multitude of supreme weapons and scattered treasures into his inner world. Any treasure that could withstand the crushing force of the 4 immense world forces and remain intact was exceptionally precious. Those slightly inferior were crushed to smithereens, used as nourishment for cultivating the Xianhuang physique. On the side of the Human Civilization Alliance, Xianyuan Yu and a group of 11th level perfected evolvers were staring blankly at everything happening on the battlefield. Originally, under the threat of the insect race hive manipulating the Nightmare Realm, Xianyuan Yu even considered using the backup given to him by the Xianyuan Supreme to counter the influence of the Nightmare Realm. But now, without activating his countermeasure, the many 11th level fighters from the Insect Race Alliance had dwindled to 5 or 6 barely alive Insect Race hives, the rest were dead, with countless Insect Race warriors reduced to ashes. What happened? Xianyuan Yu's thoughts nearly came to a halt, clearly seeing the scene before him, but instinctively, he still found it hard to believe. Thousands of level 11 fighters from alien races, just like that, gone. It's the Galaxy Master. Lin Yuan looked towards the distant Lin Yuan. Under the envelopment of the outer world, all the alien level 11 fighters were completely suppressed, whereas the level 11 fighters from the Human Civilization Alliance were not treated so. But with Lin Yuan's strength, he immediately noticed that the surrounding spacetime had already changed, and the source of the change was the distant Galaxy Master. Dead, they're all dead. An 11th level perfected evolver murmured to himself beside him, clearly shocked by the scene before his eyes. When did level 11 fighters start dying en masse like mere ants? This is level 11. Not cabbages by the roadside. Even the ultimate beings would not strike against so many level 11s, for that would easily provoke retaliation from other supreme beings. You slaughter my race's level 11 fighters, I slaughter your race's level 11 fighters. Galaxy Master. Jianyu Meng, the strongest level 11 of the Jianyu clan, turned around, her angelic crown draping heavy curtains of light, blocking the oppressive force of the four immense world forces rolling in. As the Jianyu clan suppression weapon, the angelic crown's capabilities could be deemed all-powerful, excelling in both defense and oppressive attacks. Galaxy Master. How is the Galaxy Master so strong? The strongest level 11 from the robber clan couldn't believe it either. In the first second of the immense world force's oppression, he sensed something amiss and immediately fled towards the distance. Yet, under the world suppression, he hadn't escaped far before enduring the crushing force of the four immense world forces. The crushing force of the four immense world forces, even for the strongest level 11 from the robber clan, proved hard to withstand, causing injuries to both his physical body and soul. This was after he had activated the life-saving technique granted by the strongest beings of the robber clan. Without this technique, he would have likely perished long ago. How can there be such a powerful entity below level 12? The strongest level 11 of the robber clan found it unbelievable. As the most likely candidate to challenge level 12 from the robber clan, he was well aware of many secrets regarding cultivation. He knew the limits of level 11 well. To a certain extent, he was exceedingly close to the limit of level 11. But now, in front of Lin Yuan, the so-called limit of level 11 seemed like a joke. The strongest level 11s from the Jianyu clan and the robber clan could not comprehend Lin Yuan's terrifying power. But one thing was clear to all the strong: flee. Flee far away. Staying any longer would mean death. The strongest level 11s from various peak clans were already struggling under the first wave of the immense world force's crushing power. However, just at that moment, the fifth second stealthily arrived. The crushing of the fifth wave of immense world force began to descend. This wave of world force's crushing power reduced the remaining strongest level 11th fighters by a third. Chu Li Xiao and other strongest level 11s, who had no clan suppression weapon to protect them, had their physical bodies and souls shattered. We can't wait any longer. The strongest level 11 from the robber clan roared. His eyes were like two universes intertwining mysterious powers, tearing open a pitch-black spatial rift, and the next instant, fleeing far from the coverage area of the outer world. Soon after, Jianyu Meng and other strongest level 11s wielding clan suppression weapons did the same, activating the ultimate moves left within the weapons by the supreme beings, unleashing strikes with hundreds of thousands of battle power indexes, forcibly tearing space and escaping. They actually escaped from under the cover of my world divine skills. Lin Yuan roughly locked on to the positions of those few strongest level 11s through causal sensing, instantly arriving at the edge of the battlefield, and because of causal weakening among other factors, they seemingly vanished completely. Was that a real level 12 technique? Lin Yuan mused from a distance. Not long after the fifth wave of immense world force crushing power arrived, over 20 of the strongest level 11s used their final trump cards, tearing through space, leaving the core battlefield. No way. Even if I detonated the outer world in the first second, I could not kill them. In the instant of facing death, those supreme techniques would activate on their own, taking them far away. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. With his current strength, dealing with level 11s, even those wielding supreme weapons, was as easy as flipping a hand, but if ultimate beings of level 12 intervened, they were not within Lin Yuan's ability to suppress. Chapter 877-16, The Perplexed Human Supreme. Although those 12-star ultimate existences didn't directly intervene in the battlefield, their contingencies left in the clan suppression weapons were activated, which is an indirect interference. So be it. Only a little over 20 escaped. Lin Yuan turned his attention back to the remaining strongest 11th level entities. Not every strongest 11th level entity carried a clan suppression weapon, and those without one found it very difficult to tear open the spatial enclosure of the external world and were essentially unable to escape. The remaining 11th levels will not withstand the 6th round of pressure from the external world. There's no need to detonate, world. Lin Yuan gave it a moment's thought and made his decision. If the strongest 11th level from the robber clan was still present, for the sake of caution, Lin Yuan would detonate, world. But now, with those strongest 11th level entities having fled, there was no need to expose the full power of the divine ability, world. Whirring. In an instant, the 6th round of worldly suppression arrived. The remaining strongest 11th level entities from the various peak races had their physical bodies and souls shatter under the suppression, leaving behind many treasures floating in the air, which were ultimately collected by Lin Yuan. Phew! The fluctuations of the divine ability world gradually dissipated. After 6 seconds, only the 11th level powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance remained on the once vast and expansive battlefield. As for the 11th level powerhouses from other races, almost all were dead, with only a few over 20 having escaped. Lin Yuan was satisfied with this outcome. It was probably unprecedented in the long history since the cosmos was established for all the strongest 11th level entities sent by the peak races to be annihilated. Perhaps a major peak race once saw the fall of a large number of 11th level avatars, but to include all the peak races, especially the robber clan, such an incident had never happened before. I've truly made a fortune this time. Lin Yuan briefly surveyed his inner world, where mighty weapons lay strewn carelessly in corners, alongside many other 12-star rare treasures and contingencies left by 12-star levels. From the journey in the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan emerged as the ultimate victor. Aside from the oddities returned to the human civilization, he collected nearly 100 treasures. Of these, roughly over 30 could be considered mighty weapons. But now, the number of mighty weapons stored in Lin Yuan's inner world was far more than 30, at least 10 times more. With the help of these resources, my Xianhuang physique may not be able to cultivate to level 11 perfect, but I can certainly make a significant leap towards perfection. Lin Yuan felt elated. The number of mighty weapons he now possessed probably surpassed the total number of mighty weapons ever crafted by the human civilization. It's a pity I didn't get a single clan suppression weapon. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. However, on second thought, he accepted it. Even if a clan suppression weapon were placed in front of him right now, Lin Yuan might not dare to take it. A clan suppression weapon, due to its nature, is capable of sustaining the power of 12-star ultimate beings, exceeding ordinary mighty weapons. If Lin Yuan were to carelessly incorporate a clan suppression weapon into his inner world, he might very well be inviting the wolf into his house. Galaxy Master. At this moment, Shen Yuanyu, leading a group of human 11th level perfected evolvers, flew towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at Shen Yuanyu, with most of his attention still on evaluating the spoils within his inner world. There was no helping it, the harvest was too abundant, many of the treasures were beyond his immediate comprehension, and he could only ponder over them slowly. What now? What should we do now? Shen Yuanyu asked the question on his mind. Logically speaking, as an 11th level from the Human Civilization Alliance side, at this time, they should be fiercely battling the 11th level entities of the other races. But now, all of the other races' 11th level entities were dealt with by Lin Yuan alone. This resulted in the 11th level powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance not knowing what to do. Wait for the response of the Supreme Beings. Lin Yuan spoke. Everything that happened within the supermassive battlefield was surely under the watch of the 12-star ultimate beings. Now, they only need to see what the other peak cosmic race forces will think. Should I concede defeat and cede the first battlefield dominance, or attempt to commit more 11th level perfected evolvers. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. He should have thought of this sooner, only the actions of the Galaxy Master left his mind in disarray, slowing his thought processes considerably, his heart unable to calm for a long time. Beyond the super-large battlefield. The ultimate beings of the 12-star level also fell into silence. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the battlefield, his stomp almost wiped out the insect race alliance. The 12-star ultimate beings then sensed something was amiss. However, none of the 12-star ultimate beings anticipated such an outcome. Within a mere 6 seconds, only the Human Civilization Alliance remained out of the 12 peak tribal powers. During that time, some 12-star ultimate beings wanted to intervene, but the super-large battlefield was forged jointly by numerous ultimate beings, and partial authority was held by the supreme beings of human civilization. Without the consent of the human civilization's supreme beings, other 12-star ultimate beings found it difficult to break through the restrictions of the super-large battlefield in a short time. Of course, this didn't only apply to the alien 12-star ultimate beings. If the human civilization's supreme beings desired to interfere with matters within the battlefield, and the 12-star ultimate beings of other peak tribal powers didn't agree, it would also be very difficult to influence the battlefield in a short amount of time. This was mutual. Lin Yuan Supreme, your Galaxy Master from the human civilization, very good indeed. Was the final method employed by the Galaxy Master sourced from your human civilization's ultimate reserve? To gain dominance of the battlefield for the first time, did your human civilization actually resort to using your ultimate reserve? We're done for, this time all 11 peak tribal powers have fallen into the hands of human civilization. One by one, the 12-star ultimate beings turned their gazes toward the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, their tones displeased and expressions cold. Although the 11th level powerhouses who fell on the battlefield were mostly clones, many of the supreme weapons ended up in the hands of the Galaxy Master. These supreme weapons, the accumulation of unknown years of effort by various peak tribal powers, now all benefited the Galaxy Master. Had it not been for the restraints of the super-large battlefield, during those 6 seconds, there really would have been 12-star ultimate beings unable to resist intervening. At least several queens of the insect race and progenitors of the Tianyu clan would have likely lost control, especially the insect race. Their hives are already scarce, and the so-called Sea of Bugs tactic refers to the countless insect race warriors spawned by the hives. As for the hives themselves, they are extremely rare. Ha ha ha. A smile spread across Lin Yuan Supreme's face, utterly ignoring the dissatisfaction of the many 12-star ultimate beings. What defines a peak tribal power? It is to stand at the pinnacle of the universe, with virtually no possibility of falling. Even if the human civilization were to go to war with the other 11 peak tribal powers at once, it would not be destroyed, and the 11 peak tribal powers would not dare to press human civilization too hard. Therefore, the performance of Lin Yuan on the battlefield, even if it caused unanimous dissatisfaction among the other 11 peak tribal powers, was of no concern to the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. The rules of the super-large-scale war had long been set. If your tribal 11th level were slaughtered, it's because you were too weak. Supreme Xia Qin also maintained a smile nearby. At the same time, Lin Yuan Supreme's voice sounded in his ear. Xia Qin, was that final method employed by the Galaxy Master one of human civilization's ultimate reserves? Lin Yuan Supreme's tone was puzzled. Lin Yuan Supreme knew almost all about human civilization's ultimate reserves, and there was no such method as Lin Yuan had employed. But aside from the ultimate reserves, what else could explain the scene of the crushing of tens of thousands of 11th level aliens? I am not sure either. Supreme Xia Qin immediately replied telepathically. In fact, he was quite puzzled. He really knew nothing. Supreme Xia Qin had indeed thought of endowing Lin Yuan with certain fallbacks. But these had no significant relation to the ultimate reserves of human civilization. You're not sure either. Lin Yuan Supreme fell silent. Could it be that the Galaxy Master's final method of crushing tens of thousands of 11th level aliens was achieved on his own? Chapter 878, 17 Transfer. Perhaps the Galaxy Master has come upon some other opportunity. Xia Qin Ultimate Being replied. What Lin Yuan had initiated with his divine ability world was incredibly powerful, beyond the understanding of ultimate beings toward level 11 lifeforms. Thus, in the eyes of many level 12 ultimate beings, Lin Yuan must have relied on an external object. It was inconceivable that such a display of power could be achieved on his own. Even the 9 ultimate beings of the Human Civilization Alliance instinctively thought the same. They had indeed witnessed the astonishing phenomena when Lin Yuan stepped into level 11. But without reaching level 12, no matter how profound one's accumulation is, they remain a life form within the river of time. Relying solely on oneself, one cannot demonstrate that kind of terrifying power, which far surpasses level 11. In fact, the ultimate being's thoughts were not wrong. Without divine ability world, even with Lin Yuan's strength, sweeping away many level 11 powerhouses would require a considerable amount of time. Tens of thousands of level 11 powerhouses, if they scatter in a swarm, Lin Yuan would truly be helpless. After all, he is not an ultimate being. Divine ability world allowed Lin Yuan to fully utilize his strongest advantage, his inner world, which had been enhanced over 20 times by the mysterious gourd and had drawn the attention of the Chaos Void Origin twice. Multiple factors affected divine ability world, causing its power to vastly exceed expectations. Of course, the formidable power of divine ability world was entirely because of Lin Yuan. Had it been any other being, even a legendary level 11 perfect existence with the exact same divine ability world as Lin Yuan, they couldn't have achieved such destructive power. A legendary level 11 perfect existence, whose inner world is at most tens of millions of miles in scope, what could they do even if they possessed the world divine ability? Should be. The Xianyuan Supreme slightly nodded. He also agreed with Xia Qin Ultimate Being's point that the Galaxy Master must have other opportunities. The Galaxy Master has truly brought us a great surprise. The Xianyuan Supreme glanced at the ultimate beings from the 11 Peak Clan forces in the distance and a smile appeared on his face. On any scale of battlefield, when the Human Civilization Alliance contends with other Peak Clan forces, it usually requires a brutal fight and a long period of clashing to either win a victory or ultimately fail. Like just now, barely at the beginning of the contention, and there was already a sense of ending, it was the first time the Human Civilization Alliance had experienced this. Xianyuan, those guys seem to have started to join forces. The Void God Ultimate Being suddenly spoke up, his voice reaching the ears of the other 8 ultimate beings of the Human Civilization Alliance. At this moment, apart from the Human Civilization Alliance, the Insect Race, Jianyu Clan, Star Alliance, and other Peak Clan forces level 12 ultimates were subtly rapidly communicating. Even the ultimate being from the usually exceedingly proud Robber Clan showed a slight change in expression, clearly joining the communication. The Void God Ultimate Being, though uncertain about the specifics of their conversation, was sure it had to do with the Human Civilization Alliance. Normal. The Xianyuan Supreme remained calm. Just like in past wars, in the later stages, other clan forces often join hands to combat the Robber Clan. Now, due to the overwhelming combat power displayed by the Galaxy Master, he has naturally replaced what was once the Robber Clan, and it was natural to be targeted by all Peak Clan forces. The Xianyuan Supreme was not surprised by this. If another Peak Clan force produced a strong being similar to the Galaxy Master, the Human Civilization Alliance would not face it alone, but would choose to ally. On the edge of the core battlefield area, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared, observing his surroundings carefully. I remember that the insect race's hive mother, carrying the clan suppression weapon, Nightmare Realm, fled in this direction last. Lin Yuan scrutinized every inch of space, multiple spatial layers coming into his view, incessantly. In the center of the battlefield, after obliterating tens of thousands of alien level 11, Lin Yuan gave several instructions to Xianyuan Yu and other evolved humans of the Human Civilization Alliance. He then personally pursued those 20 or more strongest level 11s who managed to escape the range of divine ability world with their clan suppression weapons. Though Lin Yuan was quite wary of the clan suppression weapons, which contained tactics from level 12 ultimates. Killing those strongest of level 11, clan suppression weapons aside, would still be a loss for the aliens. Even if only a clone is killed, it weakens the enemy's foundation, as creating a clone is not a simple task. I can sense the residual trace of causality from the strongest level 11 of the insect race in this area, but I'm just not certain where it is. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The ability to avoid his senses must undoubtedly come from that clan suppression weapon. Forget it, let's switch to another one. After sensing for a while with no gains, Lin Yuan directly turned and left. There were more than 20 strongest level 11s who managed to escape. If he couldn't find the insect race, then he would switch to the next one. Long after Lin Yuan left, the strongest of level 11 from the insect race, hiding within a certain spatial layer with the aid of the clan suppression weapon, Nightmare Realm, breathed a huge sigh of relief. How can this galaxy master be so strong? The strongest of level 11 of the insect race still trembled somewhat. The greatest effect of Nightmare Realm is to suppress all soul forces, even when wielded by an ultimate being. But now, Nightmare Realm was used by her to conceal her presence and hide herself. The level 11 of the insect race who had held Nightmare Realms probably had never tried this before. As a clan suppression weapon, at the level 11 tier, it was fundamentally capable of sweeping over others, even when facing the strongest level 11 of the robber clan. Relying on Nightmare Realm, they could still protect themselves. Chapter 879, 17 Transfer. Regarding the current state of being destitute and homeless, this was a first. What exactly do the queens intend, and how should we deal with the Galaxy Master? Even after the departure of the Galaxy Master, the most powerful of the insect race at the 11th layer did not dare to move in the slightest, their minds racing. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and spacetime rippled like the Milky Way, from which an exquisitely beautiful woman with 20 pairs of wings emerged from the spatial crevice. Found you. At the mere thought from Lin Yuan, spacetime coalesced from all directions. Not good. Tian Yimeng's face changed drastically, wearing that divine angelic crown that radiated an incomparably sacred light, piercing through numerous spacetimes. The powers of the 12th layer converged, breaking free from the spatial bind in a flash and fleeing far away. She ran again. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Those peak wielders of the 11th layer holding clan suppression weapons managed to repeatedly escape from his grasp not because of their own strength, but because of the methods left behind within the clan suppression weapons by the 12th layer. With my current strength, dealing with the clan suppression weapons of the major peak clans is indeed somewhat strenuous. Lin Yuan thought to himself in silence. His pursuit of those most powerful escapees of the 11th layer was a casual effort, killing a few would be great, and if not, it wasn't a big deal. At the very least, it clarified the gap between himself and the strongest beings. Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, is looking for me. At the stir of Lin Yuan's thought, his true essence on the Milky Way main star immediately split a wisp of spiritual will, connecting to the virtual world, and entering the personal world of Xia Qin, the Supreme Being. The Grand Evolution Tower. Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, sits high on the throne. Lin Yuan appeared below. Greetings, Supreme Being. Lin Yuan bowed slightly to Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, as a sign of respect. Lin Yuan. Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, looked at Lin Yuan with some realization. When he first summoned Lin Yuan, the latter had just entered the 8th layer, an incredibly naive young one. How much time has passed since then for Lin Yuan to have grown to this extent? Although all supreme beings of the 12th layer believe that Lin Yuan's method of annihilating tens of thousands of the 11th layer came from external forces. But to activate those external forces, strength is also needed. For instance, to refine a supreme weapon, one needs the insights of at least the 5th realm of spacetime. Without it, the supreme weapon can't be activated even if it is right before one's eyes. Supreme Being, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, planning to offer an explanation he prepared in advance to Xia Qin, the Supreme Being. No need to tell me. Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, waved his hand, indicating that human civilization places great importance on privacy, and supreme beings are no exception, not casually prying into each other's secrets. Knowing about Lin Yuan's fortuitous secrets was sufficient, there was no need to vocalize them. Although those alien races of the 11th layer have been almost entirely killed or injured on the battlefield, the war has not ended yet. You need to be even more careful from now on. Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, said with a slightly grave expression. The war is not over. Lin Yuan's face was serious. Currently, the 11 Peak clan forces still have the most powerful beings of the 11th layer barely clinging to life, so they cannot be said to have been completely annihilated. Even if these most powerful beings of the 11th layer also die at Lin Yuan's hands, those Peak clan forces can continuously send more of the 11th layer to join the battlefield. So many supreme weapons and treasures have fallen into your hands, TSK, the old fellows are probably going to be desperate. Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, snickered coldly, then looked at Lin Yuan and said, according to the rules of the super-large battlefield, within 100 years of the war's start, entry is allowed, but not exit. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. This means that even if he acquires a great number of supreme weapons and treasures, as long as within 100 years, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit dies on the battlefield. Then those supreme weapons and treasures will return to the hands of the Peak clan forces. Right now, we are under the close scrutiny of those old-timers, and we cannot help you transfer those supreme weapons and treasures. Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, sighed. So many mighty weapons and treasures made even the strongest like Xia Qin envious. If only they could be moved out of the battlefield, even if one didn't keep any for oneself, the Peak clans would suffer a heavy loss. Moreover, these mighty weapons and treasures, in the hands of the Galaxy Master, would also enhance and lift the foundation of human civilization. It's a pity. All the Peak clans were guarding against the strongest of human civilization taking covert action to move those mighty weapons and treasures out of Lin Yuan's hands on the battlefield. Super-large battlefields are inherently capable of isolating the inside from the outside, and entities of the 12th layer, the ultimate beings, cannot directly intervene. What's more, with many ultimate beings watching, the 9 strongest members of human civilization are unlikely to engage in any secret tactics. As for those mighty weapons and treasures, don't be too insistent on them. If you feel you cannot defend them, just give them up, suggested the strongest, Xia Qin. Super-large battlefield. Lin Yuan returned to the war base of human civilization. In the control room, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 623 mighty weapons. Inside the world of Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation, numerous mighty weapons piled up like mountains, their terrifying aura permeating and spreading. The trip to the two-dimensional world yielded Lin Yuan just over 30 mighty weapons, but now the number of mighty weapons had surged to over 600. So many mighty weapons. And you want me to give them up? Lin Yuan, of course, was unwilling, as these were precious resources for cultivation. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could exchange them for the treasures he desired. Among the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry skies, mighty weapons were akin to hard currency, which could be exchanged for any resource. For the strongest beings like Xia Qin and the other 8 human civilizations' ultimate beings, they couldn't think of any way to help Lin Yuan silently transfer this batch of mighty weapons and treasures. The ultimate entities of the 12th layer from other Peak clans also didn't believe that human civilization had the capability to transfer them. The super-large battlefield was right under their eyes, and if the 9 strongest members of human civilization interfered at all, they would immediately be discovered by all the ultimate beings. And without relying on the strongest of human civilization, merely relying on a life from the river of time like the Galaxy Master, there was even less possibility to transfer them. Super-large battlefields are isolated from the outside spacetime, and unless at specific times, life inside cannot get out at all. Even the strongest inside a super-large battlefield, if they tried to leave using their powerful abilities, would cause violent spacetime fluctuations, which would then be detected by all the ultimate entities. But what the 12th layer ultimate entities couldn't do doesn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't. The war base of human civilization, inside the control room. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's thoughts, a separate incarnation was created. This incarnation carried a thread of his mental presence, able to exhibit strength from the 3rd to the 4th layer of the 11th realm. Lin Yuan looked at the incarnation before him, pondered for a moment, then took out a spatial bracelet. Within the spatial bracelet were over 600 mighty weapons, along with many precious treasures. In any case, all the gains from this trip in the super-large battlefield were stored inside Lin Yuan's spatial bracelet. Swoosh! The spatial bracelet rose into the air, hovering in front of the incarnation, lightly grasped by it. Eventually, the incarnation nodded slightly towards Lin Yuan, its figure slowly disappearing, vanishing before Lin Yuan, disappearing within the super-large battlefield. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan's incarnation appeared out of nowhere. Ha ha ha, indeed, even within a super-large battlefield, it's easy to enter the Xianhuang's secret realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Even the ultimate beings of the 12th layer, if they wanted to leave the super-large battlefield, would cause severe spacetime fluctuations. But Lin Yuan, as the master of the Xianhuang's secret realm, merely had to think it, and with the Xianhuang seal, he could descend from any location in the universe into the Xianhuang's secret realm. Although the spacetime was isolated in the super-large battlefield, it still belonged within the universe. Lin Yuan could likewise easily descend. And in the process of leaving the super-large battlefield, it didn't raise any ripples or disturbances. The Xianhuang secret realm was opened by Xianhuang himself. And Xianhuang, a chaos realm powerhouse with an understanding of the 9th realm of spacetime, was far beyond the imagination of the 12th layer ultimate entities of various peak clans in the field of spacetime. Chapter 880-18 Lin Yuan's reputation. The incarnation carried all the supreme weapons into the Xianhuang secret realm at that moment. Lin Yuan knew right then that everything was in order. Even if the Taiyang divine spirit fell on the battlefield, these supreme weapons were completely his own, and those of rival races at 12 star could not take them away. Next, there's one more thing I need to confirm. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered, and he arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm, which was also the safest place. Whoosh! The Taiyin primordial spirit descended, appearing here as well. Master. At that moment, a 6-armed figure emerged, bowing slightly towards Lin Yuan. He appeared here in response to Lin Yuan's summon. As the spirit of this secret realm, you should be able to tell whether any of these 12-star weapons retain any sort of residual marks or techniques, right? Lin Yuan looked at the 6-armed figure, took out his spatial bracelet, and directly handed it over. On the super-large battlefield, the more than 600 supreme weapons collected all came from various peak race forces, and there might be residual techniques. To leave no stone unturned, Lin Yuan naturally had to check them himself. The 6-armed figure was the spirit of the Xianhuang secret realm, created by Xianhuang himself. Although not strong in combat, its perception of foreign energy was definitely superior to Lin Yuan. Let me take a look. The 6-armed figure took the spatial bracelet and started to inspect every supreme weapon inside and out with the power of the Xianhuang secret realm. So many 12-star weapons. The 6-armed figure was slightly shocked inside. These 12-star weapons, while negligible in the prime era of the Xianhuang lineage, were uncommon in the universe. How on earth did all these 12-star weapons end up in the master's hands? The 6-armed figure reined in its thoughts, refrained from further speculation, and immediately began to inspect each supreme weapon carefully. After a short while, the 6-armed figure handed back the bracelet and respectfully reported, "Master, there are no residual energy traces or techniques left on any of the 12-star weapons." Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, if techniques from the rival 12-star beings were really left in the supreme weapons, they should have been activated when Lin Yuan exterminated those rival 11-level beings, just like how the clan suppression weapons were triggered. Not being activated indicated there was a high probability that no contingency was left behind. Although Lin Yuan had already guessed this would be the case, he still felt at ease after having the 6-armed figure inspect them. Lin Yuan trusted the 6-armed figure quite a bit. Perhaps it wasn't as strong as a 12-star in direct combat, but for a 12-star from the rival races to leave behind traces and evade the detection of the 6-armed figure, they would have to be a Chaos Realm powerhouse, otherwise it would be impossible. And Chaos Realm powerhouses, each was an unrivaled entity sweeping the Chaos Void. Within a single cosmic era since the birth of the universe, it was impossible for a Chaos Realm powerhouse to emerge. If any of the 11 peak race forces had a Chaos Realm powerhouse, it would no longer be a matter concerning human civilization, and all life in the universe would have to submit to this Chaos Realm powerhouse. Dismissed. Lin Yuan looked at the six-armed figure. Yes. The six-armed figure disappeared on the spot. All these supreme weapons will be stored here. Lin Yuan went to where he kept the other supreme weapons and 12-star treasures and placed the spatial bracelet in one corner. For now, Lin Yuan was not short of supreme weapons, and to ensure the smooth operation of the super-large battlefield, he had allowed the Taiyang Divine Spirit to select a few suitable supreme weapons to carry. For Lin Yuan, the worst outcome would be the fall of the Taiyang Divine Spirit on the battlefield and the loss of a few supreme weapons, which was a completely bearable loss. Should the Taiyang Divine Spirit fall, Lin Yuan could easily reconjure it, supreme weapons. Before entering the super-large battlefield, Lin Yuan had already reserved more than 30 supreme weapons. Super-large battlefield. Inside the Human Civilization Alliance war base. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the control room, with Xianyuan Yu and many other human civilizations evolvers standing below, reporting the latest situation on the battlefield. Galaxy Master, at present, our strong members of the Human Civilization Alliance have taken control of the victory altar at the center of the battlefield. We only need to persist for 100 years to successfully obtain the war domination rights for the first time, said Xianyuan Yu with a respectful tone. At this moment, he completely regarded Lin Yuan as a high-ranking individual above himself, fully convinced and without any resentment. The other 11th level perfected evolvers present also felt the same. Are you kidding me? The scene of the Galaxy Master crushing tens of thousands of alien species of the 11th level with a simple gesture is still swirling in the minds of all human evolvers. In the Galaxy Master, they vaguely perceived a similar disdain for the 11th level as if they were mere ants. Victory Altar. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze deep. In the normal course of war, the scenario would unfold with one victor emerging from the 12 peak clan forces after a bloody slaughter to occupy the victory altar. To face the counterattack of other peak clan forces, one only needs to continue occupying the victory altar for 100 years and then declare the end of the first large-scale battlefield, possibly taking command of the war. Of course, that is the ideal state. In reality, most clan forces are unable to occupy the victory altar for a century, and should they lose it to another clan force and then recapture it, the count of occupied time must start anew. Thus, a major war could theoretically end in 100 years, but in practice, it often lasts for thousands to tens of thousands of years as the battlefield altar swings back and forth between a few peak clan forces, which couldn't be more normal. I will go to the victory altar and preside over it. Lin Yuan said, knowing that the time spent controlling the victory altar is crucial to the end of the war. Naturally, he must personally ensure that the defensive power there is the strongest. Reminded by Xia Qin, the ultimate evolver, Lin Yuan realized that the other 11 peak clan forces wouldn't easily concede defeat. Whether for the dominant control over the first war, or for those hundreds of ultimate weapons that fell into Lin Yuan's hands. In fact, for the peak clan forces, the latter is more important. Losing command over the first war might result in some loss of territory, but they could regain it by capturing control of the war again. But losing ultimate weapons? It's most likely irreversible, not just one or two ultimate weapons, but hundreds of them. After reporting everything, Xianyuan Yu and many other human evolvers respectfully departed. Victory Altar. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the victory altar, which exuded a strange aura that allowed him to easily pinpoint its exact location. The emergence of the victory altar was designed to intensify the deadly competition between major peak clan forces. Who knows what means those alien 12th levels will use against me? Lin Yuan was extremely relaxed, for all the ultimate weapons had been sent to the Xianhuang secret realm. Even if the situation deteriorated, Lin Yuan would still profit enormously. His baseline bounty had already been secured. Yu Clan territory. A secret location here housed a vast and immense world, at the center of which stood a tall building, a palace of majestic proportions, permeated with the ambience from the dawn of the universe. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the palace. The figure entered the palace and bowed respectfully to the towering figure seated high within, greetings to the sovereign. Within the Yu clan, the ultimate 11th levels are also referred to as sovereigns, a title meaning supreme and unparalleled. Rise. How do you perceive that galaxy master? The sovereign, seated atop the palace spoke, looking down at the figure below. This figure, Fan Gaoma, was the strongest 11th level of the Yu clan, wielding a clan suppression weapon, currently hiding in a corner of the battlefield and on constant alert for the Galaxy Master's approach. Sovereign, the Galaxy Master is too strong. Even if I forcibly use the clan suppression weapon, I feel I still cannot contend. Fan Gaoma spoke softly, his voice revealing a hint of despair. As a clan born at the very beginning of the cosmos and even after splitting from the Universe clan, the Yu clan was immensely proud, holding only the Robber clan in high regard and looking down upon the other Peak clan forces that rose later. However, the Galaxy Master had made Fan Gaoma acutely aware of how ludicrous his pride in his Yu clan bloodline truly was in the face of absolute power. The Galaxy Master is indeed formidable. Even if you were to carry the ultimate foundations of the human civilization into battle, the strength and focus needed to activate and operate them are beyond your reach. The Yu clan's sovereign nodded slightly and then changed the subject, but no matter how formidable, he is still just a creature of the 11th level, and can be dealt with. Sovereign, do you intend to? A flicker of realization crossed Fan Gaoma's mind as he looked up at the towering figure above. Go to our clan's treasure vault, with my command, and take the 84th treasure. The Yu clan's sovereign spoke calmly. After discussions among the ultimate beings of the 11 Peak clan forces. In the next 100 years, all 11 Peak clan forces must unite to kill the Galaxy Master's avatar and retrieve all ultimate weapons. The Yu clan deploying their vault's 84th treasure, and the other Peak clan forces using equivalent treasures, aimed to counter the Galaxy Master. The 84th treasure. Fan Gaoma inhaled sharply. Although not a clan suppression weapon, the 84th treasure could surge in power instantaneously and surpass the clan suppression weapon. Clan suppression weapons, with their high ceilings, had significant effects even against ultimate 12th levels, but the 84th treasure could sweep any being below the 12th level. Even ultimate 12th level beings had to tread cautiously in the face of the 84th treasure. Leave now. The Yu clan's sovereign waved a hand and spoke no further. The next moment, Fan Gaoma was instantly transported outside the palace. The 84th treasure. Fan Gaoma's eyes sparkled with vigor. The enormous pressure from the Galaxy Master seemed to dissipate slightly. Chapter 881-19, Guaranteed Win. The Yu clan originated from the Universe clan at the dawn of the universe. And the Universe clan is the oldest and most mysterious group. In the vast universe, ancient and modern times span broadly. The only ones who could stand alongside the Universe clan at its peak were probably the Robber clan from the previous cosmic era. However, the Robber clan was suppressed by the cosmic will, and their numbers had an irremediable deficiency. The 84th treasure of the Yu clan's treasury, even within the Universe clan of old, could be ranked among the top 100 treasures. In terms of preciousness, it surpasses ordinary supreme weapons. After all, whether it was the previous Universe clan or the current Yu clan, the supreme weapons they recorded all far exceeded 100. Soon, Fan Gaoma arrived at the Yu clan's treasury. I am here by the Emperor's command to take the 84th treasure. Fan Gaoma stood outside the treasury and spoke. The Yu clan's treasury is always watched by guards. Even if a 12th layer ultimate were to arrive, they couldn't forcibly take the treasure and flee. Access approved, the 84th treasure, left from the past cosmic era, use it carefully, a voice came from inside the treasury. Theoretically speaking, once the universe enters its late stages and completes a full cosmic era, all rules and paths will collapse. Even a 12th layer ultimate, if they do not choose to enter the chaos void and remain in the universe, will ultimately die. The Robber clan surviving the past cosmic era is entirely a special case, and this is their biggest secret. However, it's fundamentally impossible for life to traverse between two cosmic eras. But treasures, especially certain special treasures, might be able to move from one cosmic era to the next. If a treasure doesn't have a specific consciousness, it merely needs to withstand the physical destruction and collapse of the universe. For life, it involves facing destruction on the soul and the level of will. As the earliest born clan, the Universe Clan first scavenged the universe. Many treasures from the previous cosmic era that have remained into the current one, mostly ended up in the Universe Clan's hands. Later, the Universe Clan split into the Yu Clan and Zhou Clan, each inheriting a part of the original Universe Clan's essence. The 84th treasure is one of them. Soon, a pure golden, balanced scale appeared in front of Fan Gaomo. Balanced scale. Fan Gaomo was slightly stirred. If not for the Galaxy Master, he likely wouldn't have had the chance to encounter this treasured item. The effects of the balanced scale are simple. Equivalent exchange. As long as an item is placed on one side of the scale, it can forcibly exchange a corresponding item from the enemy within a certain time. For example, placing one's main battle weapon on one side of the scale and then targeting an enemy will make the enemy's main battle weapon disappear for a while. Or seal some of its power for a while. The term item here isn't limited to physical objects, it includes many conceptual things. Such as lifespan. Of course, the balance scale can only be used between equals, and there is loss during the exchange. If you use tens of thousands of years of your own lifespan, you might only exchange a few thousand years of the enemy's lifespan. And the item you put in will be permanently lost, while the enemy's item will only be restricted for some time. It seems somewhat unfair. But one must know, the right to use the balance scale is in your own hands. You can create fatal flaws for the enemy at critical moments. Even a 12th layer ultimate, if forcibly exchanged by the balance scale, will lose part of their power temporarily. What ability of the Galaxy Master do you plan to exchange? The voice inside the treasury came. Naturally, the treasury guards knew the purpose for which Fan Gaomo took the 84th treasure, as the impact of events on a large-scale battlefield is significant. What ability? Fan Gaomo fell into thought. The balance scale is exceedingly heaven-defying, but it must be used correctly. Exchange lifespan? The treasury guard asked. Lifespan? No. It's not worth it. Fan Gaomo immediately shook his head. If the Galaxy Master were still at the 9th or 10th layer, this method might be worth a try. But now, the Galaxy Master has already reached the 11th layer, theoretically without lifespan limitations. How much lifespan would need to be put in to reduce the Galaxy Master's lifespan to a critical point? And reducing the lifespan to a critical point doesn't affect their power. Most importantly, the lifespan forcibly exchanged from the enemy is only temporary and will recover after a while. Is it the ultimate essence in the hands of the Galaxy Master? The treasury guard continued. Ultimate essence? Fan Gaomo shook his head immediately. To exchange the Galaxy Master's ultimate essence, Fan Gaomo would have to offer an ultimate essence of the Yu clan permanently, a loss he naturally wouldn't want to bear. And he has no right to bear it. The Emperor of the Yu clan would be the first to disallow it. After pondering for a long time, Fan Gaomo solemnly said, I want to exchange the life essence of the Galaxy Master. Not a bad idea. The treasury guard nodded, clearly quite in agreement. Life essence is the most fundamental manifestation of life. The size of one's own projection in the river of time corresponds to the height of their life essence. Fan Gaomo didn't want to give up one of his ultimate essences to seal the ultimate essence of the Galaxy Master. But he could completely make the Galaxy Master lose the ability to use the ultimate essence. Chapter 882-19 Guaranteed Win. Just like a firearm can overpower the lower feudal civilizations on the barbaric wilderness planet, but if you lose the strength to pull the trigger, the firearm is naturally equivalent to garbage. The essence of life is just like this. Activating an ultimate treasure that far exceeds one's own limits definitely places extremely strict demands on the essence of life. Once the Galaxy Master's life essence drastically declines, even if it's not a drastic decline, but just a drop, it will be impossible to continue activating that ultimate essence smoothly. When that time comes, won't the chance arise for the strongest level 11 perfect beings from all the major peak clans? The reduction in life essence will affect all aspects, and the Galaxy Master's own strength will also decline. Galaxy Master, O Galaxy Master, to have forced our clan to use this crucial treasure, you are quite remarkable indeed, Fan Gamma thought to himself. In the past history, the Yu clan has used the balance scale several times, but it was always against level 12 ultimates. And from beginning to end, those alien level 12 ultimates never understood the true capabilities of the balance scale. Thinking of this, Fan Gamma put away the balance scale and walked out of the treasury. Next, he still had to discuss matters with other Peak Clan forces. If the Yu clan brought out the balance scale, those Peak Clan forces would definitely have to pay a price. It cannot be that the Yu clan alone bears the burden. Massive battlefield. Central location, Victory Altar. Many evolvers from the Human Civilization Alliance are guarding this place, chatting casually. So relaxed. Indeed, in the past on big battlefields, even if our human civilization occupied the Victory Altar, we had to expend a lot of energy and face counterattacks from other clans. But now, it's been 2 or 3 years, those Peak Clan forces, let alone counterattack, they don't even dare to come close. Haha, isn't it because the Galaxy Master took action and killed all the level 11 strong ones from those Peak Clan forces? Even if they want to counterattack, they need a level 11 to do it. Right, losing avatars and trying to recondense them isn't an easy task. At least for the short term, we don't have to worry about those Peak Clan forces counterattacking. I think even if those level 11s manage to recondense avatars, they still wouldn't dare to come here. With the invincible strength of the Galaxy Master, who would dare to try again? Many level 11 strong ones from the Human Civilization Alliance find their guard duty very relaxing. At this time in the past, they used to face endless attacks and probes from alien races. Even the powerful robber clan has faced several instances where they had to retreat from the Victory Altar due to pressure. Now, however, the level 11 strong ones of the Human Civilization Alliance are really at ease. This super huge battleground is almost like a vacation. Will those Peak Clan forces feel it's hopeless to resist the Galaxy Master and simply give up the dominance of this battlefield? Very likely. The strength of the Galaxy Master is too strong. Lucky for us that the Galaxy Master is an evolver from our human civilization. If it were a strong one from other Peak Clans, that would be too desperate. I wonder when the Galaxy Master will make the push for the ultimate level. Ah, the Galaxy Master is not even 1,000 years old yet. When I was his age, I hadn't even heard of small battlefields. Many level 11 strong ones from the Human Civilization Alliance side in sentiment. Deep within the Victory Altar, Lin Yuan is sitting cross-legged. Recently, the strong ones from the Human Civilization Alliance have slightly relaxed, Lin Yuan thought, controlling every little detail of the altar. I'll remind them right away. Xian Yuan Yu respectfully stood by the side and immediately said. No matter what advantages have been gained, this is a battlefield and one must never relax at any time, Lin Yuan said. Yes. Xian Yuan Yu spoke quietly. In reality, however, he couldn't help but think, isn't it because the Galaxy Master has achieved such great and glorious results? Whoever faced the current situation would relax. Those level 11 strong ones from the Peak Clan forces, in front of the Galaxy Master, fell like dust. Who wouldn't feel relaxed seeing this? I will go and remind them now. Xian Yuan Yu respectfully exited, leaving only Lin Yuan sitting cross-legged there. I wonder when, and with what reliance, will the Peak Clan forces counterattack come? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Xia Qin, a mighty figure, believes that the 11 Peak Clan forces will absolutely not stand by and watch the Human Civilization Alliance obtain the first dominant position on the battlefield. This is not a matter of dominance, but rather the ownership of hundreds of mighty weapons. The 11 Peak Clan forces cannot accept the sudden loss of dozens, even hundreds, of mighty weapons. Lin Yuan also agrees with this conclusion, so he transferred all the mighty weapons and treasures to the Xianhuang secret realm early, waiting for the strong from the 11 Peak Clan forces to counterattack. Cosmic Starry Skies. A certain desolate star domain. More than 10 enormous wills descend here, including Fan Gaoma, Jian Yumeng, and other strongest level 11 perfect entities from the major Peak Clan forces. On the super-large battlefield, these strongest level 11 perfect beings, utilizing the clan suppression weapons, cautiously hide in a corner, fearing the arrival of the Galaxy Master. Therefore, to communicate with each other, they can only choose the cosmic starry skies, where there is no threat from the Galaxy Master. How are you all prepared? How to deal with the Galaxy Master? Tianyu Meng speaks first. The situation on the super-large battlefield greatly irritates the ancestors of the Tianyu clan, but there is little they can do. The Galaxy Master is not easy to deal with. Even if we use our clan's ultimate essence, we are not completely certain of overwhelming the opponent. Right, and activating the ultimate essence also puts a great pressure on us. We can't sustain it for long. One after another, the strongest level 11 perfect beings quickly exchange information, all waiting for the others to reveal their hidden cards. Alright. Fan Gaomo does not want to continue the quibbling and directly says, "My clan is willing to bring out the treasured balance scales, which can significantly weaken the life essence of the Galaxy Master, making it impossible for him to continue activating that ultimate essence." As soon as these words are out, the whole scene is shocked. Regarding the treasured balance scales, most of them have never even heard of it, but being able to significantly weaken the life essence of the Galaxy Master. That ability is indeed terrifying. Balance scales. The strongest level 11 perfect of the robber clan slightly changes his expression. He has heard from the mightiest in his clan about this treasure, supposedly incredible, containing the balance path originating from the chaos void. How much life essence can it weaken? Tianyu Meng immediately asks. It depends on how many level 11 perfect beings you can provide. Fan Gaomo replies. To weaken the life essence of the Galaxy Master, they first must contribute life essence of the same level. Since the contributed life essence is permanently lost, they definitely cannot sustain using the life essence of a single level 11 perfect being. According to Fan Gaomo's estimation, one level 11 perfect being contributing 1/10 of his life essence won't have a significant impact on himself. For 10 level 11 perfect beings, contributing 1/10 of their life essence each, the pooled life essence equals the complete life essence of one level 11 perfect being. Fan Gaomo plans to gather 100 level 11 perfect beings from the other 10 peak clan forces, so the contributed life essence would reach 10 times the entirety of a level 11 perfect's life essence. With that, even accounting for losses during the exchange, it would drop on the Galaxy Master as at least 4 to 5 times the life essence of a complete level 11 perfect. Even if the Galaxy Master is powerful and his life essence is robust, ultimately he is still at level 11 and a fundamentally weak human. After the exchange of 4 to 5 times a complete level 11 perfect's life essence, it's not to say he completely loses resistance. At the very least, his strength will drastically decrease, unable to activate that ultimate essence. How many level 11 perfect beings? The strongest level 11 perfect of the 10 peak clan forces slightly changed their expressions, somewhat hesitant. Life essence is not a joke, especially that of level 11 perfect. Level 11 perfect beings are the hope for each peak clan force to reach the ultimate, who can afford the loss of 1/10 of their life essence easily. Fan Gaomo, are you sure this really can handle the Galaxy Master? Tianyu Meng ponders for a moment, then starts asking in a low voice. If they can successfully resolve the Galaxy Master and retrieve the mighty weapons of various clans, such a loss could be bearable. Rest assured. Absolutely manageable. Fan Gaomo speaks confidently. Chapter 883-20 Is this it? After repeated negotiations. Finally, the 10 peak clans decided to each gather 100 level 11 perfect experts, using 1/10 of their life essence as a pivot point to balance in exchange for the corresponding life essence of the Galaxy Master. As for the Yu clan, the Yu clan's precious artifact, balance scale, was provided, so they naturally did not need to offer the life essence of their level 11 perfect experts. Besides the Yu clan, the robber clan did not offer many level 11 perfect experts either. The population of the robber clan has always been sparse, and the importance of any level 11 perfect expert from the robber clan far exceeds those from other clans. The robber clan did not offer much in terms of level 11 perfect life essence, but the strongest level 11 of the robber clan promised to use more hidden cards when surrounding and attacking the Galaxy Master, compensating for the losses of the other peak clans. For this reason, although the Tianyu clan and the insect race had some complaints, there was nothing they could do. The strength of the robber clan was too formidable, and the facts were set. It was not realistic to expect the robber clan to share the number of level 11 perfect experts. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Somewhere in the stars, Fan Gaomo was hovering over a golden scale. 100 level 11 perfect experts from various peak clan forces appeared slightly weak, their figures faintly emitting an ethereal aura, all gathered on the left side of the golden scale. This ethereal aura faintly had weight, causing the golden scale to start tilting towards the left. Enter the super-large battlefield immediately. Fan Gaomo put away the golden scale. The life essence given by the 100 level 11 perfect experts and the gathered ethereal air on the left side of the balance scale could not last long. They must quickly enter the super-large battlefield, lock onto the aura of the Galaxy Master, and proceed with a forced exchange. Swoosh! Fan Gaomo's figure disappeared. With the push of the Yu clan's strongest, he arrived near the super-large battlefield and descended into the peripheral area. This distance should be enough. Fan Gaomo did not enter the core area through the space-time path, as that would be too dangerous. With the power of the balance scale, even being in the peripheral area, he could lock onto the aura of the Galaxy Master. They should all be ready. Fan Gaomo looked towards the core area battlefield. Over the past 10 years, the various peak clans stealthily sent strong fighters to re-enter the super-large battlefield. Of course, they mostly wandered in the peripheral areas, not daring to delve too deeply to avoid being sensed by the Galaxy Master and pursued again. With this continuous effort, the strongest level 11 of the various peak clans also received great support, just waiting for Fan Gaomo to significantly weaken the life essence of the Galaxy Master. Then they would join forces to counterattack the Human Civilization Alliance and avenge the humiliation suffered over these 10 years. Begin. Fan Gaomo immediately activated the balance scale, and his perception began to exponentially expand. With the life essence gathered at the left end of the scale, Fan Gaomo could easily feel all life essence within thousands of light years. Of course, he could only feel the life essence. The scale of life essence was not within the scope. The balance scale did not have that capability, it only handled the exchange of corresponding items. Whether the item existed or how much there was, it did not particularly care. In a trance, Fan Gaomo faintly felt a familiar yet fearful life essence aura in the center of the core area battlefield. Is that the Galaxy Master? Fan Gaomo immediately confirmed, even though he had only met the Galaxy Master once, the impact of that encounter was incredibly profound. Tens of thousands of level 11 experts were annihilated, and hundreds of powerful artifacts lost, leaving Fan Gaomo with a deep psychological scar. Had it not been for the balance scale's treasure, Fan Gaomo doubted he would have the courage to confront the Galaxy Master. So, Fan Gaomo could definitely not forget the life essence aura of the Galaxy Master. Lock on. Fan Gaomo was excited inside and immediately used the balance scale to lock onto the aura of the Galaxy Master. Establish connection. It will take no more than 2 hours to proceed with the exchange. Fan Gaomo thought to himself, the capability of the balance scale was indeed incredible, but it also required time to ferment. To force an exchange, it took time to establish a connection between the two sides of the scale. But the waiting time here was not long, just about 2 hours, and Fan Gaomo could wait. At the center of the victory altar, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. After 10 years of hard cultivation, Lin Yuan had sequentially gained insights into 12 pillar-level fusion rules, advancing to the 7th realm. It is important to note that the 7th realm of pillar-level fusion rule comprehension is a level that only level 12 experts could reach. In just a short 10 years, Lin Yuan had stepped into this level, and that too with 10 pillar-level fusion rules. This was far more efficient compared to the several hundred years spent laboriously advancing the spatio-temporal fusion rule to the 6th realm. Firstly, the 7th realm of pillar-level fusion rules is much easier than the 6th realm of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Secondly, Lin Yuan had already stepped into this domain, using space-time to drive other pillar-level fusion rules made it much easier. Space-time. Lin Yuan's eyes were deep, faintly with the Milky Way of space-time rippling around. Over the past 10 years, Lin Yuan had devoted a considerable part of his energy to the spatiotemporal fusion rule. Although he felt himself making progress in his understanding of the spatiotemporal fusion rule every moment, he had not yet reached the peak of the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm. 10 years is still too short. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If it were 100 or 1,000 years, he might have reached the peak of the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue exploring the spatiotemporal fusion rule, an inexplicable sensation of being watched and targeted emerged out of nowhere, subtly beginning to connect with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was startled and immediately realized that this was very likely a precursor to a counterattack by the 11 Great Pinnacle Clan forces. This sense of being watched and targeted. I have no idea where it's coming from. Lin Yuan looked serious, able to feel the sensations of being watched and targeted thanks to his strong mental will, but unable to determine their specific origin. As expected, the 11 Great Pinnacle Clan forces are not to be underestimated. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn, trying to study the sense of being watched surrounding him, but to no avail. However, I have already sent all the supreme weapons and treasures to the Xianhuang secret realm, so even if the Taiyang primordial spirit dies, the loss won't be significant. Lin Yuan's gaze quickly settled. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had also made preparations for facing extreme situations, having already had Xia Qin, a supreme being, take his Taiyang primordial spirit near a huge battlefield. Once the Taiyang primordial spirit perishes, the true self will regenerate the Taiyang primordial spirit, and during this time, the Taiyang primordial spirit would directly descend onto the battlefield. I can form the two primordial spirits much easier than forming an incarnation. Alternating between Taiyang and Taiying, I don't believe I can't protect the altar. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself, already prepared for the possibility of both primordial spirits falling several times. 2 hours later. On the edge region, Fan Gamma sat there, waiting for the balance scale to establish a complete connection with the Galaxy Master. At that moment, Fan Gamma's eyes sharpened, controlling the balance scale. He had already detected a stable connection with the Galaxy Master. Following this stable connection, the balance scale could execute a forced exchange. Exchange. Fan Gaoma was impatient, activating the balance scale, exchanging with the Galaxy Master for the life essence equivalent to the void essence formed at the left end of the scale. Buzz buzz buzz. In front of Fan Gaoma, the golden balance scale, originally heavier on the left due to carrying the void essence, started to tip. But now, as the exchange started, strands of void essence began to appear on the right, increasing in number and causing the right side to also begin descending until the balance scale subtly achieved equilibrium, the weights equal. It's done. The life essence of the Galaxy Master has been exchanged away. A smile appeared on Fan Gaoma's face. The void essence condensed on the right end of the scale representing the life essence of the Galaxy Master. The amount of life essence is roughly equivalent to 4 or 5 times that of a normal level 11 perfect. The counterattack has begun. Fan Gaoma straightened up, faintly guessing that at this moment, the Galaxy Master must be terrified, having discovered a significant drop in his life essence. With this thought, Fan Gaoma immediately started contacting the rest of the 10 peak level 11th. For 10 years, these level 11 perfects had been waiting for this moment, for the Galaxy Master to fall into unprecedented weakness, and then seize this opportunity to reclaim everything lost 10 years ago. In the deepest part of the altar, Lin Yuan was still trying to trace the source of the sensation of being watched and targeted. Although his mental will had fully stepped into the 12th tier and was relatively strong at this level, his realm had ultimately not kept up. Thus, he could only sense the feelings of being watched and targeted, but could not discern their specific source. In fact, for a normal level 11 perfect life form, it wouldn't even be possible to sense such feelings of surveillance and targeting. What kind of method is this? Lin Yuan was on high alert, aware that the counterattack from the 11 great pinnacle clans had begun. From the looks of it, his side seemed to be at a disadvantage, not even knowing which method the opponent was using. As Lin Yuan waited, he suddenly discovered that his life essence was slowly decreasing. My life essence is diminishing. Lin Yuan's expression grew grave. Life essence is fundamental to any life form, and its reduction is detrimental. Although Lin Yuan could feel that the rate of decrease in his life essence was incredibly slow, barely noticeable compared to his massive life essence unless closely monitored. But a decrease was still a decrease. With the means of the 11 great pinnacle clans, this might just be the beginning. Soon. After about a dozen breaths, Lin Yuan's reduction in life essence rapidly stopped. That's it? Lin Yuan was somewhat stunned, initially thinking that the rate of life essence decline would accelerate, but it ended so quickly. Lin Yuan examined himself, compared to just over a dozen breaths before. His life essence had decreased by perhaps 1/10,000,000th. Chapter 884 21 Myriad Transformation Queen. Just this. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, checking himself inside and out again, confirming that only his life essence had been slightly reduced and that no other aspects were affected. And the reduction of life essence was only 1/10,000,000th. This had no impact on Lin Yuan's own strength. Lin Yuan even faintly felt that this slight temporary reduction of 1/10,000,000th of his life essence would soon recover. What's going on? Lin Yuan pondered. It could be speculated that the unexplained reduction of his life essence must be the handiwork of those peak clan forces. Such a high-level maneuver must be of a level 12 ultimate level, otherwise he wouldn't have failed to notice it and lacked even the ability to resist. However, the acting peak clan forces probably misjudged the thickness and height of Lin Yuan's life essence, causing the weakened life essence to seem like a drop in the ocean compared to Lin Yuan's entire life essence. Life essence depends on many aspects, such as the inner world, the physical body, the soul, the mind and will, etc. External forces almost have no impact on life essence. As for Lin Yuan's life essence, starting with his internal world, Lin Yuan's internal world extends over 700 billion miles, compared to the normal level 11 perfect, which is no more than a few tens of millions to under a billion miles. That's tens of thousands of times more. Next is his physical body, the extremity of refinement through the path of martial Tao, incorporating the minute physical structures of the myriad tribes' powerhouses, the foundational enhancement from the mysterious gourd to the body, and twice receiving the chaos void origin infusion to improve his physique, etc. Lin Yuan's physical strength, compared to normal level 11 perfect, is not any less profound. The soul is the same, with a powerful internal world and physical body nurturing out a soul that is far beyond normal level 11 perfect from the start. Not to mention the mind and will, the previous three aspects, the internal world, physical body, and soul, haven't stepped into level 12. But Lin Yuan's mind and will have completely stepped into level 12, and is considered powerful even among them. With over 3,330,000 points in mind and will index, Lin Yuan suspects he surpasses quite a number of level 12 ultimates. The combination of the internal world, physical body, soul, mind and will, and more makes Lin Yuan's life essence far surpass those on the same level 11 perfect. Even if it's not 100 million times more, there are still tens of millions of times difference. This aspect is also reflected in the river of time, where normal level 11 perfect are merely big fish. But Lin Yuan sank to the very bottom of the river of time, his massive body dominating the entire riverbed, with slight movement stirring countless undercurrents, causing many nearby level 11 beings to be unsettled, even affecting the local flow speed of the river of time. At the same time, near the central battlefield altar, tearing over a dozen terrifying spatial rifts were ripped open. One by one, the strongest level 11 from various peak clans, wielding clan suppression weapons and many other treasures and techniques, aimed to strike at the victory altar. Go all out. The strongest level 11 from the robber clan was engulfed in infinite aura, as if many calamities had befallen him yet not affecting him in the slightest. The rest of the strongest level 11 did the same, their movements unleashing powers far exceeding the limits of level 11. At this moment, the Yu clan used a balance scale to restrict the life essence of the Galaxy Master, seizing this opportunity to kill the Galaxy Master and reclaim those most powerful weapons. The losses of the various peak clans could thus be recovered. As for dealing with the Galaxy Master later on, now even if they kill Galaxy Master Lin Yuan, it's just an avatar. The real main body of the Galaxy Master is still early away, and avatars can still be formed to enter the war in the future. After many speculations by the Peak Clan forces of level 12 Ultimate, the Ultimate Foundation controlled by the Galaxy Master likely has a range limit. Otherwise, the Galaxy Master wouldn't have waited until a massive decisive battle, where tens of thousands of level 11 gather within hundreds of billions of miles to take action. Knowing this point makes it easier to deal with, as long as they keep a distance from the Galaxy Master at all times. Kill. The strongest level 11 of the insect race, with cold eyes, wielding the tribal guardian weapon Nightmare Realm, launched one terrifying soul attack after another without holding back. Inside the victory altar, many guarding level 11 powerhouses appeared horrified, looking around and discovering over a dozen figures rushing towards the altar. These dozen figures, twisting and shattering the space on the battlefield, made all level 11 powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance tremble in spirit. Even Lin Yuan felt his scalp explode, as these dozen strongest level 11 obviously used all their means, aimed at crushing the Human Civilization Alliance. Galaxy Master. Lin Yuan's heart sank, as these dozen strongest level 11, daring to come so boldly, definitely had the confidence to confront the Galaxy Master. Based on the astonishing strength Lin Yuan displayed on the battlefield 10 years ago, the 11 Peak Clan forces would never have sent their strongest level 11 to die without confidence. Since they made their move, it means they are confident, and not slightly so. Sitting at the deepest part of the altar, Lin Yuan also noticed the strongest level 11 making their way towards him. First, they weaken my life essence, then they go all out, not a bad plan. Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. It must be said, the plan laid out by the Peak Clan forces was perfect, surely involving the scheming of level 12 ultimates. Chapter 885-21 Myriad Transformation Queen. But unfortunately, they misjudged the depth and height of Lin Yuan's life essence. Actually, it's not quite a misjudgment, even those at level 12 wouldn't expect a level 11 to possess such profound life essence. The mightiest of the Human Civilization Alliance were confident because they knew of the commotion caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough to level 10 and then to level 11. But the other level 12 ultimates didn't know that. Even the mightiest of human civilization probably wouldn't have imagined Lin Yuan's life essence would reach such depth. It's almost as if he had created a new realm between level 11 and 12. Almost everyone has arrived. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, activating Divine Ability World without a sound. Kill. Galaxy Master, we've come to kill you. Numerous strongest level 11 beings approached in an instant, intending to activate their clan suppression weapons and blast the altar. Just at this moment, from all directions, above and below, left and right, heaven and earth changed, as a brand new world seemed to descend. What's this? Galaxy Master, the Galaxy Master has used that ultimate reserve again. The strongest level 11s turned pale, somewhat in disbelief. Even the strongest level 11 of the robber clan felt a sudden pang of anxiety in his heart. Didn't Fan Gaomao say that he'd use the Yu clan's treasured scales to greatly diminish the Galaxy Master's life essence, rendering him unable to use that ultimate reserve anymore? What's happening now? In the blink of an eye, over 10 strongest level 11s, without hesitation, turned and fled. 10 years ago, they had witnessed the power of the Galaxy Master with their own eyes, back when tens of thousands of level 11s were present, invisibly sharing the might of Divine Ability World with them. But now, only they, the strongest level 11s, were present. How could they dare to stay any longer? At the outskirts, Fan Gaomao was also closely watching the battlefield. Before him, the golden scales, with the essence of nothingness on both sides providing balance, indicated that the life essence of the Galaxy Master was still being weakened. If not for that ultimate reserve, the Galaxy Master wouldn't be much stronger than other strongest level 11s, now facing. Fan Gaomao's thoughts fluctuated, but soon after, he received inquiries from the strongest level 11s of races such as the Insect race and the Tianyu clan. Fan Gaomao, the life essence of the Galaxy Master has not weakened at all. Fan Gaoma, the Galaxy Master, still activated that ultimate reserve, and now we're all being suppressed. Fan Gaoma, did you deceive us? Have you sided with the Human Civilization Alliance? Question after question left Fan Gaoma somewhat bewildered. He glanced at the golden scales before him, where the essence of nothingness, representing the life essence of the Galaxy Master, was properly placed on the right side. Balanced against 1/10 of the life essence of 100 level 11 perfect beings on the left side. He almost thought he had heard wrong. Impossible. Fan Gaoma immediately realized, feeling the vast presence emanating from the center of the battlefield. This presence was something Fan Gaoma would never forget for all eternity. It was the very move the Galaxy Master used 10 years ago to annihilate tens of thousands of level 11 powerhouses, and compared to 10 years before, the might of this move had not weakened in the slightest. But how could this be? He had already weakened the Galaxy Master's life essence using the balance scales, even if the weakened Galaxy Master could still use that ultimate reserve. But the reduction in life essence should have inevitably led to a weakened effect of this ultimate reserve. Yet now, the vast presence Fan Gaoma felt from the center of the battlefield did not seem to have weakened at all. Could it be that he didn't weaken the Galaxy Master? No, that's not right. The balance scale is weakening the Galaxy Master. Fan Gaoma could still sense the connection with the Galaxy Master through the balance scale. What on earth is going on? Could there be a problem with the balance scale? The real body of Fan Gaoma, in the outside world, immediately began to contact the king of the Yu clan. Yu clan territory. Inside the palace. Fan Gaoma stood below, waiting cautiously for the king seated on the high throne to respond. The balance scale had already weakened the life essence of the Galaxy Master, and even the corresponding breath of nothingness formed by this life essence had appeared on the right side of the scale. Why did the Galaxy Master seem unaffected? The balance scale has indeed weakened the life essence of the Galaxy Master. A breath later, the king of the Yu clan slowly stated. Although Fan Gaoma was operating the balance scale, a treasure of the Yu clan. In fact, the king of the Yu clan was also closely monitoring it, and inside the balance scale there was a contingency plan left by the king. Indeed weakened the Galaxy Master. Fan Gaoma grew even more perplexed. But the current behavior of the Galaxy Master? Isn't that completely inconsistent with having weakened life essence and a subsequent sharp decline in strength? It could be. The life essence you weakened is too little for the Galaxy Master, hence his strength wasn't significantly affected. Another breath later, the king of the Yu clan gave a reply. Too little. Fan Gaoma was somewhat stunned. A fraction of the life essence of 100 level 11 perfect beings, equivalent to the full life essence of 10 level 11 perfect entities, even accounting for losses, would still be the full life essence of 4 or 5 level 11 perfect beings. So this substantial amount of life essence is too little for the Galaxy Master. In a huge battlefield. Lin Yuan looked at the more than 10 strongest level 11 entities, struggling with difficulty under the envelopment of the divine ability world and assisted by their clan suppression weapons. Compared to 10 years ago, Lin Yuan had greatly improved his strength, with a dozen insights into fusion rules reaching the 12th layer level, causing another transformation in the world within his body. With the internal world enhanced, the external world created by the divine ability world was naturally augmented. 10 years ago, the strongest level 11 entities from the various peak clans could tear through the space of the external world with their clan suppression weapons and flee far away. But a decade later, they could no longer do so. Even though the clan suppression weapons kept bursting with terrifying fluctuations, it was in vain. Within the realm covered by the external world, space was as solid as a substance, no one but Lin Yuan could rip it open. Although enough to trap these strongest level 11th entities, even if the external world exploded of its own accord, it's estimated that it would be very hard to kill a single strongest level 11. Lin Yuan looked down at the strongest level 11 entities, barely struggling under the overwhelming power of the magnificent world, and thought to himself. The biggest difference between a clan suppression weapon and the ultimate weapons is not the level of their might. In fact, the pinnacle might of some ultimate weapons is not much inferior to the clan suppression weapons. The main difference lies in who is wielding it. The wielders of the ultimate weapons are the level 11 entities themselves, so unless absolutely necessary, they would not use the ultimate weapons due to the excessive consumption. When Lin Yuan first arrived in the battlefield, he made a few moves that, while hiding his true strength, killed the level 11 entities wielding ultimate weapons by exhausting them to death. But clan suppression weapons? The real manipulators are actually not the strongest level 11 entities of the various clans but the ultimate beings of the 12th level behind them. Inside every clan suppression weapon resides methods left by these ultimate beings of the 12th level, lurking normally, but at a critical moment, they will erupt, directly taking over the clan suppression weapons. The strong level 11 entities holding the clan suppression weapons were unable to tear through the space of the external world, not because the might of the ultimate weapons was inadequate, but because the ultimate methods inside the clan suppression weapons were not activated. But if Lin Yuan wanted to completely kill these strongest level 11 entities, the ultimate methods inside the clan suppression weapons would definitely be activated. After all, since the various peak clans have allowed the clan suppression weapons to enter the battlefield, they must be fully prepared and won't allow them to be lost easily. First concentrate all the forces to see if we can kill one. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, and his eyes focused on the strongest level 11 of the insect race. Boom! An invisible shock enveloped the strongest level 11 of the insect race, and the nightmare realm weapon she held could not help trembling. Not good. The scalp of the strongest level 11 of the insect race burst open, and she suddenly realized that the Galaxy Master, without her knowing when, had already appeared close to her, extending his right hand and slowly pressing down towards her. Chapter 886-22, 12th Layer Admission. The divine ability world could only be maintained for 6 seconds after activation. During these 6 seconds, Lin Yuan decided to attempt to assassinate the insect race's most powerful 11th rank. Mainly because the enmity between the Human Civilization Alliance and the insect race was too great. Back when Lin Yuan was not yet grown, he had experienced several assassination attempts, most of which were plotted by the insect race. Under such circumstances, the assassination target was naturally prioritized to be the insect race. Galaxy Master. The strongest of the insect race's 11th rank let out a high-pitched scream, sending out invisible soul fluctuations in all directions. However, all the soul fluctuations seemed to sink into a quagmire when they touched Lin Yuan. In the eyes of the strongest 11th rank of the insect race, Lin Yuan's descending right hand grew increasingly large, and the terrifying pressure even gave her the illusion that she was facing a supreme being. Buzzing sounds. At that moment, right above the head of the strongest 11th rank of the insect race, the nightmare realm suddenly emitted a hazy glow. This obscure light was completely different from the light emitted by the strongest 11th rank of the insect race when they exerted their power. It was filled with the illusion that all things were but dreams. Even Lin Yuan's mind was briefly immersed in the moment, but in the next second, he broke free with his strong mental will. Such a strong mental will. A slightly surprised voice came through, and Lin Yuan looked up only to see a phantom figure slowly walking out of the nightmare realm. The figure, although extremely ethereal, gave Lin Yuan a sense of immense reality, akin to the feather butterfly supreme being. Is this the ultimate 12th rank? Lin Yuan's figure vanished, reappearing above the altar. Although he had long known that the killing of the most powerful 11th rank would trigger the contingency left behind in the clan suppression weapon by the ultimate 12th rank, Lin Yuan had not expected it to be an ultimate phantom straightaway. Even if this phantom was just one avatar of an ultimate existence, it was not something Lin Yuan could handle at the moment. What's more, the clan suppression weapon was still in the hands of that ultimate member of the insect race. The damage caused by the ultimate avatar wielding the clan suppression weapon, even if it did not reach 1,000,000 points, was probably extremely close. Myriad Transformation Queen, as the ultimate being, showing up to bully a little guy seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Inside the altar, a ring on Shen Yuan Yu's right hand also shone brightly. Likewise, it condensed a figure of a man, who from afar, looked towards the ultimate being emerging from the nightmare realm. It's Shen Yuan Supreme. Lin Yuan looked at the male figure, thinking quickly in his heart. Among the Human Civilization Alliance's 9 supreme beings, Lin Yuan had the most contact with Xia Qin Supreme, as he was part of Xia Yu Evolution Tower. As for Lin Yuan Supreme, Lin Yuan had not interacted much but knew that Lin Yuan Supreme was the very first supreme being to emerge from human civilization. He was also the one among the 9 supreme beings of human civilization who shouldered the most pressure and paid the highest price. It's known that human civilization obtained that ultimate opportunity with countless inheritances of treasure falling from outside the universe. When human civilization had not yet risen, the ultimate 12th rank beings of the cosmic starry skies naturally would not take any interest in human civilization. But when the first supreme being was born within human civilization, those ultimate 12th rank beings naturally turned their attention to human civilization, leading to the exposure of the ultimate opportunity. Human civilization and the then newly ascended 12th rank Lin Yuan Supreme became the focus of the cosmic starry skies. One after another, the ultimate 12th rank beings were poised to act, ready at any moment to besiege human civilization and seize the ultimate opportunity. Lin Yuan Supreme paid an untold price to lead human civilization through that time until the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th supreme beings were born, which is when the situation of human civilization began to turn for the better. Myriad Transformation Queen. Lin Yuan's gaze settled on the figure that had emerged from the nightmare realm. Amongst all the queens of the insect race, the Myriad Transformation Queen was also one of the oldest and most powerful, and even the clan suppression weapon, the Nightmare Realm, was personally forged by her. Queen. The strongest 11th rank of the insect race bowed to the Myriad Transformation Queen. Under normal circumstances, the contingency within the Nightmare Realm would only trigger when she truly faced a life-or-death situation. The appearance of the Myriad Transformation Queen now meant that she indeed might have died at the hands of the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master really could kill me despite the clan suppression weapon. The strongest 11th rank of the insect race found it hard to believe, but the Myriad Transformation Queen's appearance could only mean one thing. Lin Yuan, haven't you made a move as well? The Myriad Transformation Queen smiled faintly, her invisible soul fluctuation aura influenced all life, causing all the 11th rank powerhouses of the Human Civilization Alliance in the altar to involuntarily begin to immerse themselves. Humph. Lin Yuan Supreme let out a cold snort, his voice resonating in the souls of all the 11th rank powerhouses. Besides, you say there's no problem with me bullying the Galaxy Master, but calling the Galaxy Master a little guy. Aren't you underestimating him a bit too much? The Myriad Transformation Queen glanced meaningfully at the Galaxy Master and said, the mental will of the Galaxy Master has probably already stepped into the 12th rank, hasn't it? Is that still a little guy? Lin Yuan heard this and remained expressionless. The reason he was quickly able to rid himself of the Myriad Transformation Queen's soul influence just now was due to his strong mental will. The Myriad Transformation Queen must have noticed something amiss. What? The psychic will of the Galaxy Master has reached the 12th level. The strongest second-layer member of the insect race looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Compared to the physical and soul enhancement, upgrading the psychic will is the most difficult, especially after reaching tens of millions of points where every increment demands a huge price. But the Galaxy Master. Psychic will at the 12th level. The strongest second-layer member of the insect race couldn't comprehend, how long had the Galaxy Master been alive? How could his psychic will reach the 12th level without the test of time? Psychic will at the 12th level. The other strongest second-layer beings were also deeply shocked. After the Myriad Transformation Queen of the insect race appeared, the duration of the divine ability world was almost over, and at this moment, they could leave whenever they wanted. But now that the Myriad Transformation Queen was present, these strongest second-layer beings suddenly didn't want to leave. Originally, they only intended to observe the confrontation between the Myriad Transformation Queen of the insect race and the supreme beings of the Human Civilization Alliance, but they didn't expect to hear such intelligence. The Galaxy Master possesses a 12th level psychic will. No wonder I feel like I'm facing the ultimate when I'm against him. The strongest second-layer member of the robber clan silently thought. Even for the robber clan, who have undergone countless trials, it was never possible to elevate the psychic will to the 12th level during the second layer, it was too difficult. Ha ha ha, how is it a problem that our human civilization's unparalleled prodigy has a 12th level psychic will? Lin Yuan Supreme said unconcernedly, a psychic will at the 12th level means that the contamination of supreme-level psychic memories is completely ineffective against Lin Yuan. In other words, Lin Yuan has fully grown up, and the other ultimate 12th level beings can at most kill Lin Yuan's avatar, unable to affect his true body. If I am not mistaken, there isn't any ultimate foundation carried by the Galaxy Master, right? The Myriad Transformation Queen continued. The Yu clan tried to weaken the life essence of the Galaxy Master with the balance scale, but it didn't have any impact. The life essence of the Galaxy Master greatly exceeds the limit of the 11th layer. The Myriad Transformation Queen paused for a moment. If such a thick life essence truly activates the ultimate foundation, the power unleashed would be immense. Even the strongest of all races holding a clan suppression weapon at the 11th layer would not be able to withstand it. All the strongest second layer beings around were completely stunned. The Galaxy Master didn't activate the ultimate foundation. 10 years ago, the power of the Galaxy Master alone decimated tens of thousands of the 11th level. And just now, more than a dozen of the strongest second-layer beings could only struggle to survive against the Galaxy Master by relying on the clan suppression weapons because of the Galaxy Master's own strength. Without any external force, the Galaxy Master could kill me even across the clan suppression weapon. The strongest second-layer member of the insect race was scared. She instinctively wanted to refute this claim, but it was the Supreme Myriad Transformation Queen of the insect race who said it. Even the bravest among the strongest second layer would not dare to question the words of the Myriad Transformation Queen. Lin Yuan stood in the void above the altar, silently listening to the words of the Myriad Transformation Queen of the insect race. Although the ultimate 12th level can't directly examine the world within my physical soul body, just by indirect observation and deduction, many of my secrets can still be revealed. This was also inevitable unless Lin Yuan never took action. Otherwise, for the ultimate beings of all major peak clans to discern some truths about him was almost a certainty. Still the same saying. Lin Yuan has now fully grown up. Even if some of his secrets are revealed, what can those peak clan forces supreme beings do to him? So our human civilization's unparalleled prodigy has such qualifications, what of it? Xianyuan Supreme remained unfazed, and in fact, he was secretly astonished. He learned about the Yu clan's attempts to weaken Lin Yuan's life essence with the balance scale after the fact. Seeing that Lin Yuan's strength was almost unaffected, he guessed that perhaps the Galaxy Master was really just relying on himself. The words of Xianyuan Supreme made the Myriad Transformation Queen fall silent. The strongest second-layer beings also had complicated thoughts. Is this a matter of talent? What kind of freak is the Galaxy Master? With the Galaxy Master around, their LFR at the 11th layer seems like trash. Alright. Myriad, there's no need to say more. What do you plan to do now? Will we advance to the final battle early, or continue to let the young ones fight among themselves? Xianyuan Supreme directly spoke out. Advancing to the final battle early meant that 12th level treasures or methods would officially come into play. Of course, these treasures and methods do not refer to the battles among ultimate 12th level beings, but rather to the addition of more foundation treasures, escalating the war in all aspects. The eternal spatial rifts in those large-scale battlefields from before were caused by a blow from a supreme being with a power level reaching 1,000,000 points, forming in the final battle. However, the final battle usually happens towards the end of a massive war. As for now, normally, the intensity of a large-scale war wouldn't be high during the first 10 to 20 years. But due to the emergence of the Galaxy Master, the direction of the war development became a bit peculiar, prompting an alliance of various races ahead of time, and because the Galaxy Master had the ability to kill the strongest second layer of the insect race, it triggered the methods left by the Myriad Transformation Queen in the Nightmare Realm. Advance the final battle. The Myriad Transformation Queen smiled lightly. There's no need for that anymore, my insect race has decided to withdraw from this war. Continuing the fight, the second layer level would definitely be blocked by the supreme beings of the human civilization. As for below the 12th level, with the strength the Galaxy Master has now shown, not even the strongest 11th levels holding the clan suppression weapons or even the ultimate foundations are a match. Once blood is truly shed, and the human civilization begins to let the Galaxy Master activate the ultimate foundation, Wouldn't the strongest 11th levels of all the major peak clans be crushed underfoot by the Galaxy Master? Chapter 887-23, Renowned Across the Universe. The Myriad Transformation Queen decisively chose to withdraw upon seeing that the Galaxy Master had already reached the level of undefeatable without taking action. Not withdrawing would only mean a futile depletion of her race's reserves. To this point, for this massive battlefield war, the insect race had already paid enough. Nearly 100 supreme weapons, the many level 11 clones, and the life essence required to maintain balance, which is equivalent to 1/10 life essence of 10 level 11 perfects. How long and how much effort and resources it would take to recover, one cannot know. Though it is said, as long as the insect race's queens are unharmed, the insect race stands firm like Mount Tai. But if there is a generational gap at the level 11, for the next 100 billion to a trillion years, it's possible that the insect race will not be able to produce a new level 12 queen. While other peak races will not stand still, perhaps giving birth to one or more level 12 ultimates. If the number of level 12 beings in other races increases while if one's own does not, it would be equivalent to weakening. Over the long term, the insect race's position among the 12 pinnacle races will decline. As for the price to pay for admitting defeat, merely 1/10,000th of their own territory, which the insect race can still afford. This Galaxy Master is extremely powerful in all aspects, far surpassing the limit of level 11 perfect. How did he achieve this? Could it be related to that ultimate opportunity obtained by the Human Civilization Alliance? The Myriad Transformation Queen observed Lin Yuan from afar, wishing to glimpse some secrets. Unfortunately, all were blocked by the Shenyuan Supreme. In terms of strength, the Shenyuan Supreme was not at all inferior to her, the most ancient queen of the insect race. Fighting desperately, the Myriad Transformation Queen even found herself at a disadvantage. Among the several dozen level 12 ultimates in the cosmic starry skies, only the 2 level 12 ultimates from the robber clan could make the Shenyuan Supreme wary. But the ultimates of the robber clan, who dare not unleash their full power within the universe, run the risk of being suppressed by the will of the universe. It's just a victory or defeat in a single massive war. By the next massive war, we'll simply forbid the Galaxy Master from participating, thought the Myriad Transformation Queen to herself. The massive battlefield was a joint creation of several level 12 beings, and naturally, the rules for the massive wars were also set by these supreme beings. Whether it's a large-scale war or a massive one, many level 12 ultimates will establish some rules, such as prohibiting the participation of the ultimates' avatars and so on. A battlefield is meant to confine the destruction caused by combat within a certain range. If the avatars of supreme beings could act at will, there would be no point for the existence of a battlefield. The skirmish between level 12 beings could not be contained by a battlefield, the destructive power generated would affect the entire universe. After witnessing the strength of the Galaxy Master, the Myriad Transformation Queen had already decided to join forces with other peak races to establish new battlefield rules. Which is to include the Galaxy Master in the list of those who are forbidden from participating. Shenyuan, I wonder if the level 12 weapons of our race could be returned. Rest assured, we can exchange them with other resources. The Myriad Transformation Queen thought for a moment and then said. The many level 12 weapons bestowed this time had all fallen into the hands of the Galaxy Master, and the Myriad Transformation Queen planned to reclaim some through regular trade channels. That will depend on what the Galaxy Master thinks, said the Shenyuan Supreme with a smile. To inspire human evolvers to fight on the battlefield, the Human Civilization Alliance has long established rules that all gains on the battlefield belong to the individual. At most, the Human Civilization Association can only make suggestions, not decisions. Even more so for the Galaxy Master, as all his gains are at his ultimate discretion. Galaxy Master, what do you think? You can make a request, as long as my insect race has it. The Myriad Transformation Queen looked towards Lin Yuan, her gaze soft and her tone gentle. A normal level 11 perfect, even the strongest level 11 beings, would be unable to resist falling for it. I will consider it. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. If the insect race offers enough resources to satisfy him, exchanging level 12 weapons is not impossible. After all, Lin Yuan is just one person and cannot use so many level 12 weapons at the same time. As for trading with human civilization, over 600 level 12 weapons, the Human Civilization Alliance probably cannot absorb them in a short period. And whether the insect races retrieving these level 12 weapons would lead to a recovery of their foundations and pose a threat to human civilization. It should really be the insect race that is worried, as once these 600+ supreme weapons are all converted into resources needed for cultivating the Xianhuang physique, Lin Yuan estimates he could truly push it to level 11 perfect. A level 11 perfect Xianhuang physique, especially with Lin Yuan's physical body as the foundation, could allow his body to reach the level 12 standard. By then, excluding the spirit, will, and rule comprehension, Lin Yuan's physical body will also step into the realm of supreme beings. Spirit, will, rule comprehension, physical body, all at the level of supreme beings. Consider. The myriad transformation queen fell silent for a while, then her form disappeared as she returned to the nightmare hall. The insect race's strongest level 11 being below looked at Lin Yuan with complicated expressions, then turned and left without hesitation. Since the inception of the universe, even the strongest level 11 beings have been tremulous in the face of level 12, including the mother of the tree realm and the 4 divine kings at their peak times. But the Galaxy Master showed no fear, and while certainly the Human Civilization Alliance played a supporting role, the Galaxy Master's own strength was also key. With the withdrawal of the insect race from the massive war, the level 12 ultimates from other peak races exchanged glances, then made their decisions one after another. Chapter 888-23, Renowned Across the Universe. Just like the insect race, they withdrew from the war and relinquished the first right to control the battlefield. There was no choice, even the combined forces of 11 peak races were crushed by the Galaxy Master, whose balance scales weakened the essence of life as if it was nothing. Now that the insect race has deliberately withdrawn, facing the Galaxy Master, there is even less hope of resistance. Rather than continuing to send their best to the battlefield to die, it's better to decisively withdraw. Haha, thank you for yielding. Xianyuan Supreme looked at the many 12th layer ultimates, and so did the other 8 human supremes. Since the Starry Sea era, although human civilization generally had the upper hand in wars against different races, it has never been this easy. A large-scale spatial war that only took 10 years to finish. This was because during these 10 years, the major peak race forces were preparing to deal with the Galaxy Master. Xianyuan, don't be too proud. No matter how strong the Galaxy Master is, there is still the risk of complete downfall when you strive for the ultimate level. Indeed, striving for the ultimate level means even if you have a deep foundation, it still just increases the possibility. Whether you can truly elevate is still up to luck. Though the beings of 12th layer ultimate have yielded the dominance of the battlefield, they have not conceded in spirit. For the 11th layer life form striving for the ultimate level, luck plays a significant factor when all thresholds are met. If the Galaxy Master is unlucky, even if 10 times or 100 times stronger, could still fail in striving for the ultimate level. You don't need to trouble yourselves over this. Xianyuan Supreme spoke indifferently, please also go back and quickly finalize the territorial division with our human civilization. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuan, you should have seen the expressions on those old fellows' faces. In the virtual world, Xia Qin Supreme had a pleased look, observing Lin Yuan with undeniable joy on his face. In many past wars, the Human Civilization Alliance won quite a few, but it was the first time to make those peak races leave the battlefield in such a dispirited state. What a pity, such an opportunity only comes once. Xia Qin Supreme sighed. Once? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He remembered Xia Qin Supreme mentioning, every 100,000 years, a gigantic-scale battlefield would open for war. While 100,000 years seems long, it is nothing for the evolvers of the 9th layer and above. In Lin Yuan's own plans, it'd be best to comprehend the chaos rules before striving for the ultimate layer, so he planned to stay at 11th layer for a while. He might wait until the next gigantic-scale war starts. By the next gigantic-scale war, those old fellows definitely won't let you join the battle. Xia Qin Supreme explained, almost predicting the outcome. They won't let me join the battle? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Have you join and wait to lose? Xia Qin Supreme shook his head. If the result of the war is predetermined as a loss, then who would join? So, before the next gigantic scale war starts, those old fellows would definitely set new rules prohibiting you from participating. Xia Qin Supreme spoke slowly. Before this gigantic scale war started, Lin Yuan had not shown any remarkable strength, only being newly advanced to 11th layer. It was too late when he destroyed tens of thousands of 11th layer beings. The war had already started, and rules cannot be changed midway. But by the next gigantic scale war, the major peak race forces will certainly add new rules. Lin Yuan can almost be sure, he will not be allowed to enter the battlefield. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Wars, like gambling, need to give participants a glimpse of hope to win. If there is no hope, naturally, there will be no participants. If human civilization continues to let Lin Yuan join the gigantic scale wars, probably no other peak race forces would join the next gigantic scale war. To be able to influence the rules of a gigantic scale war at the stage of 11th layer life form, you are probably the first and last person in our universe to do so. Xia Qin Supreme couldn't help but feel emotional. At the same time, they were also grateful that Lin Yuan was an evolver of their human civilization. If other pinnacle races had a life similar to Lin Yuan, he believed he would have a tough headache, not much different from those just mentioned from the second layer. By the way, Xian Yuan asked me to check with you if you have any thoughts on handling those second layer weapons. Those old guys want to use resources to exchange the weapons back. Xia Qin the Supreme asked. Not only the insect race Myriad Transformation Queen had this idea, other pinnacle races' powers from the second layer were also preparing to exchange resources for their respective second layer weapons. After all, Lin Yuan had obtained over 600 second layer weapons, and a significant portion of them were suitable for the powerhouse of corresponding races. Losing a second layer weapon and finding a new one wasn't that simple. Suitability is very important. A second layer ultimate who is skilled with guns, you ask him to use a sword. It would definitely impact his strength. What do you think, Supreme? Lin Yuan asked. If possible, Lin Yuan would still prefer to assimilate this batch of ultimate weapons within the human civilization. Just trade with those old guys, my human civilization doesn't have enough resources to trade with you. Xia Qin the Supreme understood Lin Yuan's intentions and immediately replied. 600 plus ultimate weapons, what a tremendous amount of resources would be needed for such a trade. Probably only the combined strength of the other 11 pinnacle races could manage it. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Anyway, this batch of ultimate weapons originally belonged to the powers of the 11 pinnacle races. Alright. You tell me your demands, and I'll pass them on to those old guys. Xia Qin the Supreme stated. The trade involving over 600 ultimate weapons was instigated by the 11 pinnacle races, hence naturally, Lin Yuan could set the terms. On the vast battlefield, everything that happened, especially the entrance of the insect race Myriad Transformation Queen, and the fact that the Galaxy Master, without utilizing any ultimate essence, merely relied on his own strength to overwhelm tens of thousands of 11th order powerhouses and began furiously spreading through numerous races. Many powerful, ordinary, and even weaker races' warriors got wind of this news. The Galaxy Master killed tens of thousands of 11th order without any external help. Is this 11th order? Are you sure the Galaxy Master hasn't become ultimate? That's impossible. The intelligence should be real. The second layer ultimates have already given up the vast battlefield and withdrew from the war. I heard that the heart and will of the Galaxy Master have already reached the second layer levels, Myriad Transformation Queen said so herself. Heart and will. Second layer levels. How did the Galaxy Master achieve this? Yes, it's incredibly challenging for me to enhance my heart and will even slightly, and he directly reached the second layer levels. Crazy. The countless lives in the universe, including those from secluded secret realms with unique life forms, heard this news instantly, crushing tens of thousands of 11th orders by his own power, including some holding ultimate weapons, and his heart and will reaching the second layer levels. This matter caused an even bigger sensation than the Galaxy Master stepping into the second layer. After all, while there are some in the vast universe who are at the second layer ultimate, a transformation like the Galaxy Master was unheard of by many strong entities. How old is the Galaxy Master? Under 1,000 years old. Under 1,000 years old and has this capability. Could the Galaxy Master really be disguising as a second layer ultimate? Right, I think so too. Could it be that the second layer ultimate is fooling us? Are you guys stupid? If the Galaxy Master were really a second layer ultimate, would he be allowed into the vast battlefield? Could other second layer ultimates watch as their powerhouses get slaughtered? In the vast universe, billions of races, countless lives are discussing the Galaxy Master. Although there are doubts, the second layer ultimates have voluntarily relinquished control of the battlefield, so the intelligence about the Galaxy Master should be genuine. If Lin Yuan stepping into the 11th Order originally made him renowned across the universe, letting the starry sky races know of such an unprecedented genius who entered 11th Order at 500 years old. Then now, what happened on the vast battlefield has made Lin Yuan's name resound across the universe. Chapter 889-24, 90s. Virtual World. Xiao Yuan, why is everyone saying now that the Milky Way Star Lord is the closest being to the strongest in the entire cosmic starry skies? Lin Shouqing couldn't help but ask, is this Milky Way Star Lord, you, Xiao Yuan? When Lin Yuan was promoted to the 8th layer, he became the Milky Way Star Lord, a fact naturally known by Lin Shouqing. But now, outside discussions and rumors about the Milky Way Star Lord are too abundant. This leads Lin Shouqing himself to become somewhat incredulous. After all, the discussions describe the Milky Way Star Lord as someone who can obliterate the forces of other pinnacle species of level 11 entirely by himself. Can his son really accomplish such a thing? The insect queen, that is an existence comparable to the strongest of mankind. Suppose so. Lin Yuan said with a smile. His parents have never been too concerned about major events on the internet, but his actions in the grand-scale battlefield are too inconceivable, spreading like wildfire not only among human civilization but other races as well. Primarily because it's legendary. Brother, you are really incredible. Lin Yi, who was also there, looked at Lin Yuan full of admiration. Compared to their parents, Lin Yi felt much deeper about this matter, specifically evidenced by the dignified old ancestor of the Xia family of level 11 treating her with extreme politeness. To know, when she first married into the Xia family, Lin Yi hardly ever saw that level 11 old ancestor of the Xia family. Belonging to one of the top families of human civilization, the Xia family is enormously huge, and if not for being the sister of the Milky Way Star Lord, Lin Yi might not even be able to live on the main star of the Xia family. But now. Just during this period, the old ancestor of the Xia family at level 11 has summoned Lin Yi dozens of times. Although not explicitly stated, the discussions of that old ancestor, both directly and indirectly, revolved around the Milky Way Star Lord. I heard that even the Myriad Transformation Queen didn't dare to trouble brother. Lin Yi has heard more rumors than Lin Shouqing and his wife, even knowing the title of the Insect Queen. Myriad Transformation Queen, Lin Yuan glanced at Lin Yi. The Queen didn't trouble me because I have the human strongest with me. Although Lin Yuan has reached the pinnacle at level 11, he probably would overwhelm many who are the ultimate at level 12 at the time of being still at level 11. But to say that the Myriad Transformation Queen didn't dare to trouble him, it was somewhat laughable. Lin Yuan was very aware of the gap between himself and the ultimate beings of level 12, even if his rule perception and spiritual will stepped into level 12, compared to a true ultimate, it still seemed like a huge divide. However, if I cultivate the body of Xianhuang to level 11 perfect, with physical body equivalent to level 12, alongside rule perception, spiritual will, all being at level 12, the gap with the ultimates might reduce considerably. Lin Yuan thought leisurely. With all three aspects at level 12, it wasn't exaggerated to consider Lin Yuan as a junior level 12. Originally, Lin Yuan wasn't very confident about his physical body reaching level 12. Mainly because the resources needed for body of Xianhuang are excessively extravagant, but having more than 600 supreme weapons temporarily removed the concern about resources. Especially since the 11 pinnacle species forces, in order to retrieve their own supreme weapons, were willing to pay a premium, which made Lin Yuan earn immensely. Moreover, the tens of thousands of alien level 11 corpses Lin Yuan killed, their physical and soul essences could also advance his cultivation in body of Xianhuang. So far, the price offered by these pinnacle species could probably be increased a bit. Lin Yuan thought of the many level 12 ultimate responses brought by Xia Qin. After all, level 12 weapons were hard currency, its value even more stable than cosmic crystals. Lin Yuan wasn't worried they wouldn't sell. Xiao Yuan, is it still dangerous on that battlefield? Lu Qiong, the mother, asked beside, worried about Lin Yuan's safety. Good heavens, Lin Yuan did mention entering the grand-scale battlefield, but Lu Qiong hadn't expected that there were so many strong beings in that battlefield, tens of thousands at level 11. There's no danger now. Almost all the alien strong ones have withdrawn. The entire battlefield is left with only us, human evolutionaries. Lin Yuan nodded and said. Had it not been for the war rules requiring to occupy the victory altar for 100 years, it is likely that the human civilization's evolutionaries could have withdrawn by now. Just following the rules, there was no issue as well. 100 years, and accounting for the 10 years already passed, only 90 years remained. That's good. Lu Qiong breathed a sigh of relief. Once this battlefield affair concludes, I plan to return to Kanglan Star for a while, Lin Yuan said, as if recalling something. As the grand-scale war closes with humans gaining leadership, Lin Yuan had little else to address, focusing primarily on preparing to strive for level 12, potentially undergoing the 11th traverse. During this, a return to Kanglan Star, to see the planet he lived on during his weaker times, might also round out his mental state somewhat. Then I'll quickly go tell Officer Song Wuyang. Lin Shoucheng's eyes lit up. Officer Song Wuyang had asked him more than once, that if the Milky Way Star Lord returns to Kanglan Star, it must be through him to prepare for a proper reception. This matter does not need to be spread outside. Lin Yuan said. Understood. Lin Shoucheng nodded. Afterwards, Lin Yuan chatted with his parents and family for a while longer, then disconnected from the virtual world. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his gaze slipping towards the direction of the grand-scale battlefield. Although the grand-scale war has not yet ended, in reality, it has nearly settled as various pinnacle species forces have all withdrawn, only needing to wait until 100 years pass for it to naturally conclude. I wonder how many merit points I've earned from this grand-scale war. Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. To encourage numerous level 11 evolutionaries to head to the super-large battlefield, human civilization had purposefully lowered the difficulty of obtaining merit points. On the super-large battlefield, Lin Yuan killed tens of thousands of level 11 aliens. Even though these tens of thousands of aliens were just avatars, their sheer number was overwhelming. Just this alone accounted for a massive amount of merit points. Moreover, Lin Yuan influenced the entire super-large alien battlefield situation, leading human civilization to take the war's leadership and so on, all of which could be assessed for large sums of merit points. A 9th-level citizen advancing to a 10th-level citizen needs 50 billion merit points, and I estimate that I can gather enough by the end of this war. Lin Yuan secretly thought. According to his estimation, the super-large war would yield merit points well over 50 billion. The specific amount would need to be calculated by 3 goddesses. 10th-level citizen. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization had not yet produced a 10th-level citizen. The existing 10th-level citizens were all from before the Starry Sea era, those who had made significant contributions during the prolonged dormant years of human civilization. Super-large battlefield. Lin Yuan still sat deep within the altar. Your perception is against the heavens, observing the war's spacetime structure, your understanding of spacetime is rapidly improving. Many sparks of enlightenment emerged in Lin Yuan's mind, quickly enhancing his understanding of the spacetime domain. This spacetime imprint, is it from that level 12 ultimate of the robber clan? Lin Yuan continuously analyzed the super-large battlefield, the ultimate being's methods gradually revealing themselves. By observing and understanding the super-large battlefield, Lin Yuan began to gain some understanding of the Peak clan's level 12 ultimates. For example, the Tianyu clan's forebears, their methods were filled with endless light, yet it wasn't just light, profound darkness was hidden within. Robber Clan. Lin Yuan carefully observed the traces left by the Robber Clan ultimates, subtly repelling yet merging with the cosmic starry skies, giving Lin Yuan a feeling similar to the Xianhuang's secret realm. The Robber Clan is not simple. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly serious. Those level 12 ultimates in the universe are unclear about the specific difficulty of surviving from one cosmic era to the next. But as the master of the Xianhuang's secret realm, Lin Yuan knew what this implied. If the Robber Clan really came from the previous cosmic era and brought their entire clan through the cosmic annihilation calamity, their clan's true origin is indeed worth deep reflection. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan was cultivating and comprehending the Tao. After stepping into level 11, Lin Yuan's understanding of rules entered a soaring phase, every pillar-level fusion rule stepping into the level 12 domain. Martial Tao Level 11 Chapter. Lin Yuan frowned in deep thought, diverting some energy to perfect the Martial Tao Level 11 chapter. The Martial Tao Level 11 chapter, as the last chapter before reaching the ultimate, was crucial. After all, one more step forward would mean reaching level 12 ultimate. It could also be said to be unimportant, since martial arts evolutionaries only needed to complete the chapters from 1st to 10th in succession, stepping into the level 11 chapter was just an order of progression. Just as Lin Yuan was carefully polishing the Martial Tao Level 11 chapter. Lin Yuan felt a subtle sense in his heart. Disappearing from the Star Lord's Great Hall. Outside the Milky Way main star, Nalan, the assistant tower master, appeared. Immediately after, Lin Yuan also appeared in the starry sky. Galaxy Master, Nalan greeted Lin Yuan with slight respect. There's no need for such formalities between us, Lin Yuan said casually, waving his hand. Rules are still needed, Nalan immediately replied. I came to deliver the first batch of resources from those peak clans to the Galaxy Master. Nalan took out a space ring and handed it to Lin Yuan. The first batch of resources? Lin Yuan was slightly moved. During the negotiation period with those peak clans level 12 ultimates, some of the strongest weapons were essentially agreed upon, just waiting for the resources to be delivered before Lin Yuan could return the weapons. It was a tiring trip. Lin Yuan looked at Nalan and spoke. The specific trade details were definitely handled by people from Xia Yu Evolution Tower. Returning to the Star Lord's Great Hall, Lin Yuan began to check the numerous resources inside the space ring. The space within the ring was a world of tens of millions of miles, filled densely with resources, all of which could promote the cultivation of body of Xianhuang. With these resources, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened with joy, immediately starting to devour the cultivation resources within the ring, absorbing them through the cultivation method of body of Xianhuang. Just like this, Lin Yuan primarily focused on comprehending various rules, perfecting the opening of the Martial Tao Level 11 chapter. The remaining energy was spent on cultivating the body of Xianhuang and other secret techniques. Time flashed by. In a blink, 90 years had passed. Chapter 8 9025, The Terrifying Merit Point Settlement. Xianhuang's Secret Realm. Lin Yuan, in his true form, sits cross-legged. Centered around him, all of space-time continuously integrates and weaves, as if worlds are being born and annihilated. This is a reflection of the understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule reaching a certain height. Since 90 years ago, after the insect race's myriad transformation queen hinted at some secrets, Lin Yuan's true form has been permanently residing in the Xianhuang's secret realm, which is considered absolutely safe, beyond the reach even of the 12th rank ultimate beings who are unable to lock onto its precise coordinates. With part of his power revealed, Lin Yuan naturally needed to consider whether the 12th rank ultimates might strike at him. The extremely powerful Xia Qin did invite Lin Yuan to the central star domain, where numerous clan suppression weapons are in place. Which is also considered safe enough. But Lin Yuan still prefers the Xianhuang's secret realm. As for the Milky Way main star, just send a random incarnation to hold the fort. With Lin Yuan's current mental will and his understanding of the rules, Even a randomly condensed incarnation could exhibit nearly the strength of an 11th rank peak. In some respects, Lin Yuan could be considered a weakened version of the 12th rank ultimate. Before stepping into the 12th rank, Lin Yuan set a requirement for himself. That is, the true form should avoid leaving the Xianhuang secret realm as much as possible. For any external affairs, let the Taiyang and Taiyin primordial spirits handle them. Additionally, there are a large number of incarnations available. 90 years and I have raised 36 pillar-level fusion rules to the 7th realm, which is the 12th rank level, but what about the spacetime fusion rule? Lin Yuan thought to himself. If the spacetime fusion rule 6-fold realm is divided into 4 levels, early, middle, late, and peak, then Lin Yuan's current understanding of the spatiotemporal fusion rule would be at the middle level, still some distance from the late stage. This is already extremely exaggerated. Even most 12th rank ultimates are only at early to mid-stage in their understanding of the spacetime fusion rule, with very few reaching the late or peak of the 6th realm. And the 7th realm understanding of the spatiotemporal fusion rule. So far, Lin Yuan has not heard of any 12th rank ultimate reaching it. Even mighty beings like Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master who are in the Chaos realm are only at the 9th realm in their understanding of the spacetime fusion rule. Is it still impossible for me to break through the 7th layer of the Magic Jade Tower with my current understanding of the rules? Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He was able to breach 1/3 of the Black Tower's 7th layer at the 10th rank. Now at the 11th rank and after cultivating for 100 or so years, he still was stuck at the final part of the 7th layer. It seems that compared to true 12th rank beings, I still have a significant gap. Lin Yuan thought to himself that the 9-layer Black Tower built by the demonic Jade Tower Master begins to be a challenge only 12 rank beings may hope to overcome starting from the 7th layer. Inner World. The consciousness avatar of Lin Yuan descends into his inner world. In 90 years besides the improvement in rule comprehension, the inner world also received a significant boost. After undergoing the Chaos Void Origin infusion for the second time, Lin Yuan gained benefits tantamount to those of an 11th rank perfect assaulting the ultimate level. However, the vast majority of the Chaos Void Origin remained dormant deep within the inner world. Lin Yuan has not yet stepped into the 12th rank, and his life essence has not realized a significant leap, so he cannot absorb all the Chaos Void Origin within a short period of time. But as time goes on, the dormant Chaos Void Origin within the inner world is gradually being absorbed. This has led to Lin Yuan's inner world, after just 90 years, has expanded to over 900 billion miles in circumference. When Lin Yuan first entered the 11th rank, his inner world was only 600 billion miles in circumference. Over a mere 100 years or so, it has reached over 900 billion miles. An increase of over 300 billion miles in circumference, amounting to how many millions of 11th rank perfect beings' inner worlds. Theoretically, if I absorb all the dormant Chaos Void Origin, my inner world will reach the threshold of the 12th rank, which is several tens of thousands of light years. Then, will my inner world slowly metamorphose into its own universe? Lin Yuan pondered. But that would take an exceedingly long time, several tens of thousands of light years from several tens of millions of miles. The gap is too wide. Moreover, the inner world is limited by the essence of life. As long as Lin Yuan does not step into the 12th rank, there might be an upper limit. The Xianhuang physique. It probably won't be long before it reaches 11th rank perfect. Lin Yuan felt his physical body thoroughly, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. Over the past 90 years, Lin Yuan has successively completed transactions with other peak clan powers, trading away more than 600 of the strongest weapons for a seizworthy amount of cultivation resources. More than 80 years ago, Lin Yuan officially brought the Xianhuang physique to a great level of accomplishment. Now, he is just steps away from the 11th rank perfect. And once the Xianhuang physique reaches 11th rank perfect, in terms of pure physical body, Lin Yuan will be comparable to the physical bodies of the 12th rank ultimates. An 11th rank perfect Xianhuang physique would require the strength of all the major peak clans to achieve. How should I cultivate the Xianhuang physique to the 12th rank perfect? Lin Yuan was somewhat worried. A normal 12th rank perfect Xianhuang physique allows the cultivator to rely solely on the physical body to contend with the pinnacle of the Tao manifestation realm. This is also why the 12th rank Xianhuang physique is said to be able to easily traverse the cataclysms of the universe's destruction. But Lin Yuan's physical starting point is too high. Once he cultivates to the 12th rank and wishes to continue cultivating the Xianhuang physique to 12th rank perfect, the demand for resources will probably far exceed that of a normal 12th rank perfect. A normal 12th rank perfect Xianhuang physique has reached the point where it can't be cultivated even by pouring the resources of an entire universe. Chapter 891-25, The Terrifying Merit Point Settlement. While Lin Yuan's 12th layer perfected Xianhuang physique might have no hope of successful cultivation in this universe, to the point that even reaching grand accomplishment is a luxury, the benefits are also immense. With the strong foundation of his current physical body, once the Xianhuang physique is cultivated to the 12th layer perfection, even his physical body alone could possibly challenge the Dominion realm powerhouses. Lin Yuan reviewed the harvest from the past 90 years. Simply put, compared to 90 years ago, Lin Yuan's strength has greatly increased. Now, he likely can kill tens of thousands of 11th rank aliens without even needing to activate divine ability World-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's mind submerged into his mind's eye, gazing at the towering and magnificent myriad realms gate. The more his strength and realm enhance, the greater the impact he feels when viewing the myriad realms gate. It seemed to tower above all dimensional spaces, so much so that even the spatio-temporal fusion rule could not contain or cover it. 1,453 threads of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan slightly sensed the amount of world-breaking origin force. Such a tremendous amount is entirely sufficient to customize a very high-level dimension world traversal. The super-large-scale war is about to end. It's time for the 11th traversal. Lin Yuan's expression became pensive, contemplating which type of traversal to choose for the 11th time. With Lin Yuan's current strength and realm, the choices left for him aren't many, either to go on a custom traversal or to descend into the immortal realm. The super-large-scale war has ended. In the super-large-scale battlefield, the Taiyang divine spirit emerged from the depths of the altar. According to the rules set by the various pinnacle races, occupying the altar for over 100 years grants leadership over the battleground, that is, victory in the war. In fact, long before 90 years ago, when the major pinnacle races' powerhouses withdrew from the super-large-scale battlefield, it was already declared that the Human Civilization Alliance had achieved victory in the war. The war has ended. TSK, this super-large-scale war was way too easy. Indeed, if not for the Galaxy Master, our human civilization wouldn't even talk about victory now. We might still be battling those pinnacle races. One by one, the evolvers of the Human Civilization Alliance withdrew from the battlefield, engaging in light conversations with each other. Apart from the initial period, which was somewhat stressful, the rest of the time during this war was incredibly comfortable. Although the points of merit gained were not as much as expected, after all, the Galaxy Master alone broke through the forces of 11 pinnacle races. Basically, these 11th rank individuals didn't have much to do. But it was safe, and many 11th rank powerhouses from the Human Civilization Alliance feel that throughout the entire war, they were just going through the motions, ending the war without much effort. And actually, the merit points gained by the many 11th rank powerhouses weren't few. Although they didn't exchange blows with the 11th rank aliens and thereby earn merits directly, the victory itself also resulted in a certain amount of merit points. Overall, in reality, the merit points gained by the 11th rank powerhouses didn't decrease much. After all, only 100 years were consumed. If not for the Galaxy Master, the human civilization could potentially fight this super-large-scale war for thousands to tens of thousands of years before achieving victory. How great would it be if every war were this comfortable? Really, did nothing and yet merits points are accredited. Ha ha ha, I've decided already, as long as the Galaxy Master presides over the war, I will definitely participate. Many 11th rank powerhouses successfully withdrew from the super-large-scale battlefield, and then under the leadership of the highest powers of the Human Civilization Alliance, returned to the territory of human civilization. The location of the super-large-scale battlefield is not within the territory of any race, but in a desolate star domain. Such star domains in the universe are vast and barren, completely without value for occupation, not even the ordinary or weak races care for it. I should also leave. As the overseer of the Human Civilization Alliance, Lin Yuan naturally was the last to leave the battlefield. Glancing at the super-large-scale battlefield, Lin Yuan felt somewhat reluctant. He had gained so much here, not to mention the physical essence of tens of thousands of 11th rank aliens, over 600 supreme weapons, numerous treasures, and curiosities, etc. The super-large-scale war itself, with its profoundly mysterious spatio-temporal structure combination, gave Lin Yuan substantial gains. Over the 100 years, Lin Yuan's understanding of the fusion of time and space made rapid progress, primarily due to his against heaven's understanding, but also watching and learning from the super-large-scale battlefield played no small part. Keep an avatar outside the battlefield. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. An avatar condensed and merged into the depths of multiple spatial layers, incessantly observing the large-scale battlefield itself. Indeed, after reaching the mid-tier of the sixth realm in spacetime, the large-scale battlefield wasn't of much benefit or help to Lin Yuan anymore, as many ultimate beings of 12th rank in spacetime understanding were on par with or even inferior to Lin Yuan. But minor help is still help. After all, it's just leaving one avatar behind. With Lin Yuan's current mental and will strength, he can maintain hundreds of avatars at the 11th rank peak combat power at the same time without any pressure. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The official conclusion of the large-scale war meant that the next phase was the division of merits. It is when the three goddesses would judge each 11th rank evolutionist of human civilization, based on their performance in the large-scale battlefield, and thereafter assign merit point rewards. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan's gaze extended towards the cosmic starry skies. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit detached a strand of consciousness, connecting to the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan's true self resided in the Xianhuang secret realm, where the virtual world couldn't cover, and it's also a signal blind spot for the three goddesses. In truth, at the level Lin Yuan has reached, even without the isolation of Xianhuang's secret realm, if unwilling, even while within the territories of human civilization, he could easily isolate the virtual world and the three goddesses. Respected Grand War Commander of Large-Scale War, 9th Tier Citizen Scholar Yuan, your performance is currently under judgment, please hold on. The solemn and serene voice of the Goddess of Wisdom resonated. For ordinary 11th rank evolutionists, the judgments of their performance on the battlefield could be resolved in an instant by the computational power of the three goddesses. After all, how much merit corresponds to how many merit points is already clearly defined, and there's no need for subjective judgments. But Lin Yuan's performance was too dazzling. It could even be said that without Lin Yuan, the course of this large-scale war would have been entirely different. The judgment of Lin Yuan's performance had to be extremely cautious, even relying on subjective reviews by 9 supreme beings. Time elapsed. Half an hour quickly passed by. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom once again echoed by Lin Yuan's ear. Respected Grand War Commander of Large-Scale War, 9th Tier Citizen Scholar Yuan, based on your performance in the battlefield, the final judgment is as follows. Killing count of alien 11th ranks. Obtained. Leading the first large-scale war victory. Obtained. Occupying the victory altar for a century. Obtained. After about 40 to 50 items of judgment by the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan finally heard the total number of merit points he had earned. After judgment, Scholar Yuan has earned a total of 2,162,345,000,000 merit points in this war. Over 200 billion merit points. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This amount of merit points exceeded his expectations. Initially, Lin Yuan estimated that the merit points he earned would be at least 50 billion, but the upper limit might only be 100 billion, and about over 200 billion merit points. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. It must have included additional merits in the judgment, thought Lin Yuan. In the large-scale battlefield, Lin Yuan's performance was definitely not limited to just slaying tens of thousands of 11th rank aliens and leading the human civilization to ultimate victory, among other merits. It also had a special deterrent effect. At least for other peak race groups 11th rank powerhouses, including the strongest 11th ranks, all were left with severe psychological shadows by Lin Yuan. Chapter 892, 26 The 11th Time Travel. Merit points are linked to one's contribution to the overall human civilization. And imposing an unparalleled deterrence on alien races, especially the peak races, is also beneficial to the expansion of human civilization. Even greater than the intimidation by supreme powerhouses. At least the supreme powerhouses of human civilization have the ability to resist the major peak race powers. But the Galaxy Master? What can level 11 resist against? Judging by the Galaxy Master's performance on super-large battlefields, who can compete except the 12-star ultimate beings? Absolute invincibility brings utter despair to the level 11 of the many peak races. Over 200 billion merit points, Lin Yuan's face showed a smile. Such a tremendous amount of merit points left him momentarily unsure of how to use them. First, let's raise my citizen rank to 10th level. Lin Yuan thought to himself. From a 9th level citizen to a 10th level citizen requires 50 billion merit points. Before the opening of the super-large battlefield, Lin Yuan had never imagined he could amass such a quantity of merit points in a short time. He estimated it would only be possible after unlocking the complete Martial Tao 11th tier chapter. But now, 50 billion merit points. It's just a quarter of the excess of 200 billion. With Lin Yuan's citizen rank increase. Soon, his merit points balance decreased by 50 billion. And Lin Yuan's citizen rank, in half a breath, changed from 9th level to 10th level. 10th level citizen. Lin Yuan's eyes were bright. As far as he knew, the highest citizen rank of human civilization is the 11th level citizen. As for the 12th level citizen, in theory, a 12th level citizen could control the entire human civilization. But in reality, it is just a theory, and advancing to a 12th level citizen is not just a matter of merit points. Even as an 11th level citizen, there are only 9 in human civilization, the 9 supreme powerhouses. Therefore, a 10th level citizen is essentially the most revered citizen just below the supreme powerhouses of human civilization. Even the supreme powerhouses will not overlook a 10th level citizen, as each has made indelible contributions to human civilization. The current 10th level citizens still alive in human civilization are very few, all from before the Starry Sea era, citizens of the dormant years of human civilization. In fact, during the dormant years of human civilization, obtaining merit points was much easier compared to the Starry Sea era. After all, at that time, human civilization was not the peak civilization that now sweeps across various alien races. Even with the ultimate opportunity, it was like walking on thin ice, and naturally, the threshold for merit points distribution was lower. In a sense, Lin Yuan is the first 10th level citizen born since the beginning of the Starry Sea era. 50 billion merit points, even those evolutionary scholars who are adept at acquiring merit points, couldn't gather that amount in over 2 million years. The Supreme President of human civilization is looking for me? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, noticing a video call request. The Supreme President of human civilization is a position, similar to a planetary governor, rotated every few years. Still, citizens who can serve as the Supreme President are impeccable in every aspect. After all, it's the highest visible leader of human civilization. Assisting the 3 goddesses in governing the vast human civilization. And the Supreme Powerhouses. Generally, supreme powerhouses do not interfere in the routine affairs of human civilization, except in situations specified in the charter where the 3 goddesses will consult the supreme powerhouses first. Supreme powerhouses are more a symbol of spiritual significance for human civilization. Of course, the fact that supreme powerhouses do not interfere in the routine affairs of humanity is because they couldn't be bothered. In reality, they wield a lot of power within human civilization. Respected Galaxy Master. The video connected, and an elderly man with white hair saluted Lin Yuan on the virtual screen. In terms of strength, Lin Yuan is an existence second only to a 12-star being, not only in human civilization but also in the entire cosmic starry skies. In terms of citizen rank, Lin Yuan is now a 10th level citizen and the first 10th level citizen since the start of the Starry Sea era, with an extremely revered meaning and status. Even the Supreme President, facing Lin Yuan, must show respect. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Then he briefly chatted with the Supreme President. The main purpose of this video call from the Supreme President was to congratulate Lin Yuan on becoming a 10th level citizen. And by the way, the Supreme President introduced Lin Yuan personally to the many benefits and treatments of a 10th level citizen. The basic benefits for a 10th level citizen are an elevated version of those for a 9th level citizen, encompassing all aspects. Even if Lin Yuan intends to serve as the Supreme President, he has a full 10% certainty. The discount for purchasing various resources and weapons has also reached 60%. This 60% applies to everything, even exchanging for supreme weapons, 12-star rarities, etc., at the discounted exchange value. Equivalent to a loss-making exchange from human civilization for you. Not bad at all. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Let's set aside all the other upgraded version benefits for now. The mere 6-fold exchange rate is enough to break even. Given Lin Yuan's demand for resources during cultivation, it's only a matter of time before he earns back the value of 12-star treasures worth 50 billion merit points. The many privileges in the virtual world have also been enhanced. Lin Yuan explored and discovered that after becoming a 10th level citizen, if he wished, he could know the personal information of any citizen he saw. As far as the 10th level citizens within human civilization are concerned, there are virtually no secrets left. The ultimate chance. Lin Yuan looked at the information about the ultimate chance. This so-called ultimate chance was the greatest opportunity human civilization had received from the descent of countless heritages from beyond the universe before it entered seclusion. The ultimate chance led to the birth of 9 of the strongest beings in human civilization. Moreover, many fortunes have also allowed the development of human civilization to this day, with most of the clan suppression weapons and even its foundation originating from that ultimate chance. The 10th Ultimate Evolutionary Pathway. Lin Yuan's heart twitched slightly. Among the ultimate chances obtained by human civilization, the most important were 10 ultimate evolutionary pathways. The 10 ultimate evolutionary pathways mentioned here do not have any ultimate beings, and their value is beyond measure. The paths taken by the 9 strongest beings of human civilization are among these 9 pathways. The 10th ultimate evolutionary pathway is exceedingly special and obscure, and so far, no one from human civilization has successfully traversed it to reach the ultimate level. Entirely different from the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway. After browsing through it, Lin Yuan realized that he automatically acquired this ultimate evolutionary pathway after becoming a 10th level citizen. Within the entire human civilization, only citizens with significant contributions can hope to be gifted with this evolutionary path, while the other 9 ultimate evolutionary pathways are widely disseminated. This is because there are ultimate beings presiding over them. In contrast, this ultimate evolutionary pathway is the path to the 12th level, and it will not be disseminated until a sufficient number of level 11 perfect beings are born. After Lin Yuan received this ultimate evolutionary pathway, he also saw the number of cultivators practicing this pathway, only over 100, with the strongest among them at the 4th stage of level 11. Pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. This ultimate evolutionary pathway does not cultivate the physical body, soul, or internal world, but aims to analyze all things, the cosmic starry skies, and the chaos void as its ultimate goals. Although it has a high potential limit, the path Lin Yuan pioneered, the Martial Tao evolutionary, is distinctly different, even bearing little resemblance for reference. This is what it means to be a 10th level citizen. Lin Yuan broadly understood all privileges and benefits of being a 10th level citizen. In summary, it could be described in 4 words. Do as one pleases. A 10th level citizen, especially one who ascends through the most formal means after the Starry Sea era begins, can basically do anything within human civilization. There were some 10th level citizens before Lin Yuan, but they were all born before the Starry Sea era. The thresholds they crossed and the privileges they enjoy are not the same as Lin Yuan's. To put it simply, the privileges that the 10th level citizens before Lin Yuan enjoyed can be considered a castrated version of what Lin Yuan now enjoys. There is nothing pressing at the moment. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. I can undertake the 11th traversal now. If it were not for the need for him to preside over the super-large battlefield, Lin Yuan would have likely started his 11th traversal decades ago. Though the outcome of the super-large battlefield had been determined 90 years earlier, to ensure absolute certainty, Lin Yuan waited until the war was completely concluded before he began to prepare for the next traversal. Thinking this, Lin Yuan's spirit sank into the depths of his consciousness and arrived in front of the majestic and venerable Myriad Realms Gate. Let's set this traversal to take place in the immortal realm. Lin Yuan made the decision in his heart. The immortal realm, as a superior world to the spirit realm, was revealed to Lin Yuan upon ascending to the 9th layer of heaven in the spirit realm, where he discovered a corner of that vast world towering above the spirit realm. By obtaining the world coordinates, this is identified as the immortal realm. According to the intelligence information Lin Yuan gathered in the spirit realm, whether it's the spirit realm or the even lower central divine China world, both are influenced by the immortal realm. The ancestor of the immortal path, who once wandered billions of worlds in dreams, propagated the immortal cultivation system. And the ancestor of the immortal path is the only ultimate existence beyond the main universe that Lin Yuan is aware of. The ultimate domain where the ancestor of the immortal path stands tall is the very immortal path itself. During the traversal, my true self will continue to absorb resources and cultivate the body of Xianhuang. Lin Yuan arranged numerous affairs. Now, Lin Yuan's practice of body of Xianhuang has inclined towards instinct, and even without the control of conscious will, he reflexively cultivates, devouring various resources to strengthen himself. It's just like how the heart continues to beat and body functions continue to operate even when one is asleep. This arrival in the immortal realm, my stay would last for 2,100 years. With the main world's time-speed ratio being 1 to 20. Does that mean 2,100 years in the immortal realm will result in 100 years elapsing in the main universe? Lin Yuan sent out a strand of conscious will, following the coordinates of the immortal realm, briefly observed the vast world, and gleaned some information. The 1 to 20 time speed ratio indicates that the immortal realm's level is getting very close to that of the main universe. 100 years. Announce that I will be in seclusion for the next 100 years. Lin Yuan made all the preparations and immediately initiated the 11th traversal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Myriad Realms Gate faintly emitted fluctuations as Lin Yuan poured all his conscious will into the gate. Chapter 893, 1, First Arrival in the Immortal Realm. Immortal Realm, Xiantian Immortal Domain. The Xiantian Immortal Domain is one of 33 immortal domains, vast and boundless, situated near the demon abyss. Within the immortal domain, numerous immortals are engaged in constant battles with the countless demons emerging from the depths of the demon abyss. A streak of escape light flashed by in an instant, faintly suffused with the scent of blood, evidently akin to a blood escape method that consumes the origin source. Within the escape light was a young man, pale-faced, weak in breath. The young man's name was Gao Wuyo, who not long ago explored an ancient relic with a close friend. As a result, he obtained a great opportunity. The relic was left by a Jade Immortal, containing treasures of the level of a Jade Immortal. That friend, in order to monopolize the opportunity, launched a sneak attack and seriously injured Gao Wuyo. In a desperate struggle, Gao Wuyo barely escaped but was still pursued by his friend. Ha 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 ha, Gao Wuyo, with the poison of the demon marrow in you, unless a golden immortal takes action, your death is certain. Why bother resisting? Instead of constantly enduring the agony of marrow extraction, why not let your brother save you from this pain? Wu, for mere relics, if you wanted them, you could have just said so. Why resort to such measures? Just said so. Would you have given them to me if I'd simply asked? These are treasures left by a Jade Immortal. Wu, you've helped me many times, is there anything between us that can't be discussed? Forget about it. I only trust myself. Discuss. Too troublesome. Once you're dead, won't all the treasures be mine? Gao Wuyo continued to burn his essence blood, flashes of conversation with Wu during the pursuit crossing his mind, which momentarily filled him with despair. He truly treated Wu as kin, and the path of cultivation is lonely enough. As a mentor, Wu's status was extraordinary. Regrettably, for an unclear opportunity left by a Jade Immortal, Wu didn't hesitate to turn on him with cruel intent. Although Gao Wuyo was well aware that the path of immortality was fraught with deceit and one must always be wary, he still couldn't believe that Wu would do such a thing to him. So be it. Consider this as repayment for the kindness of these years. Gao Wuyo's consciousness slowly sunk into darkness. With his severe injuries and the poisoning by demon marrow, he indeed couldn't hold on much longer. He burned his essence blood to flee, merely wanting to understand why Wu would turn against him. With Gao Wuyo's strength, he could completely attempt to destroy the Jade Immortal's opportunity before his death, at least the part that contained the recorded legacy and cultivation methods. But in the end, Gao Wuyo did not do so. Since Wu wanted the opportunity, he might as well take it. Just as Gao Wuyo's will completely plummeted into darkness, a new consciousness quietly awakened. Gao Wuyo's expression suddenly became calm, he glanced around the environment with a frown. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed Gao Wuyo's memories, understanding the current situation, where his closest brother was hunting him, and he too was resigned to death. A Jade Immortal's opportunity? Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. After absorbing Gao Wuyo's memories, he naturally understood the level of this opportunity. The cultivation system of the immortal realm, following that of Central Divine Continent, Spirit Realm, is divided into Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, Divinity Transformation, Refined Void, Union, Transcendence Tribulation, Mahayana, Golden Immortal, Jade Immortal, Ancestral Master. Among them, the Transcendence Tribulation stage corresponds to the 8th layer of the main universe, Mahayana is the 9th layer, Golden Immortal corresponds to the 10th layer, Jade Immortal to the 11th layer, and the Ancestral Master is the ultimate 12th layer of the main universe. Of course, these stage correspondences are mere estimates. Differences in cultivation systems mean that even within the same level, there can be variations in power, but the overall gap is not significant. Gao Wuyo was a rogue cultivator of the Xiantian Immortal Domain, at the Transcendence Tribulation stage, while Wu, at the peak of the Transcendence Tribulation stage, had known each other since the Nascent Soul stage, traveled side by side, and stepped into the Transcendence Tribulation stage together. I am now. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, sensing the dire state of his current body. Severe injuries were the least of his concerns. With Lin Yuan's awakened spirit and will, he could suppress it with a thought, preventing the injuries from worsening. Based on Lin Yuan's control over the body, as long as he had time, any injury could be healed. Once the divine skill's imprint, blood resurrection, was reproduced onto this body, he could completely be termed as having an undying physique. But what about the poison of demon marrow? The poison of demon marrow originated from the unfathomable demon abyss, a peculiar poison for cultivators on the immortal path, which suppressed mana and soul. The pain during poisoning was as agonizing as marrow being extracted from bone. The poison of demon marrow that affected Lin Yuan was of the Transcendence Tribulation level, only hoping for a Golden Immortal's intervention for a cure. Of course, that's for a cultivator on the immortal path. Lin Yuan does not fall within this range. Let's see. Lin Yuan carefully examined the demon marrow poison inside his body. Your perception is against the heavens. Observing unknown toxins, you rapidly enhance your understanding of this type of poison. Lin Yuan prioritized dealing with the demon marrow poison because he perceived that this virulent poison could cause irreversible damage to the body and soul. Although this irreversible was not absolute for Lin Yuan, it was still troublesome, so it's better to resolve it quickly. In the high sky behind Lin Yuan, Wu was rapidly traversing through space, his vast divine consciousness faintly locking onto the fleeing Gao Wuyo. Wu's name was Wu Xiangyan, currently closely following Gao Wuyo. The method of blood escape is innately consuming on the origin source, plus the poison of demon marrow. Gao Wuyo, you can't hold out for long, Wu Xiangyan thought to himself coldly. Indeed, his relationship with Gao Wuyo was profound, but what of that? Could any relationship be more valuable than one's own path to enlightenment? After stepping into the Transcendence Tribulation stage, Wu Xianyan became increasingly aware that with his own talents, the chances of breaking through to the Mahayana realm were practically non-existent. Chapter 894, 1. First Arrival in the Immortal Realm. To take the next step forward, he had to rely on external opportunities. Therefore, in recent years, he has been frantically exploring the nearby relics, and to ensure his own safety, he dragged Gao Wuyo along. In Wu Xianyan's eyes, Gao Wuyo was merely a pawn, completely disposable when necessary. I am not wrong. To become a strong person, one must be cold and ruthless, even towards close kin in the face of opportunity, let alone friends and comrades. Only with such absolute devotion to cultivation, treating it as one's everything, can one achieve great success. Wu Xianyan's thoughts stirred, and he immediately became fervent. This time, in the relics they explored, they actually found an opportunity of the Jade Immortal level. Jade Immortal. That is Jade Immortal. Even in the Shintian Immortal domain, a Jade Immortal is a high and mighty figure. A hint of opportunity from them could enable him to leap to Mahayana, or even Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, at that time Gao Wuyo was closer to the Jade Immortal opportunity, so he took it first. Wu Xianyan felt helpless. The Jade Immortal opportunity had fallen into Gao Wuyo's hands. He had to act early, otherwise what if Gao Wuyo ran away with the Jade Immortal opportunity? Gao Wuyo must die. Wu Xianyan thought to himself, this was not only because Gao Wuyo had taken the Jade Immortal opportunity, even if he hadn't, Wu Xianyan still wouldn't let Gao Wuyo go. A Jade Immortal opportunity, how significant is that? Only if he alone knew about it, it was safe. The more people know, the greater the risk of leakage. If the matter of the Jade Immortal opportunity got out, it would attract many from the Mahayana realm, and even Golden Immortals. By then he would not be able to keep the Jade Immortal opportunity. Therefore, to play it safe, everyone who knew about the Jade Immortal opportunity had to die. Once I get the Jade Immortal opportunity, I will go to Kangwu Immortal City for a secluded cultivation. I absolutely will not go out until I've entered the Mahayana realm. Wu Xianyan thought to himself, having already devised a series of plans for himself. Your perceptivity defies the heavens, observing unknown poisons, completely mastering this type of poison. Lin Yuan maintained the art of blood escape and merely observed the poison inside his body for a dozen breaths, and he had already completely mastered the demonic marrow poison. Completely mastering it means fully understanding this poison and also being able to easily detox. Although demonic marrow poison was terrifying, Lin Yuan's realm was too high. Level 11 perfect, very close to level 12. The demonic marrow poison of Transcendence Tribulation stage, in Lin Yuan's eyes, was not much different from trivial. In fact, if it wasn't for the demonic marrow poison being a unique severe poison in the immortal realm, which was slightly unfamiliar to Lin Yuan, ordinary 8th layer poison would have been instantly comprehended and mastered by him. To detox the demonic marrow poison is very simple. Lin Yuan ceased his observation and began circulating his qi and blood. The detox method for demonic marrow poison, in the eyes of many immortals in the immortal realm, can only be forcibly resolved by relying on a higher level of immortal path origin source. For instance, demonic marrow poison of the Transcendence Tribulation stage would require a golden immortal level of immortal path origin source to suppress and erase it. But after completely mastering and understanding this poison, Lin Yuan could counteract the poison without any risk, starting from the very perimeter. Under Lin Yuan's control, countless qi and blood subtly converged and interwove, blending with the demonic marrow poison rooted deep in his physique and soul. Gradually, all the demonic marrow poison began to transform, forming a rich vitality force, starting to heal the injuries of Lin Yuan's physical body. Demonic marrow poison is a severe poison, but also a great tonic if completely transformed and directly absorbed. Solved. Lin Yuan slightly nodded his head, having understood the demonic marrow poison, a single thought dissolved all accumulated severe poison deep in his body and soul. One should know, even if there were really a golden immortal willing to expend their origin source to save someone severely poisoned by demonic marrow, it would also require a considerable amount of time, hundreds to thousands of years of recovery might be needed. Moreover, for a golden immortal to spend origin source to save someone just at the Transcendence Tribulation stage, Even close relatives might not choose to do so. Consuming origin source would cause a decline in strength, which is dangerous for any golden immortal, highly likely prompting enemies to take advantage and strike. Gao Wuyo stopped. From the high altitude behind, was Xiangyan slightly startled. For in his spiritual sense that had locked on, he found that Gao Wuyo, who was fleeing using the art of blood escape, had voluntarily dispersed the escape light and halted in place. It's because he's reached his limit. Wu Xiangyan had a clear understanding, within his prediction, Gao Wuyo could only last this long, due to the consumption of the art of blood escape, the severe injuries, and the torment of the demonic marrow poison. Gao Wuyo being able to endure till now, already counted as having a firm will and profound strength. I hope the Jade Immortal opportunity isn't too badly damaged. Thinking inside, Wu Xiangyan also anticipated that Gao Wuyo, before dying, would probably try his best to destroy the Jade Immortal opportunity. Those items and immortal artifacts at the Jade Immortal level, Gao Wuyo definitely couldn't handle, but the Jade Slips recording techniques and legacies, maybe not. But Wu Xiangyan felt, even the most fragile Jade Slip, being left by the Jade Immortal, should not be so easily destroyed, right? Especially given Gao Wuyo's condition, how much strength could he have to destroy them? Swoosh! Wu Xiangyan also stopped his motion, gazing towards the distant Gao Wuyo. Gao Wuyo! Why aren't you running anymore? Wu Xiangyan carefully observed Gao Wuyo, although convinced that Gao Wuyo was already spent, he still couldn't be careless. The Jade Immortal opportunity was right before his eyes, the path to broaden his journey right in front. Wu Xiangyan certainly did not want to capsize in the gutter. Gao Wuyo, do you have any last words now? Wu Xiangyan looked at Gao Wuyo, an unusual feeling faintly surfacing in his heart. For some reason, the Gao Wuyo before his eyes felt strange, as if he was no longer the Gao Wuyo he knew. Forget it, let's just take action. Wu Xiangyan felt somewhat panicky inside and decided to use his strongest killing move to end Gao Wuyo. Originally, he had planned to savor the feeling of victory, but now the unfamiliarity of Gao Wuyo made his heart tremble. 5 Elements Cycle. With a thought from Wu Xiangyan, the powers of the 5 elements rules, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth started to circulate. Each of the 5 elements was a fundamental rule, but combined, they could approach the pillar-level rules. Wu Xiangyan was able to possess the peak strength of the Transcendence Tribulation stage by relying on his understanding of the 5 elements rules. In fact, Wu Xiangyan vaguely sensed, if he could continue on the path of the 5 elements, he might have a chance to step into the Mahayana realm. But it was just a slim chance, and he didn't know how much time it would cost, so ultimately Wu Xiangyan decided to place his hopes on external opportunities. Lin Yuan spared a sliver of his spirit, glancing at Wu Xiangyan. He had been focusing most of his spirit on his physical body, constantly making numerous adjustments to it with his own spiritual will. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Gao Wuyo's physical body was terribly inadequate, many powers were uncoordinated, which wasn't an issue of the strength or weakness of the physical body but one of perfection. Even the weakest physical body, an ordinary mundane body, as long as its various powers were united, could be considered perfect. Of course, the stronger the physical body, the more enormous the powers it contained, and the harder it was to coordinate them all. 5 Elements Rules. Lin Yuan remembered Wu Xiangyan, whom his original self regarded as a kin, heaved a sigh, and the spacetime in all directions began to solidify, all rules, including the 5 Elements rules, began to shatter. Dozens of pillar-level fusion rules insights reached the 7th realm, as well as the mid-stage 6th realm insights into the spatio-temporal fusion rule. This allowed Lin Yuan, even though he had just arrived and hadn't fully adjusted his physical body, to have enough self-protection power, or at least if faced with a Jade Immortal's pursuit, he could easily escape by leveraging his mastery over spacetime. As for someone at the peak of the Transcendence Tribulation stage like Wu Xiangyan? No different from an ant. What? Wu Xiangyan's pupils suddenly constricted. In his field of vision, the 5 elements rules he had comprehended seemed to have completely vanished. In an instant, not only the 5 elements rules, but all other rule fluctuations also disappeared, as if he had come to a realm completely devoid of rules. Run! A great fear surged in Wu Xiangyan's heart, although he did not understand the reason for all this, or its connection to Gao Wuyo, he fled far away without hesitation. Chapter 895, Too Little Guy, Meekly Offer Your Flesh. Swoosh. Wu Xiangyan had not gotten very far when the surrounding time and space began to change, and time and space were compressed until they were held between Lin Yuan's palms. You're not Gao Wuyo. Who exactly are you? Wu Xiangyan's face displayed extreme terror. He had once glimpsed a jade immortal carriage crossing the sky from afar, and the suppression of the many rules it represented was still imprinted in his heart. But compared to the jade immortal carriage, which was unattainably high, the time and space manipulated by Gao Wuyo at this moment seemed as trivial as dust. The two were not on the same level at all. Who am I? Lin Yuan slightly smiled. You don't need to know that. With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, Wu Xiangyan's physical body and soul were erased, leaving behind only the fragments of his spirit that contained memories. Having just entered the immortal realm, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to understand the situation in the immortal realm. Aside from Gao Wuyo's memories, Wu Xiangyan's memories were naturally worth examining. Not dead. After completely erasing Wu Xiangyan, Lin Yuan faintly felt the presence of the other's causality through the connection of cause and effect at an incredibly distant place. In a deep underground cavern. When Wu Xiangyan was erased by Lin Yuan, a patch of black water in this underground cavern began to ripple rapidly, and the spirit will belonging to Wu Xiangyan awakened deep within the water. I'm dead. The revived spirit will was slightly astonished, followed by a succession of images flashing through its mind from just before death. The black water was Wu Xiangyan's life pool, which he had refined at a great cost. Once his true body perished, the fragments of spirit will in the life pool would rapidly grow to perfection. That is to say, he would be resurrected. Such a terrifying method. What's the deal with that Gao Wuyo? How could he have such a masterful control over the rules? The resurrected Wu Xiangyan still had a look of terror. That's impossible. If Gao Wuyo had such strength, how could I have seriously wounded him before? Wu Xiangyan couldn't understand. Fortunately, I spent most of my fortune refining this life pool, otherwise, would have completely perished just now. Wu Xiangyan steadfastly thought to himself, feeling fortunate in his heart. For a cultivator at the Transcendence Tribulation stage, refining a life pool is no easy feat. Only someone like Wu Xiangyan, who secretly plundered other weaker cultivators, could barely scrape together the cost to refine a life pool. That Gao Wuyo, he must have a big secret. If I tell those golden immortals and jade immortals about this secret, I should be able to receive a reward. Although Wu Xiangyan resurrected, his status was akin to starting over, urgently needing abundant resources to recover. And Gao Wuyo's secret is the key to his rise once again. Even if those golden immortals are not interested in Gao Wuyo, the opportunities related to the jade immortal would have some allure. At this moment, Wu Xiangyan acknowledged himself clearly, realizing that regaining the jade immortal opportunity was practically impossible. Moreover, Wu Xiangyan did not dare to confront Gao Wuyo again, as the mastery and suppression over time, space, and many rules still caused him to tremble with insecurity. Too terrifying. But while he did not dare to confront Gao Wuyo, he could still betray information regarding Gao Wuyo and the opportunity of the Jade Immortal. Just as Wu Xiangyan planned to rest for a while before leaving the underground. Buzz buzz buzz. An invisible attack, following the omnipresent connection of causal rules, crossed countless distances before crashing down thunderously. No. The spirit will within the depths of the black life pool had no chance to react before all the black water turned into dust, and the spirit will within it was equally annihilated. Now it's completely resolved. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. Upon realizing that Wu Xiangyan was still alive, he casually performed a causal curse killing. Lin Yuan's true realm is level 11 perfect, and Wu Xiangyan, merely 8th layer. To curse kill a life at such a level, Lin Yuan did not even need to pay any price. Find a place to recover from injuries. Lin Yuan surveyed himself and silently disappeared from the spot. Although the poison of the demonic marrow had been cured, his gravely injured flesh still needed to recover. Deep within a mountain range. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in a cavern. The environment of the immortal realm far surpasses that of the spirit realm. Lin Yuan finally had time to sense the atmosphere of the immortal realm. Even in this remote mountain range, he could still feel the rich immortal qi permeating the air. In such an environment, the hope of cultivation to the stage of transcendence was unfathomably more potent than in the spirit realm. The ancestor of the immortal path. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, feeling faintly with his level, like a colossal entity, resembling the sun overlooking all beings, illuminating life. All the cultivators within the boundless immortal cultivation system originated from that colossal entity. It truly is ultimate. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. At this moment, he was utterly certain that the ancestor of the immortal path, who spread the immortal cultivation system, was indeed an ultimate existence. Only. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Within his perception, in addition to the ancestor of the immortal path shining over life like the brilliant sun, deep in the underground, there was also an unfathomable colossal entity. Its aura was completely opposite to that of the ancestor of the immortal path, filled with endless madness and destruction. Another ultimate existence. The ultimate from the depths of the demon abyss. Lin Yuan was aware of Gao Wuyo's memories and understood the existence of the demon abyss. That place was a confluence of all evil and madness, where countless demons crawled out of the demon abyss every moment, and then they were suppressed by the immortals from the 33 immortal domains. The ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss. That's rather interesting. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, vaguely speculating that this was a struggle between two ultimate existences, and it seemed that the ancestor of the immortal path had the upper hand, for now. At least in the immortal realm, the immortals generally were dominant against those demons. And whether it was the spirit realm or the central divine China world, the immortal cultivation system prevailed, but what about the demonic Tao cultivation system? Indeed, it existed but wasn't the main trend. This also reflected the outcome of the struggle between the two ultimate existences, somewhat invisibly. Next. Lin Yuan took out the soul judgment artifact carrying Wu Xiangyan's memories and began to quickly browse through them. Compared with the original Gao Wuyo, Wu Xiangyan's memories were much more heterogeneous, including not only cultivation but also many fragments of memories plundered from weaker cultivators. All in all, Wu Xiangyan was someone who would stoop to any means for cultivation. In fact, such people were not uncommon in the immortal realm, even quite frequent, and there were too many instances of brothers turning against each other for opportunities. He did accumulate quite a few cultivation resources. Lin Yuan sorted through Wu Xiangyan's spoils of war, which were a considerable fortune for someone at the same transcendence tribulation stage level, but to Lin Yuan, they were quite unimpressive and hardly caught his eye. Let's take a look at the Jade Immortal opportunity. With a thought, Lin Yuan took out a piece of white, translucent jade. A mysterious aura lingered on the jade, an aura that surpassed that of a golden immortal, and it was the basis for Wu Xiangyan's assertion that it was a Jade Immortal opportunity. Aside from the opportunities left by a Jade Immortal, no other opportunities would have such aura remaining. Jade Immortal. Lin Yuan's face showed interest. A Jade Immortal corresponded to a level 11 powerhouse in the main universe. Such an opportunity left by a being of this level, for Lin Yuan at his prime, was naturally not much. But now, Lin Yuan was practically starting all over again, and he was quite interested. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan separated out a wisp of consciousness to begin refining the jade. The jade was presumably a type of spatial immortal artifact, containing vast internal space. Before long, Lin Yuan completely refined the jade. Lin Yuan's consciousness entered the jade. Inside was an expansive world densely packed with countless resources, neatly stacked. Cloud crane grass, dark water immortal lotus, 10,000 souls fruit, 2 lives tree. Lin Yuan looked and saw many resources and spirit fruits that were extremely rare in Gao Wuyo and Wu Xiangyan's memories, and even some that they had only heard about, piled up like small mountains. This was just what Gao Wuyo and Wu Xiangyan had heard about. Most of the resources were unheard of to them, but based on the energy aura radiating from these resources, Lin Yuan could tell they were valuable. Is this the Jade Immortal opportunity? It should be more accurately called the entire fortune of a Jade Immortal. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The resources within the Jade had far exceeded something as simple as an opportunity. Many Jade Immortals' entire fortunes probably couldn't compare. And the arrangement of these resources was very orderly, from low to high, as if specially prepared for someone later. Am I this lucky? Just as my consciousness awakens, I come across such a great benefit. Lin Yuan thought to himself that while these resources couldn't restore him to his prime, they should be enough to bring him back to the 10th rank summit. And there's a lot of immortal path skill inheritances. Lin Yuan's gaze turned to a corner of the world within the Jade, where piles of Jade slips were clearly recording various skills and inheritances. Lin Yuan continued to disperse his consciousness to explore each one. A complete immortal cultivation system would undoubtedly provide a good boost for Lin Yuan to open up the 11th layer chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Golden Immortal. Jade Immortal. Golden nature is indestructible, Jade nature never falls, the body like gold, the soul like jade, perpetually unyielding. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed the immortal path skill inheritances recorded in these Jades, which offered a completely different exposition on the essence of cultivation evolution compared to those level 11 evolutionary paths in the main universe. Just as Lin Yuan was browsing through each Jade slip. Among all the Jade slips, one that was purple was quietly situated there. Soon, Lin Yuan's consciousness delved into this purple Jade slip. Buzz. A massive consciousness within the Jade slip awakened, swiftly spreading along Lin Yuan's consciousness, piercing through the soul barrier, and soon arriving outside the spirit world. The old ancestor has waited for millions of years, and now the time has finally come. This consciousness was extremely excited, spreading incessantly along Lin Yuan's consciousness, breaking through the soul barrier, and quickly approaching the exterior of the spirit world. Little fellow, obediently offer up your body. Rest assured, the old ancestor is a supreme Jade Immortal, to possess your body is the greatest honor. This massive consciousness that resurrected from the purple Jade slip couldn't wait to enter the spirit world, intending to replace Lin Yuan's spiritual will, and truly resurrect. With the old ancestor here, your body is destined to shake the 33 immortal domains. The resurrected consciousness from the purple Jade slip swiftly entered the spirit world and was about to locate Lin Yuan's spiritual will when it suddenly stopped, and the spread of its consciousness halted abruptly. For before it was a towering figure seated cross-legged, an image that seemed to fill the heavens and earth, supreme and vast, strong and broad. Compared to this towering figure, the newly awakened consciousness from the purple Jade slip was like a speck of dust. The resurrecting consciousness of the Jade Immortal fell silent. Chapter 896, 3, The Conflict Between Immortals and Demons. Spirit World, boundless and vast. This is the region where the will of life's spirit resides. It can be extremely small or immensely vast, depending on the strength of one's own spirit will. An ordinary mortal's spirit world might be as cramped as a thatched hut. The stronger one's spirit will, the more vast their spirit world becomes. The consciousness of the Jade Immortal, bursting with exhilaration into Lin Yuan's spirit world, did not initially notice the boundless vista of the spirit world. All of his attention was captured by the towering, majestic figure sitting cross-legged at the center of the spirit world. Is this the spirit will? The consciousness of the Jade Immortal stood dumbfounded, staring blankly. As a once 11th layer Jade Immortal, even though his real body had perished, his memory and insight remained nearly intact, and the essence of his spirit will had not weakened much. But now, compared to the colossal entity in the distance, there was no comparison at all. The consciousness of the Jade Immortal had interacted with many Jade Immortals of the same level, and everyone's spirit will was on the same level. Even if there were differences, they would not be too significant. Being able to cultivate to a Jade Immortal. Generally, the spirit will isn't too weak. Am I seizing the ancestral master? The consciousness of the Jade Immortal couldn't help but raise such a thought, such a terrifying spirit will couldn't possibly belong to a mere Jade Immortal. Only the ancestor of the immortal path, the supreme being across the 33 domains of the immortal realm, might possess a spirit will of this degree. Lin Yuan's spirit will opened his eyes, looking down on the minuscule consciousness of the Jade Immortal. Within the spirit world, one can only rely on the strength of their own spirit will, akin to the reflection of one's life essence within the river of time. Lin Yuan's spirit will index reached more than 33 million points, which was formidable even on the 12th layer ultimate plane. Naturally, it was not something an 11th layer Jade Immortal could compare to. In fact, when Lin Yuan touched that purple jade slip, he sensed an issue immediately as the consciousness of the Jade Immortal surged upward, spreading along the spirit he had extended. Lin Yuan could have stopped it then. But when he realized that this consciousness of the Jade Immortal targeted his spirit consciousness, more precisely his spirit will, Lin Yuan immediately decided not to stop it. The spirit world was Lin Yuan's home ground. With the strength of his spirit will, even if the spirit will of a 12th layer ancestral master descended, it would likely leave with nothing achieved. This consciousness of the Jade Immortal invading Lin Yuan's spirit world was like meat jumping onto the chopping block. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not refuse. After all, the consciousness came from a Jade Immortal, and Lin Yuan's current strength had not recovered much. Resolving this consciousness would still require some methods. Being in the immortal realm, Lin Yuan did not intend to expose his true spirit will, as it might be perceived by the ancestor of the immortal path. But if the other party fell into his own spirit world, that risk was no longer a concern. No. You're not the ancestral master. After a brief stupor, the consciousness of the Jade Immortal gradually came to its senses. It had once heard the ancestral master preach and could recognize the aura of the ancestor of the immortal path. The aura spread by Lin Yuan's spirit will was completely different from that of the ancestral master. And if Lin Yuan were really the ancestral master, would he allow him to enter his spirit world? With the mighty power controlled by the ancestral master, a single thought could obliterate him. However, before the consciousness of the Jade Immortal could ponder further, everything before its eyes began to plunge into darkness. It's good for someone not very familiar with the immortal realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he suppressed the Jade Immortal's consciousness with a casual flick, and began extracting and browsing through its memories. Although he had just assimilated the memories of his original identity Gao Wuyo and Wu Xiangyan. But in the end, both were merely transcendence tribulation stage cultivators, with not much understanding of the deeper and higher level intelligence of the immortal realm. Yet this consciousness of the Jade Immortal might be different. An 11th layer Jade Immortal already counted as one of the top powerhouses in this part of the immortal realm. Examining the memories of this Jade Immortal's consciousness would be of great assistance to Lin Yuan. Several dozen breaths later, Lin Yuan had completely reviewed the memories of the Jade Immortal's consciousness. Immortal realm? Demon abyss? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. In the memory of his original identity Gao Wuyo, there were many pieces of information about the demon abyss. The demons of the demon abyss were the existentially deadly enemies of all immortals. Any immortal encountering a demon must fight with all their might. And in the memories of the Jade Immortal consciousness, Lin Yuan gained even more specific knowledge about the demon abyss. The demon abyss, as the other face of the immortal realm, is the resting place of the ancestor of the demon abyss. The endless hordes of demons are but the manifestation of the demonic chi emitted by the resting ancestor of the demon abyss. The immortal realm and the demon abyss are constantly in conflict. Every few million to tens of millions of years, part of the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss will awaken. At that time, the demons deep within the demon abyss will crazily invade the immortal realm, and numerous golden immortals and even jade immortals will pour all their efforts into fighting these demons. The consciousness of the Jade Immortal was named Yunzhenzi, who fell during the Great War between immortals and demons 9 million years ago. However, for powerhouses at the level of a Jade Immortal, survival and resurrection strategies had already been prepared during their lifetime. The reviving consciousness within the purple jade slip was one such method. Once touched, the consciousness inside would be activated and then seize the being that touched the jade slip. Yunzhenzi, wishing for an easier path of cultivation after his resurrection, had thoughtfully prepared many resources from low to high, just waiting to successfully possess a body and quickly regain his peak condition. Unfortunately, Yunzhenzi chose the wrong person. The most dreadful thing about demons is not their strength but their contamination. Lin Yuan's expression slightly hardened, realizing that even as a Jade Immortal, fighting a demon of similar level bore the risk of contamination. Chapter 897, 3, The Struggle Between Immortals and Demons. The contamination here refers to memory pollution, spiritual contamination. In fact, Yun Jinzi had prepared far more than just the method of resurrection such as the purple jade slip. He also created numerous life pools and life stones. The moment his true body fell, his consciousness would resurrect upon the life pools and life stones. However, the consciousness that resurrected in sync was all tainted with the contamination carried by the magical creatures. Only this purple jade slip, isolating the inside from the outside, blocking memories, severing cause and effect, and even unable to resurrect on its own, managing to barely avoid the pollution by relying on an external force to trigger it. Ancestor of the demon abyss? Lin Yuan thought to himself, with his realm's perception, he had long sensed that 12th layer existence deep in the demon abyss, but he didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. The pollution of the demonic creatures probably poses no threat to me. Lin Yuan thought privately, the so-called pollution is not necessarily undefendable, but rather depends on whether one's own spiritual will is strong enough. Lin Yuan's mental consciousness is obviously strong enough. Let alone the pollution of demonic creatures, even the contamination from the ancestor of the demon abyss, Lin Yuan could easily withstand. Originally, I had planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, but now it seems, there is no need for that. After sorting through Yun Jinzi's memories, Lin Yuan was quickly pondering. Yun Jinzi, as a Jade Immortal, had many properties and cave dwellings in the various immortal cities of the 33 celestial regions. The nearest, Kangwu, immortal city even has an A-grade fortification dwelling. An A-grade fortification dwelling, being the top-tier dwelling in Kangwu immortal city, is not only secure but also exhibits significant fluctuations of the laws, which greatly benefits law comprehension. Now Lin Yuan, holding the Jade Immortal consciousness of Yun Jinzi, is equivalent to Yun Jinzi himself. He could take over that A-grade fortification dwelling whenever he wishes. As for whether the A-grade fortification dwelling would be reclaimed after Yun Jinzi's fall. In fact, every cave dwelling in the immortal cities belongs to the immortal city, even Yun Jinzi, the buyer, only had the right of ownership for 10 billion years. After 10 billion years, the dwelling would be reclaimed. As for Yun Jinzi's purchase of the A-grade dwelling, not even 20 million years had passed, far from the 10 billion year reclamation period. The major immortal cities of the 33 celestial regions are under the jurisdiction of the ancestral master, their authority is unquestionable, and there will not be a case of early reclamation of dwellings. After all, beings capable of purchasing A-grade dwellings are at least top-tier golden immortals, and most of them are outright Jade Immortals. Reclaiming the dwellings of such powerful beings prematurely poses great risks. Other golden immortals and Jade Immortals are watching. If you reclaim a certain top-tier golden immortal's dwelling today, will my dwelling be reclaimed tomorrow? Kangwu Immortal City. Lin Yuan's gaze looked distantly in a certain direction. It was the location of Kangwu Immortal City, one of the 15 great immortal cities in the Xiantian Immortal Domain, a place the original, Gao Huio, could only dream of living. Not only is Kangwu Immortal City safe, unlike being outside where one could encounter magical creatures at any time, but the cultivation environment is even more generous. Even if it's not a dwelling, just on the streets of Kangwu Immortal City, one would feel sufficiently rich fluctuations of the law. Unfortunately, unless one has a fixed dwelling in Kangwu Immortal City, one would incur a certain fee for each day spent there. 1 or 2 years might not matter, but as immortals, a single session of secluded cultivation could last thousands to tens of thousands of years, which makes Transcendence Tribulation stage cultivators dare not reside in Kangwu Immortal City permanently. And to purchase a dwelling? That's an even more considerable expense. Even the lowest D-grade dwelling is far more than what a Transcendence Tribulation stage cultivator can afford. Originally, Yun Jinzi had a hard time purchasing the A-grade dwelling in Kangwu Immortal City. Yun Jinzi's strength, even among Jade Immortals, was considered powerful. Had he not been besieged and killed by over a dozen magical creatures of the same layer, he would not have fallen. Even so, in the resurrection methods left by Yun Jinzi, he withstood the contamination from the magical creatures, a pity that he encountered an unreasonable existence like Lin Yuan, otherwise, he would have probably resurrected successfully by now. First, let's refine out the primordial spirit, then have the primordial spirit go to Kangwu Immortal City to see if it can take over that A-grade dwelling. Lin Yuan made up his mind. The benefits of an A-grade dwelling for comprehending the laws were deeply etched in Yunjinzi's memory, otherwise, he would not have spent a large sum of money to purchase it. And Lin Yuan's time in the immortal realm is limited, so he naturally wants to choose the best cultivation environment, so that he can leave more time to prepare for the ultimate challenge. Time passes by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had gone by. Taiyin and Taiyang emerge. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, and two ethereal figures materialized from formlessness, slowly stepping out from within his body. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyin and Taiyang primordial spirit. During this time, Lin Yuan forcibly transformed the immortal path foundation of his original body into a martial Tao foundation, directly condensing two major primordial spirits. Once the two primordial spirits were formed, things became much more convenient for Lin Yuan, and he wouldn't have to take care of everything personally. Although with Lin Yuan's mental willpower, he could easily condense an incarnation is different from a primordial spirit avatar, it is easily discerned by others. You take Yunjinzi's Jade Immortal Consciousness and head to Kangwu Immortal City. Lin Yuan looked at the Taiyang Divine Spirit and commanded. The reason for sending the Taiyang Divine Spirit to Kangwu Immortal City was to be cautious. After all, Yunjinzi has perished nearly 10 million years ago. Who knows if the cave mansion left behind still exists, and even if it does, whether there would be any unforeseen incidents when taking over. Of course, the probability of such things happening is very small, the credibility of Immortal City is beyond doubt, and they face not only the Jade Immortal like Yunjinzi. Always assuming the worst is never wrong. If the Taiyang Divine Spirit went to Kangwu Immortal City and an extreme situation occurred, Lin Yuan would only lose a primordial spirit. If everything goes smoothly, the Taiyang Divine Spirit would take over that Grade A cave mansion, and the significant fluctuations of the cave mansion's rules would also be perceived by the true body. Therefore, sending a primordial spirit to Kangwu Immortal City is the most cautious approach. It's nothing if it fails, but if it succeeds, a Grade A cave mansion that can accelerate cultivation will be obtained. Swoosh! Under Lin Yuan's gaze, the Taiyang Divine Spirit quietly disappeared into the distance. Kangwu Immortal City is over there. In the high sky, Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit continuously traversed the void towards Kangwu Immortal City. With Lin Yuan's understanding and perception of the space-time rule, what would take his true identity, Gao Wuyo, several years, or even decades to reach, only took a few dozen breaths of time for the Kangwu Immortal body to appear within Lin Yuan's field of vision. Is that Kangwu Immortal City? Lin Yuan stopped traversing the void, looking at the endlessly grand immortal city from afar. This immortal city seemed like a vast world, with walls billions and trillions of miles high, filled with an ancient and mysterious aura that even a Jade Immortal would show sufficient awe when facing the immortal city. It is said that each of the 33 immortal domain cities was established by the ancestral master. Out of pity for all beings, he connected each immortal city with the primordial lands of the immortal realm. Hence, as long as one is in the immortal city, they can feel the intense fluctuations of the laws. Lin Yuan thought to himself. This is also why countless immortals yearn to live in the immortal city, as the benefits for cultivation are truly immense. Let's go in. Lin Yuan flew towards Kangwu Immortal City, quickly arriving outside the east gate. Rules fluctuation. Lin Yuan smoothly entered Kangwu Immortal City and immediately felt a different set of rule fluctuations compared to the outside. These rule fluctuations are comparable to some of the cultivation sanctuary's secrets within the main universe. Some surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's heart. And this was only the outer city of Kangwu Immortal City. If it was the inner city or even the cave mansion area, the displayed fluctuations of a Grade A cave mansion would only become more significant. However, the entire immortal city is enveloped in countless killing formations, which, once activated, not even Yunjinzi at his peak could withstand. Lin Yuan also sensed the omnipresent flow of Kangwu Immortal City's infinite formations. Let's first head to the cave mansion area of the immortal city. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts and didn't dwell on it any longer. No matter how numerous the killing formations within the immortal city were, they posed no threat to him. It was just a primordial spirit after all, not carrying any resources or treasures. Chapter 898, 500 Years of History. Kangwu Immortal City. Outside the cave mansion area, there is a palace situated. The palace is called Flying Immortal Hall, which is the place dedicated to the sale and purchase of cave dwellings in Kangwu Immortal City. Moreover, every 1,000,000 years, the owners of the cave dwellings must return to this palace to replace the jade token used for entering and exiting their cave dwellings. This is done to confirm the identity of the immortals residing in the cave dwellings. The cultivation environment within the immortal city's cave dwellings is extremely beneficial, so after many owners pass away, their cave-dwelling jade tokens often fall into the hands of others. With the jade token, those who are not the cave-dwelling owners can also enter and cultivate. The replacement of the jade token every 1,000,000 years is therefore meant to re-verify the identity of the current residents of the cave dwellings. Flying Immortal Hall is divided into 4 layers, occupying a vast area. At the entrance of the first layer, a large number of immortals in the Mahayana realm come and go. This level corresponds to the Ding-grade cave dwellings. Generally, immortals in the Mahayana realm can bite the bullet and purchase them. The entrance to the second layer of the palace sees very few immortals entering and exiting. This level corresponds to the Bing-grade cave dwellings. Basically, only a handful of immortals at the pinnacle of Mahayana, or simply golden immortals, have the capability to purchase them. And a golden immortal, already able to dominate a region, even within the immortal city, holds a certain status. As for the entrances of the third and fourth layers, they are utterly silent. The third layer corresponds to the Jia-grade cave dwellings, which only relatively powerful golden immortals have the resources to purchase. And the fourth layer corresponds to the topmost A-grade cave dwellings. These are the cave dwellings with the highest regulations in Kangwu Immortal City, and only jade immortals have the foundation to purchase them. Even among the top-tier golden immortals, those who can become masters of such dwellings are fewer than the jade immortals. Lin Yuan glanced and headed straight to the fourth layer of Flying Immortal Hall. The fourth layer is spacious and vast, and as Lin Yuan enters, 2 charming immortal women came up to meet him. "Greetings, immortal monarch." The 2 immortal women spoke respectfully. Although the fourth layer of Flying Immortal Hall does not restrict entry or exit, those immortals who dare to come here certainly have enough confidence. "My cave-dwelling jade token is lost, I've come to apply for a replacement," Lin Yuan said in a calm tone. Of course, the jade token for entering and exiting the A-grade cave dwelling of Kangwu Immortal City had fallen into the hands of demons with Yunjinzi's death. However, the cave dwellings of each great immortal city are bound to the identity of the corresponding immortal, with soul true spirit essence as the specific confirmation method. Even if the jade token is lost, it's still possible to obtain a replacement with the corresponding soul true spirit essence. "Please state your cave-dwelling sequence, immortal monarch." The immortal woman was shocked, her attitude becoming even more respectful. "Going to the fourth layer of Flying Immortal Hall to apply for a replacement token? Doesn't that mean the cave dwelling corresponding to the lost jade token is an A-grade dwelling? In other words, does this young immortal monarch in front of her not come to inquire about purchasing an A-grade cave dwelling, but already possesses one?" Kangwu A365437. Lin Yuan directly stated the cave-dwelling sequence. Even for Yunjinzi, this was one of the very few top-tier cave dwellings. "Immortal monarch, please wait a moment." The immortal woman quickly checked, within Flying Immortal Hall, where the detailed information of all cave dwellings is recorded. "Immortal monarch, please infuse your soul true spirit essence into this marrow stone." The immortal woman on the right took out a gray stone and respectfully said. The gray stone, known as the marrow stone, is specially used for replicating and recording the essence of a soul's true spirit. When Yunjinzi purchased the A-grade cave dwelling, he imprinted his soul true spirit essence within it. In order to apply for a replacement of the cave-dwelling jade token, Lin Yuan must match the same soul true spirit essence with the essence inside the marrow stone. Humming sounds echoed. With a thought from Lin Yuan, a wisp of Yunjinzi's jade immortal consciousness's soul true spirit essence merged into the marrow stone. After a while, the immortal woman holding the marrow stone spoke respectfully, "The conditions for reissuing are met, please wait a moment, immortal monarch." After speaking, the immortal woman respectfully stepped back and returned shortly after. "This is your cave-dwelling jade token." The immortal woman presented a white jade token, offering it to Lin Yuan with utmost respect. Lin Yuan nodded, took the jade token, and turned to leave the flying immortal hall. After leaving the flying immortal hall, Lin Yuan directly entered the cave mansion area. Kangwu Immortal City's cave mansion area is shrouded with many lethal formations. Any immortal who does not meet the criteria and dares to break in will be slain by the killing formations immediately. Lin Yuan, holding the cave-dwelling jade token, naturally has the qualifications to enter the cave mansion area. Flying Immortal Hall. A mysterious space on a certain floor. A middle-aged man is meditating with his eyes closed. He is the hall master of the Flying Immortal Hall, one of the giants of Kangwu Immortal City. The middle-aged man seemed to sense something, his eyes swiftly opened. Kangwu A365437's cave-dwelling jade token has been successfully reissued. Hall Master. A figure materialized beside him, nodding and speaking. "Just now, someone has entered this Grade A cave mansion." Every Grade A cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City was well known and had a specific owner, either belonging to a Jade Immortal or those top-tier Golden Immortals with great hopes of stepping into the Jade Immortal realm. If my memory serves me right, this Grade A cave mansion has been silent for nearly 10 million years. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall showed a contemplative expression on his face. The owner of this Grade A cave mansion was Yunjinzi. As the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, he had the privilege to check the information of each mansion. Yunjinzi. Rumored to have perished in the last great war between immortals and demons, who would have thought he was still alive. Hearing this, the figure beside him could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Among the many Jade Immortals, Yunjinzi had a significant reputation. If not for the besieging by more than a dozen demonic creatures, with Yunjinzi's strength, even if he could not win, he would have been able to retreat with his whole body. It seems that the corruption from those demonic creatures in the demon abyss did not lead to Yunjinzi's complete demise. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall nodded slightly. He quickly inferred what had happened. Almost 10 million years ago, Yunjinzi's true body perished at the hands of numerous demonic creatures, and the subsequent corruption had erased most of his means for revival. Yet, with Yunjinzi's capabilities, there remained one or two deeply hidden revival techniques that resisted the corruption. After nearly 10 million years, these one or two revival techniques met the conditions for revival, enabling Yunjinzi's successful return. Such incidents were not uncommon among the many Jade Immortals. How could one who has cultivated to the level of a Jade Immortal die so easily? They all had multiple backup plans. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall had no particular thoughts about those Jade Immortals returning from revival, nor would he do anything about it. As a giant of the Immortal City, the Hall Master's status towered above the vast majority of Jade Immortals, and naturally, he paid no heed to Yunjinzi's wealth. Yunjinzi's survival is also a good thing, as the great war between immortals and demons will soon begin anew, with a clear increase in the number of demonic lords recently. If Yunjinzi can recover all his strength before the war, he could indeed alleviate some pressure from the Immortal City. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall murmured softly to himself. The great war between immortals and demons was undoubtedly the cruelest battle in the immortal realm. For most immortals, it was no different from a slaughterhouse. Jade Immortals still possessed the capability for revival. But those Golden Immortals and even lower ranks could hardly withstand the corruption from demonic creatures. Once dead, they were truly dead. The revival techniques of Golden Immortals seldom could resist the corruption of demons. Every great war caused the fall of innumerable immortals, and many Jade Immortals would disappear as a result. Assuming Yunjinzi's identity to take over the Grade A cave mansion is unlikely to fool the upper echelons of the Immortal City. Lin Yuan knew all the memories of Yun Jinzi and was aware that the information about the owner of the mansion wasn't a secret to the higher-ups of the Kangwu Immortal City. But what of it? I am Yun Jinzi now. Lin Yuan remained unconcerned, grasping Yun Jinzi's fragment of the Jade Immortal Consciousness, virtually holding Yun Jinzi hostage. Who could question his identity, given his insight into all the latter's memories? Yun Jinzi, being a Jade Immortal, could hardly be suppressed by a pure-level Jade Immortal, even in his weakened state. Those capable of suppressing Yun Jinzi to the level of a Jade Immortal would not deign to impersonate Yun Jinzi. With Lin Yuan's current methods, unless the Ancestral Master intervened, outsiders would not be able to see through him. And the Ancestral Master? Such a lofty existence, so high above, how could they possibly care about the affairs of a Jade Immortal? Even if the Ancestral Master truly paid attention, Lin Yuan would simply discard this Taiyang Divine Spirit body without much loss. Using the cave-dwelling Jade token, Lin Yuan quickly entered the Grade A cave mansion. This was a vast expanse of land, nearly 1,000,000 miles in size, filled with immortal qi so dense it was nearly tangible. Ordinary mortals living in such an environment would, even without practice, eventually transform their fleshly bodies into those of immortals over time. Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in the swirling immortal qi. The so-called immortal qi was but one form of energy, and after obtaining the numerous resources prepared by Yun Jinzi, Lin Yuan did not lack energy input for the short term. Thunderous rumbles. Lin Yuan appeared in the center of the mansion, looking up at the sky. There, a giant irregular fissure vaguely existed, where intense rule fluctuations visible to the naked eye emanated from the fissure. This crack must be the connection to the origin of the immortal realm, opened by the Ancestral Master. Lin Yuan's thoughts ebbed and flowed, recognizing that even at his peak, he could not tear apart this fissure. The primordial lands of the main universe were unreachable even for a 12th-layer ultimate being. Because the main universe was too powerful, and a 12th-layer ultimate being could not approach the primordial lands. And the immortal realm? Although it was close to the main universe, it was only close. A 12th-layer ultimate being exerting full force could still forcibly create a passage from the primordial lands to the outside world. Among the many mansions within Kangwu Immortal City, only a Grade A mansion could directly face the irregular fissure and experience the fluctuation of the rules from the origin power at close range. As for the Grade B and Grade C mansions, they could only indirectly sense the rule fluctuations emanating from the irregular fissure. The cultivation environment here is better than in the main universe, at least when it comes to the clarity and visibility of understanding the rules. Lin Yuan's spirit was slightly stirred. Although the immortal realm could not match the main universe, in this moment, it opened almost completely to Lin Yuan, and in terms of understanding rules, the main universe naturally could not compare to the immortal realm. Given such an environment, I cannot guarantee mastery of the chaos rule, but the seventh realm of space and time. The time it takes to comprehend it should be much shorter than in the main universe. Lin Yuan was very confident. Let's start cultivating now. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged without delay, beginning to sense the rule fluctuations revealed from the irregular fissure above the sky. Time for cultivation flowed like water, and before he knew it, 500 years had passed.